not just a conference where we say this is our brand, our concept. Idea is to bring everybody together who is involved in Web. Any of you are involved in Web3, either in education or programming or events or communities or investments, please come share and say, hey, we are interested, we want to bring work together, collaborate, and maybe next year we will make this conference even much bigger. So with that said, what I'm going to do is, how many of you know here what Web3 is? Awesome, not too many, that's great. Obviously, few of our speakers know that. So what I will do is I'll spend a few minutes on what Web3 is. I'm going to talk about few components of Web3, but since I'm not an expert on those components, I'm still learning. We're all learning, always learning. I'm going to bring some of the experts to talk about those and how they are implementing those different features or components of Web3 in their real world projects. So let's have some fun. So Web3, if I have to explain somebody Web3, what Web3 is, in simple ways, it's a set of newer technologies that defines Web3. So far in today's world, what we see is we see a lot of cloud. How many of you know cloud computing? How many? I'm sure everybody. Yeah, everybody knows cloud. How about everybody's on Facebook? I assume Instagram, right? Everybody all of you do banking. Awesome. So on all these systems like banking, financial systems, Facebook, Instagram, even on your own company's website, they're all centralized systems. What does that mean? That there are some servers sitting somewhere and all data applications, they are all running on those centralized systems, including the cloud, right? Cloud is still centralized system. Maybe they may have 8 locations, doesn't matter, but they're still centralized. So that's one thing. Second thing is, look at our banks. And I will also share my story why I got involved in this blockchain before we call it Web3. Why did I get involved in the blockchain? And then third thing is, look at your financial systems, healthcare systems. All of your data, I don't know about India, but Durs is here. When we in the US, when we go to, every time we go to a hospital or a doctor, if we have not visited there, every time we have to fill out this form. Everything is like literally paper form, where you have to put your name, date of birth, social security, ID, address, history. Oh, did you have chicken pox? It's like a big list. Do you guys do here in India? No, that's great. India is at least ahead from US. But in US, we are very frustrated because there's something called HIPAA, and these companies, these hospitals, healthcare systems do not share patients' data with one another. It's a big headache for being patient. I'm still the same guy. I have same thing. I already gave it. Why do you need again and again and again? That's because this data is siloed in these centralized systems for a while, and they don't want to share that. And then I'll share a couple of more stories, and then you'll think like why Web3 is very important in coming future. So I went from India to US in 1998. Okay, I grew up in a village around here, Mathura district. Anybody know Mathura district? Yes. From Mathura district, I grew up in a village, farming, farmer family, doing all farming. I had no idea about banks, no idea about finances, and I did my master's, and I went to US right away. When I went to US, I bought a cell phone. I didn't have a service in my apartment. So like, well, it's a cell phone. I don't have a service. I don't need to pay for it because it doesn't work. That's common sense. Then cell phone companies start calling me like, hey, you have not paid your bills. I like, what bills? Your service doesn't work. I'm not going to pay. Well, like, you better pay it or we're gonna sue you or take you to court, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, I'm not paying it. I don't care you do what you do. I don't know what you guys, but I'm a Jat. Anybody know Jat? I like, F you, I'm not gonna pay you. So I had no idea about credit systems, credit bureaus. So what happened? They send my record to the credit bureaus, and out of sudden, there's something called credit score. It went down to 500. So I went to get a car next month. Like, oh, we can't give you a car. Why? Oh, your credit score is 500. I like, what is that? Like, what? Then they explain me what credit score is. Because of that, you can't have it. So like, I was screwed for several years because of that. Okay. But what I, in my life, what I have done is, if there's something right or wrong, I do not give up. And that's how I live by that. So few other things happen in that. Same thing happened with the banks. Because I transfer money to India, it didn't go through, they charged me for that. Money was lost, even though they got money back. I was like, wait a minute. So if you do some service, something wrong with that, you're not punished. You used to charge me those 35. At that time, it was $25. You still charge me $25. But if I'm late on my payments, you charge me a fees. How many of you guys have paid on credit card or various fees to banks? A lot of us, right? Most of us, especially when we start our career, we don't have enough funds in the account, so we always end up. So what's happening is, the banks, they always make money from you. Your salary goes to the banks, they keep your money, they take the same money, they take your money, give it to this guy, they give you 1% interest. In US, it's even 0%, almost 0.25. They give this guy for 5%. They make money from that. They're using your money. If you borrow money, same money, they charge you more. And if you're late by chance, they charge you for that. So point I'm making is that this world, today's world called Web 2.0, is controlled and managed by these centralized systems, centralized companies and businesses. Because that's how world was built several years ago. Businesses guys start building the world which we are living in today. So how do we change that? How do we fight that? How we replace that with a new system, new world? And that is what Web3 is all about. That is what Web3 is all about. Thinking different, taking control from these centralized authorities, governance, and give it to the people who are creating that new world. So a little more, so that world is created by using some of the newer technologies, including semantic web, metaverse, 3D graphics, connectivity, blockchain, digital identity, micropayments, AI, and decentralization. And decentralization is the biggest part of this Web3 ecosystem, this new Web3 technologies, and which is blockchain. Many of you probably know that. And one of the first applications that made blockchain and decentralized popular was Bitcoin. You guys know Bitcoin? Heard of Bitcoin? How many of you own tokens, any kind of tokens or cryptocurrencies? How many of you have wallets? Awesome. So half of you guys, right? So that was the first applications that made blockchain popular. Blockchain is not a new technology. It's been there for 20, 30 years, 25 years, if I go and look at the history. How many of you guys know this? All right. Have you heard of NFTs? Yes. Awesome. Well, NFTs seems to be like taking over the world recently. But I'm not here to talk about NFTs because, again, I'm still learning. But let me invite one of our experts to talk about NFTs and how they are using NFTs in real world applications. But before that, let me also talk to you about some of the NFTs. There's so much going on around NFTs. People are creating pictures, they're posting photos saying, oh, this is my NFT. I saw one picture, somebody with the dog, walking the dog like, oh, this is my NFT. Okay, what am I going to do with your NFT? If it's a real dog, maybe I want to buy the dog. What I'm going to do with the NFT? So there are a lot of NFTs like that, but they're also real businesses. Real world applications are being developed using NFTs. So during this talk, you probably hear a lot more on those, that how businesses are using and adapting NFTs. With that said, let me invite my friend Josh, CEO of M-Page. And Josh, welcome to India. Welcome to Delhi. And
thank you, sir. Thank you, Mahesh. It's great to be here in New Delhi. First time.
First time, guys. Come on, welcome. Come on.
Yeah, Mahesh and I are building business solutions and technologies for what, 10 years now or so?
Yep.
And he's been trying to get me over here. And I was like, come on, Mahesh. Finally, I came over. And now I know what he's been talking about for 10 years. The welcome mat has been awesome. The people I've met has been awesome. And even the tea thing, I get. You know, he's been trying to convert me from coffee to tea for these 10 years.
Tea, come on.
So I was like, Mahesh, I don't get it, man. You know, I don't get what you do when you go in the kitchen and you're doing all this stuff, but now I do. You know, the kind of the morning tea, the afternoon, the kind of level set, I get it. But anyway, what are we doing with NFTs in healthcare? At MAPay, we look at 3 things every day in healthcare and medical commerce. We look at digital payments, we look at patient data, and we look at digital identity. As it relates to patient data, Mahesh was 110% correct. Prior to us and what we've launched, this data has been locked up in competing forces in siloed off ways by institutions, by electronic health record vendors, by insurance companies, and guess what? They're making all the money on our data. That's what Web3 is all about, right? So again, how did we even get to think about NFTs and healthcare data? So Mahesh and I have a special relationship. He's the technology guy. I'm the business guy. I come up with and we have a kind of like this 360, and then we bounce and we get somewhere that you know makes it right. So we set out to build a patient-centric data source, which means, and all of that kind of rhetoric, that can we pull data from these different data sources? Can we make a marketplace play to make that happen? We did. Then I bring it back to our technology guys, and it's the same notion, you know, this whole thing about NFTs was popping up, this art. So I started thinking about my electronic being is a piece of art. My healthcare being is a piece of art. So smarty pants that I am, I go back to Mahesh, and I said, Mahesh, great idea. We're gonna use this whole thing that we're doing with patient-centric data. We're gonna put it in an NFT. He goes, what do you mean? I said, well, my data is a piece of art. He said, Dersh, like always, you don't understand the tech. Let me worry about the tech. An NFT is a physical asset, a static piece of time, something that does not change. Your healthcare being always changes. It's always being updated, right? So I said, okay, Mahesh. Took a pause, came back, and we really started to think through it. What would be the benefit? Can we put it in an NFT? So Mahesh, along with our local Indian developers here from MCN, led by Bhaskar, we created something on chain right now that's remarkable. We created a dynamic NFT, which is a static address on Algorand for the first time ever across the globe. That Dersh NFT, which was the first one, that Dersh NFT now points to on-chain and off-chain databases. I can put my wearables in it, right? Now, What's important to that as it relates to Web3 and the movement from Web2 is now my digital identity, this community's digital identity. We can now monetize that back to big data buyers and bring that back as rewards through our MPs token. We've created a marketplace flywheel of medical data never seen before, and you're going to reap the benefits of it. We'll reap the benefits not only from personal health information, population health, rewards, all that type of thing, which is now possible. We're also using it as a stepping stone into the meta world, which we refer to as meta medical, where we can use that as a platform to bring access to care and other types of areas within the globe that today lack that access, or even new types of medical technologies. That's what we're doing in the real world. This afternoon at 12:30, I'll be on a panel led by total rock star, Dr. Sapine Kapisi. She's here from New Delhi. I think she became a doctor at like 10 or 12 years old. She's Wharton MBA. She's, totally good. So we're going to be talking about it more in detail. I'm going to be around all day if you want to talk more about some of the deployments we're doing across the globe, as well as what we're doing with our token launch and these NFTs. Thanks for coming. Great to be here. Let's have fun.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Darsh. That was awesome. Awesome. So, as I said, these centralized systems, the healthcare system, the banks, the financial systems, they all have our data. And I like this one story I tell it's not a story, it's a news really. Equifax is one of the credit bureaus in the US, right? So hackers hacked it and stole the data. That data has everything, your financial history, your credit card, your banks, where you live when you came to the US, did you buy your car, everything is there. So, and that data is hacked. Now, hacker somewhere in the world has all the data about me. They can literally go online tomorrow and open a new credit card on that. There's nothing I can do about it. Then a few months or maybe 6 months later, I'll get probably a report, oh, you didn't pay the payment on the credit card you charged. So these things are already happening, and that's what Web3 is all about, try to solve those problems we are running through right now. So with that said, let me start with another new piece of technology is 3D graphics. That's one of the biggest technologies that's growing now. So if you are a technologist, you are a programmer, you're a designer, creative guy, you want to get involved in Web3, you can get involved by using 3D graphics, learning those various tools. We have here Vivek already. He's working on several systems. He was a Unity developer. He was a 3D guy before that. And now it's easy to transition for him to Web3. Well, if this clicker works, it'll be great. So another big piece, metaverse. How many of you know a metaverse? Heard of it? Awesome, awesome. Looks like nobody wants to live in real world. Yeah? But this is real right here. We are real here. But let's talk about metaverse. Forget real. So metaverse is another bigger technology that is a big piece of this whole Web3 ecosystem. And looks like it's growing right now big time. Not only the creating, but also a lot of applications are being developed. And with that said, I'm going to invite my friend Shell from Sharp, CEO of Sharp Platform, to talk about metaverse. Yep. Nope.
All right. Is the clicker now? All right. Thank you.
You don't need clicker for this.
Oh, okay.
There's only one.
Perfect.
I only gave one slide to
See,
Shell.
I've been here for 30 seconds.
You've been eating too much naan.
One click. All right. So thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here again. Thank you for the host, for C Sharp Corner, for all of you. So one thing many of you know about me is that I love naan. So when someone says NFT, no disrespect, for me it's naan forever. Thank you. So, metaverse, what is it and what is it not? It is so damn hard to use and onboard to the metaverse that I say, forget Web3, let's just skip over to Web4. So, for me, I think I know a little bit about all the technologies out there because I've been consulting for emerging technologies for 15 years to large corporations. It is hard to use. It is hard to get into a wallet. To me, it's hard to use a token. It is hard to even go into metaverse. By the way, is there a fantastic metaverse out there? No, it's everywhere. Facebook has their own, Microsoft is building their own, Sandbox, you name it. So for me, I think we need a bridge between Web 2 to Web 3 because frankly, we're not there. It is part of our roadmap, right, as Sharp platform to help get you there. But the user experience has to change dramatically, in my opinion. What's the point of building all this shiny tech if I can't use it? It has to be as easy as, Mom, can you try it? If my mom can do it, I think we're in business. Fair? So I think we have a little ways to go, but I can't wait because in the metaverse, I can probably eat as much naan as I possibly can, and no one's gonna see how much weight I gain, unless my avatar is getting big at the same time. Actually, that would be kind of cool. And by the way, Mahesh, I'm from Norway. So when he says he came over here and his credit score was 400 or less than 500, I'm a Viking, just like a Jot. So my score was half. It was just 250 because I was like, well, F you over there. And so I like to think I was Jot 2.0, 1.0, 2.0. So I'm not going to bore you with the technology. I think I'm giving you, for me, the main point. The user experience has to improve dramatically. And by the way, maybe I want to move from, say, the virtual reality Oculus environment, right? Because I love it, but it's only useful, say, at home, to a different metaverse, let's say, where, so in the Facebook version, Meta, I may be willing to share this much information, right? But if I go to my friends, my circle of friends in a different metaverse, let's say my sports metaverse, where I have my friends from different sports, maybe I'm a different avatar, right? Because I want to open up more of my personal information because they all know me. But over here, I just want to give you my name and last name and maybe age, right? So to be able to move, we call it pseudonymity, if you will, from one metaverse to another, that's also critical, that I can control what I give up, especially within healthcare. How much do I want to provide, right? Does that make sense? So pseudonymity, meaning what's my identification moving from A to B to C. So I think having an amazing user experience, controlling your pseudonymity, moving from different metaverses, and then lastly, is there gamification within the metaverse? Because if I'm with my friends, I want it totally gamified because I want to beat my friends in anything we work on. So that's the gamification element. And for you, what does that mean for C# Corner? Well, it means that you should be rewarded for your contribution. If you publish a blog, submit code, you should be rewarded, right? So, and with gamification is, okay, if I'm contributing more than Mahesh, I'm writing 10 blogs.
Whoa.
I said if, and we're in the metaverse now. We're in the metaverse, so it's okay. I'm faking my ID. I'm Mahesh 2.0 now. So if I do that, maybe I should get more points, right? Because I'm contributing more. So I'm not gonna get more into it. If you want to learn more, we have a booth out there. Hopefully, many of you have seen the video. But if you haven't, come and see us because we want your feedback as we're co-creating the future for C# Corner and all of you. We want to do it together. Co-creation is critical because we could be stepping back and saying, we understand NFTs, we understand metaverse, let's just slap it onto your desk and here you go. That's what most companies do. We have decided to co-create it together, so we're asking for your feedback. Do you like it? Do you not like it? What do you think about it? Would you recommend it to your friend? So we want to do that with you. With that, thanks for having me. It's amazing.
Thank you, thank you. Can we order some naan, please? Outside booth, sharp platform booth. Order some naan. Well, Shell mentioned a little bit about gamification and rewards. How many of you play games? Awesome, almost everybody. And love those reward points. Yeah? But most of the time, we don't get nothing for those. Sometimes we do, sure, there's miles and blah, blah. But that's one of the bigger thing in the Web3 is if there's a gamification and there's rewards, you should be rewarded, not only just for your motivation purposes, but also financially gains. So with that said, let me invite my friend here, Anish, to talk about some of the gamification and rewards they're working on. Anish. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good morning, Delhi. Is this the way how you say good morning to an uncle? Good morning, Delhi.
Morning.
Nice. That's the energy. How many Game of Thrones fans here?
Yes.
You know what? Shell is a good friend, but I'm going to say something about NFT right now to him. You know nothing, John. We are here to stay. Gamification is the future. NFT is the future.
All right. Gamification.
And it's not freaking FUD Republic. So how many of you know what is a FUD? That's what drives the Web3, my friend. FUD stands for fears. What is it? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Death.
And I'm the big daddy of this FUD Republic. So it gives me great privilege to stand in front of you all the wonderful youngsters. What is gamification? The easiest way you can say to your parent is that get me a mobile phone and in 15 days, I'm going to pay you back the money for the mobile. That's gamification, number one. Number two, there's a lot of regulatory aspects coming in from a government perspective, which is going to make India one of the world's biggest gaming subset. Number two. Number three, $100 billion+ industry, bigger than Netflix, bigger than all the streaming apps, bigger than Hollywood, bigger than Olympics, bigger than F1, bigger than all the major IPLs, EPLs, you name it all. That's gamification. So e-gaming, esports is going to thrive. I work for a company called Chainix, and it's a great privilege out again to talk about the sort of projects the company is coming in. I have a bright mind over here who could come and pitch to our company that this is a game that I think has a future and this is how the whole working is going to be. And trust me, we are a company who onboards youngsters as advisors. At the age of 14, 15, you can come and you can tell if the game that we have created is going to work or not. A kid who starts gamification at the age of 13, by the age of 18 or 19, would be making more money than Virat Kohli.
Whoa.
So all the geeks who are doing the coding, I think, coding is great, but there's a whole lot of life outside that. So I would love to hustle. I sincerely thank my good man Mahesh for having me brought all the way over here from Dubai, and I'm really grateful for this wonderful opportunity to meet the future of the nation in one room. I really appreciate that, and thank you so much.
Anish. One more time, guys. Gamification. Oh, I don't need this. I would. Thank you, Anish. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, I myself is not a big gamer, but this is a good, hey, good stepping stone for some of the youngsters who are in the games and also, wants to make money. So, with my history of, again, let me go back. I went from here, from India to US. I didn't know anybody. I had no guidance. Nobody told me what to do. I made so many mistakes. Yeah, as a matter of fact, for first year or so, I used to walk to work in the US because, again, those credit card companies didn't give me the credit, damn credit. I had no car. And I'm a vegetarian. So, and I went to this place called Downingtown, very small town in Pennsylvania. It's not in New York. The only few stores around. The only I could find is McDonald's. And McDonald's is not like here where you eat the potato burger. They had really beef burger. So all I could eat is French fries. So I lived on French fries for almost 6 months. So lost a lot of weight. Yeah, but then I found this pizza, and then wow, that changed my life. Out of sudden, in like 3 months, I gained like 30 pounds. So everybody's like, "What's going on?" And in India we make joke if you are getting fat and have big belly, like, "Oh, you're rich." So like, yeah, you know what? Now I'm rich. That's we were making joke. When you talk about rich and money, the next big thing for any project is, or a company or a startup, is to how to raise funds. And I don't know if you guys saw the panels. Today we have panels on fundraising for Web3 projects, and we have some top tier of if you look at the names and research them, they're big investments firm coming there. They're going to share their advice how what they're looking for in a project when they are you are raising funds from them. So if any of you have plans to start your own project, have a startup, already have a blockchain, Web3 gaming, whatever company, just go check out those panels. Back in the days, I think Lalit is here, we were involved in 2015-16, and the way in crypto world, before we call it Web3, it was all crypto and blockchain. We used to raise fund using ICOs, initial coin offering. What does that mean? That as a company, you will say, oh, we have that many coins, we're going to sell it to the community, and whoever owns the coin will also own the company. So it's like, we can go into the whole detail on that. But now there has been different other versions of that. And again, I'm going to bring my good friend and also co-founder of this Bcrypt idea and also helping running this whole conference, Lalit Bansal. Come on, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Welcome.
So first, thanks Mahesh, because we were planning about this blockchain event, and we were doing multiple C# corner events. How many of you are aware about the crowd that we have on C# corner?
Yep. Few hands.
Yes, still. No, I'm not talking about the event crowd. I'm talking about the platform crowd. That if you have researched that we last year for 2021, I think it was around 30 million people who have come on the platform.
Yep. See, 30 million.
Isn't that good?
Yes, the 30 million users have used the platform.
The whole effort goes to Mahesh and his team. And this was the reason that we wanted to come up with these blockchain events, and we want to create a separate community along with C# Corner so that we can benefit our community, our Indian community is special, because from this 30 millions, I believe more than 10 million people has joined this C# Corner from India.
Yep.
Right. So, like Mahesh
India.
said, like Mahesh said, we when we met, and these terminologies about ICO, IEO, SEO, this came up earlier in till 2018. It was going by ICO, initial coin offering, along with STO. Right. So it was security token offering. But however, being US citizen, Mahesh knows that it's always in the eyes of SEC. So after that, this IEO came up, initial exchange offering, because there were multiple projects who wanted to raise funds, and it was done through the support of exchanges. Even if you see here, we have a few exchanges and community supporters with us who will be like good and helpful. If you go and see their exchange, we have plenty of panel discussions about how we can create exchange, what are the legalities. Like I know that maximum I saw that people over here are having Bitcoin or maybe cryptocurrency, and our team and we all want to be the millionaire at young age. I've been like
Who wants to be a millionaire at young age?
So it's that, with the support of C# Corner, I have been going to multiple universities and colleges to just see that whether how students are getting this knowledge about cryptocurrency and blockchain. However, there are multiple misconceptions that we were discussing. People are correlating this cryptocurrency with blockchain, because whenever we talk about blockchain, they convert this conversation to cryptocurrency. Even we have a panelist over here who will be telling you more about the legalities, about buying and selling of this cryptocurrency, whether it is legal or not. Right. So I think with this, I'll even say that we over here are creating a community, and one of my good friend over here, he's a motivational speaker, and I think most of the people must have seen his videos, but I'll invite him to the stage to have just few words about that, what made him to put all these contents about motivation. So Nijo Johnson.
So, Namaste Delhi.
Namaste.
Namaste.
I think everybody's been speaking in English, so I thought let's give it a shot with Hindi. So हम थोड़ा सा conversation हिंदी में शुरू करेंगे. I hope everybody is fine with that. Yeah. Right. So myself, my name is मेरा नाम निजो जॉनसन है. I'm a content creator by profession, and I hold a company which is a 11-year-old company, and we are into digital content creation from past 11 years. And today I've been invited by a near friend. Oh, sorry, again. So Lalit ji has called me to the stage. उन्होंने मेरे को इसलिए बुलाया ताकि मैं आऊं और यहाँ पे आप लोगों के साथ शेयर कर सकूं एक ऐसा इंसाइट कि कंटेंट फ्यूचर में कहाँ जाने वाला है और कैसे ब्लॉकचेन में कंटेंट एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करने वाला है. इस रिलेटेड आई एम हियर और मैं आप लोगों के साथ कुछ इंसाइट शेयर करना चाहूँगा. तो मेरे ख्याल से अगर मैं बोलूँ कंटेंट ऐसा एक क्लास है आज की डेट पे जो फ्यूचर में Web3 में एक एसेट क्लास में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा. ये हमारा एक इंसाइट है और इस तरह के एक प्रोडक्ट पे हम वर्क कर रहे हैं जहाँ पे कि कंटेंट एक एसेट क्लास में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा. जिसका मतलब ये है कि अगर मैं आप लोगों से बोलूं कि मैं आपको एक किलो का पत्थर बेचना चाहता हूं तो क्या आप लोग उसके बदले में मुझे $1 मिलियन देंगे क्या? नहीं देंगे, राइट? पर अगर मैं बोलूं वो पत्थर का नाम है डायमंड तो क्या उसकी वैल्यू 1 मिलियन या उससे ज्यादा हो सकती है, राइट? So it's just the perception. एक पत्थर को जब डायमंड का वैलिडेशन मिल जाता है तो वो डायमंड बन जाता है. सिमिलरली कंटेंट में दो तरह की कैटेगरीज होती हैं. एक वो कंटेंट जो आपके मोबाइल फोन में एग्जिस्ट करता है, जो नॉन कैश जनरेटिंग है, और एक कंटेंट जो हम जैसे कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स प्रोड्यूस करते हैं जो कैश फ्लो जनरेटिंग होता है. अगर कैश फ्लो जनरेटिंग कंटेंट को डिजिटल एसेट बना के Web3 में सेल किया जाए तो एक बहुत बड़ी पॉसिबिलिटी यहाँ पे खुल रही है.
It's amazing.
जैसा कि सर ने बोला कि $100 बिलियन की गेमिंग इंडस्ट्री है, पर कंटेंट इंडस्ट्री आज की डेट पे $190 बिलियन की है. तो आपके गेम का आधा से ज्यादा हिस्सा स्ट्रीमिंग में जाता है जो कि कंटेंट है.
Yes.
तो कंटेंट आज की डेट में सब कुछ है, और हर वो इंसान जो आगे सक्सेसफुल होगा या बिजनेस रन करेगा वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ कंटेंट के बेसिस पे ही बना पाएगा. एवरी बिजनेस इज गेटिंग कन्वर्टेड इनटू अ वॉलमार्ट फिगर हु इज एन इन्फ्लुएंसर, बी इट Elon Musk or Warren Buffett or whatever in India, Reliance, any company, Adani, इनके जो इन्फ्लुएंशियल नेम्स हैं, ये इनका जो कंटेंट है और इनका जो रिप्रेजेंटेशन है, सिर्फ यही बिजनेसेस को आगे थ्राइव करेगा. कंटेंट इकोनॉमी के बारे में बहुत ज्यादा बात किया नहीं जा रहा है, इसीलिए मैं इस इनसाइट को इस पोडियम पे रखना चाहता था, इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे रखना चाहता था, जिसमें कि एक कंटेंट वो हर चीज करने वाला है फ्यूचर में जो एक एसेट करता है. It is cash flow generating. Thoda sa I'll speak in English because few people understand English. So content has cash flow, and that too recurring cash flow, which very few assets in the world is having. Secondly, content can be repurposed and reutilized. एक content जो हम बनाते हैं उसको हम 5 तरीके से edit करते हैं और 5 बार monetize करते हैं. हर 6 महीने में दोबारा से monetize करते हैं. आप लोग, if you're scrolling your Facebook, you might see a lot of copied content of Kapil Sharma and film and clips and this and that, blah, blah, blah. All these things have been created by children sitting in northern India, and they are making almost $70,000 to $75,000 a month by putting these content and making revenue out of it. We might even not know who they are. They are school kids, but they are making a lot of money out of it. So today, my purpose over here was to make you guys understand the power of content, A, and second, always try and focus on cash flow in the Web3 space, because that is one thing Web3 is lacking slightly. If we can find the real problems which Web2 is not solving and try and solve it in Web3, then I think we can make a brilliant future. Thank you.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Thank you, Nijo.
Thank you, Nijo.
Thank you.
Thank you. So जैसे कि नीजो ने बोला, sorry, I started in Hindi.
This is good. This is good.
Okay.
Bye or Veno.
तो जैसे कि नीजो ने बोला, कंटेंट बहुत जरूरी है, ठीक. एंड इसी के लिए महेश ने आपको प्लेटफॉर्म दे रखा है C# कॉर्नर. तो अब और कौन कंटेंट लिखना चाहेगा इस पे? क्यों? और कौन कंटेंट लिख के मिलियनेयर बनना चाहेगा इस पे? So if you write content on C# corner, then we have another booth outside, Sharp Token. Go and visit. You will find out that how can you earn by writing content on C#.
Very well.
Right. Also, along with this, we have like most of the people wanted to know about more this cryptocurrency and the tokens coming up. We have 2 amazing projects over here. Those who want to meet Mr. Darsh from MPay or Shell from Sharp Token, please go and meet them. Also, we will have, after this, there are exchanges also, which we will have a panel, and that will get listed, right? So if any questions, we are over here. We have multiple sessions for you. Just grab us at any time, and we will be happy to answer your queries. Thank you.
Not done yet. Thank you. So, awesome. So that's great. Like Nijo has shared this amazing research they have done already. Content is king. I'm sure you guys have heard that. So on C# Corner platform, last year, as Lalit said, we had 29.4, which is almost 30 million users read and consumed the content. And we had thousands of people shared the content. Some of our MVPs sitting right here. Uh, and Vivek, I have a story. I was asking Vivek to start creating content, what, 3 years ago? Yeah, he created content, created awesome videos on Unity, 3D, gaming, amazing. All of these guys doing that. So we started creating and sharing content in year 2000. And it's not because that we are going to make money from it. The reason was the world needs a lot of sharing and learning, especially our area. So that's how we started. But it's great that now in Web3, this could even become more. You guys can even, everybody who's content creator now can actually getting reward for that. That includes articles, videos, sharing social media answers, forum, any kind of thing. So that's great. But with that said, another big aspect of Web3 is ownership. As I talked in the past, in Web 2.0, we are all of us are like products to these companies, right? They do research on us. We are like, you go to, we are like, have you guys do the labs, chemistry labs? वो एक मेढक पकड़ के लाते हैं, राइट? उसमें चीरा लगाते हैं, क्लोरोफॉर्म सुनाया उसको, मेढक मर गया, right? So we are like products to these companies. Facebook does research and this guy's, he always accesses his phone at 5 a.m. That's we're gonna target him, feed his brain something, and keep feeding until his brain thinks like, oh, I need to buy that product. Oh, this medicine is good for me. So in world of Web3, it's gonna change. It's gonna change because the Web3 as a company is run by these foundations and these, it's called DAO, decentralized, you guys, autonomous organization. That's the right word for that. But what DAO is, it's a group of individuals who are part of these tokenomics. They become the kind of board and they decide how the whole company is going to run. Let's not call it company, how the whole project is going to run. And that includes the ownership. So anybody who contribute part of in whatever sense, they become the owner. So when you do go back, think about that, how Web3 is going to make you owners of these different, projects where you're getting involved. Look at the Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is not owned by a company. It's owned by people who owns Bitcoins. How they own Bitcoin? By doing work, by running, nodes. So that's what this Web3 is all about. Web3 is all about you guys, young generation, and how it's going to run and empower and change the world. With that said, I'm going to just ask you, as Lalit said, this conference is for you, sessions are for you. Check out what makes sense to you. Ask any questions. There's a lot of experts out there. They're just for you. So anything you have questions, concern, just go catch them, ask your questions, connect with them. Especially young guy, connect with them on LinkedIn, get their phone numbers. Oh, one more thing I learned in India. You can run the whole goddamn business on WhatsApp. I did not know that. Like
WhatsApp.
Everything is happening on WhatsApp. Agenda is being created on WhatsApp. Like there's no emails, there's no phone calls, it's WhatsApp. So I'm learning. With that said, namaste, Ram Ram, and thank you.
Thank you. Give a round of applause to them.
Well, that was some great insights about Web3 and crypto and all those great ecosystem. But DJ, what? It's Sunday, right? They all have come on a weekend. Apart from all these great sessions that we have, और कुछ मिलेगा क्या?
Okay, people who are here for last 2 days, can you raise your hand? I guess they are better people to answer that. You have been getting something, yes or no? Yeah. So once again, today we have giveaways, one MacBook Air, one iPhone, and you know that we have almost 10,000 t-shirts. So of course t-shirts. And what you need to do, yesterday you saw that we selected 5 people, they were not here. So yesterday we selected 5 people to give, not to all 5, but we selected 5 options, they were not here. So today go to booth, participate in booths, ask questions to speakers, ask meaningful questions. Sub platform. All right. And today our hashtag is different. It's yesterday it was C Sharp Corner. Today it's SARP platform. That booth name, booth in the corner. SHARP. I know they are that educated. All right. SHARP PLATFORM. And I am also new, like you in Web3. So I also look forward to learn from amazing speakers. Give a round of applause to speakers and let's start our day.
And one thing I believe, if you stick around till the closing note, right, that is, and the end of the day, we have swags for all of you.
Good morning, guys. Can we have your attention, please? So, today we have aligned so many exciting sessions for you all people. I can see many more new faces. Welcome. A wonderful morning. Okay. So, now our next session will be taken by Mr. Preetham Rao, and he's the CEO of Quill Audits. The session that he'll be conducting today for you is DeFi and NFT product security. So, can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Preetham Rao? I cannot see the energy, guys. Come on, please. You could excite more, show more energy. Thank you so much.
Hey, hello everyone. So, how many of you guys are blockchain developer or into cybersecurity? Any blockchain developers? Okay. So in which languages you guys are writing smart contracts? Solidity you are writing. Okay. Any more? Okay. Any more blockchain developers? Okay. So about me, I am a co-founder and CEO of Quill Audits. So what we do, we are a Web3 focused cybersecurity company. Okay. So many of you guys already heard कि blockchain is very secure, data tamper नहीं हो सकता, everything is secure, right? And that's why we need blockchain for data transparency, data security, and everything. But why we are talking about blockchain security or blockchain cybersecurity? Why we need it? So if blockchain is already secure, right? So why we need blockchain security, blockchain cybersecurity? What's the need of these things? We are going to discuss in this session. Okay. So we started our journey in 2017, and we are having multiple blockchain products that help in supply chain tracking and transparency. Quill Play is for blockchain developers, where you can easily create, dynamic smart contracts on Ethereum, Polygon, all kind of blockchain, right? We recently launched Web3 Suggest. Web3 Suggest is a you can say a community product where you can learn about blockchain from web 2 to web 3. You can learn about blockchain, all the topics, all the good books, all the influencers, all good blockchain development companies, all good blockchain developers are there on in this platform. Okay, so I think most of you guys are not blockchain developers or not into fully into blockchain, so you guys must explore this web3 suggest product. So it will help you in guiding from web 2 to web 3 space. Okay, so less time to get serious. Why we need about Web3 security, right? Web3 is very cool. Like nowadays, everyone talking about DeFi, NFT, and everything, right? But in this cool Web3 and metaverse, there are so many, or you can say millions or billions of dollars of tokens and cryptocurrencies are, hacks and vulnerabilities are there. So we are going to discuss why these vulnerabilities, scams are into Web3. Okay, so you can see one example. If you guys seen that, like due to a fake job letter on a developer email, there was a hack, or you can say a scam around $600 million. $600 million. That's a huge money, right? So I think in Web 2 we never heard about so many big scams and hacks, right? In Zomato, in Flipkart, or all kind of these Web 2 startups, we have heard कि उसका data चोरी हो गया, उसका hackers ने data चुरा लिया, वो कर लिया, वो करे, right? But money was not there, right? But in Web 3 the money is involved, and that's why there is so many big scams are going on. Okay, and that's why we need a blockchain security or Web 3 security. Okay, so we can see in 2022 around $2 billion already lost into scams and vulnerabilities in 2022, and this data is $10 billion was from last year, like 2021. So you can see in 1 year around 10 to 15 dollars, 10 to 15 billion dollars assets, or you can say tokens or cryptocurrencies are, you can say getting lost due to scams and vulnerabilities, and that's a huge money, right? Okay, so why these attack vectors, scams, and these things are going into Web3? So because this Web3 is very new world, right? This very new and cool world, and the language is very new. Like you guys are writing smart contracts on Solidity language, right? So the language is very, very new. There is no best practices, but there are some best practices currently, but most of the developers are not following the best practices, and due to the not you can say best practices, we are getting into scams and every kind of these kind of bugs, right? Okay. Okay, so we'll discuss why these web 2 hackers, right? जो वेब 2 में जो हैकर्स थे वो डेटा चुरा रहे थे, वो वेब 3 के अंदर क्यों आ रहे हैं, राइट? व्हाट्स व्हाई दीज आर गोइंग मूविंग फ्रॉम वेब 2 टू वेब 3? In web3 the code, the smart contract that you writing, like web3 में जो code होता है उसको हम smart contract बोलते हैं, right? The writing in Solidity language, or if you're building on Solana or other blockchain, we are building a smart contract in Rust language, right? So in web3 the code is the money, right? So why code is the money? Like if you're writing any smart contract, if you're writing any smart contract for any NFT, any DeFi product, or any DAO, or any kind of products you're building, right? So in your smart contracts, the money is involved, right? Like maybe you are writing a smart contract for any token, maybe for any DeFi product where you are having decentralized lending and borrowing, right? So in your smart contracts, you can see the Ethereum, any stable coins, any your native tokens are involved in your smart contracts, right? And if the money is involved in your tokens or into smart contracts, so the hacker will try to break your smart contract. He's not interested in breaking Zomato or Flipkart application or data, right? If he can break directly into a smart contracts and go with the I have shared one example, $600 million of assets was stolen, right? So in web3 the code is the money, and web3 there is no legal rules are involved, right? If there is any scams, and vulnerabilities, there are no legal rules, no protection from these things. That's why these web2 hackers are moving to web3, right? And in web3, if you guys have seen, web3 mein kya ho raha hai, if any protocol or any product is coming, most of the products are anonymous, right? There is no founder of that product having the, you can say, social profile on LinkedIn and Twitter. Like some of products having the you can say the correct profile on LinkedIn and Twitter and everything, but most of the products having anonymous profiles, and these products are giving you just assume 10 to 15 returns on any DeFi product or any kind of decentralized finance applications you are building, right? So these DeFi products are giving you 10 to 15 or 20% you can say yield, or you can say returns on your investments into cryptocurrencies, right? So mostly or you can say in mostly the Indian guys are investing into these DeFi products, right? Because we Indians are so much connected with money. Like अगर कोई product 15 to 20% return दे रहा है तो उसमें invest कर देते हैं, right? And but the product, the owner profile is anonymous, right? You don't know कि कौन है, क्या build कर रहा है, and that founder is doing the rug pull. Rug pull क्या होता है कि वो product को ही बंद कर देता है, right? The website and everything is gone, but you invested your so much money, right? That's why there is so many rug pulls are involved. So in last month we had one session with Gurgaon cybercrime team. So I was checking some FIR, right? So one guy from Gurgaon invested around 90 lakh rupees in a DeFi product. 90 lakh रुपए उसने DeFi product में invest कर दिए, because that product was giving around 15% yield on your Ethereum or any stable coin investments, right? And that product got rug pulled, like सब कुछ बंद हो गया, you cannot track the product, right? कुछ पता ही नहीं कर सकते हम. So that's why these web2 hackers, or you can say these kind of founders are coming, they want to make quick money. So that's a kind of trend why these web2 hackers are moving. Okay, so we can see some of the biggest incidents, like $600 million, $200 million. Some all are big numbers, right? right? All are big numbers, right? So you can see in some all the big numbers, the projects are not audited, right? So what is auditing in blockchain space or in Web3 space? So auditing क्या होती है? It's a kind of a testing. You are testing your smart contract, right? The smart contract that you're writing in Solidity language or Rust language, or some blockchains are supporting like C# or these kind of languages also for writing smart contracts, right? So it's like a testing of your smart contracts before you are going live, like before you are deploying your smart contract into any blockchain. Like any means it can be Avalanche, it can be Polkadot, it can be AVM chains, right? So we can see these most of the projects are unaudited, right? And all these projects are big projects. So we'll discuss why there is need of auditing into Web3 space. In DeFi, NFT, DAO space, blockchain में auditing की क्या जरूरत है? Okay. So we can see like some unaudited projects. Unaudited means कि वो project किसी third party ने test नहीं किए थे, right? But some of you guys are thinking why we have to test from the third party. हम खुद उस project को test क्यों नहीं कर सकते, right? So in Web2, like you can test your product. Like if you're a Web2 developer or Android or any API developer, you can test your APIs and you can deploy on server, right? And if there is any bug, you can fix it again and you can deploy your app or API on your cloud, right? But in Web3, the smart contract code is immutable, right? मतलब एक बार अपन ने code कर दिया वो कर दिया. You cannot change the code once your smart contract code is deployed on any blockchain. And on that blockchain, or you can say that DApp, the smart contracts, if already millions of dollars of transactions are going on and millions of dollars of assets are locked into your smart contract, the DApp that you have developed, right? So you cannot change the code of a smart contracts once it's code deployed, right? So just assume you are building a aeroplane, right? You're building a aeroplane is similar to your writing smart contracts, right? एक बार एरोप्लेन उड़ गया, एक बार स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट डिप्लॉय कर दिया तो कर दिया, right? If there is any hack और छोटी सी भी गलती की वजह से you will get into so many big trouble, right? So that's why there is a need of auditing in security into Web3 products, right? So the blockchain, the core blockchain, you can say the protocol of Ethereum, Bitcoin, and everything, these are safe and secure. But the DApp, the smart contracts that you're writing on the top of these protocols, Ethereum के ऊपर हम smart contracts बना रहे हैं, any blockchain के ऊपर जो smart contracts बना रहे हैं, these smart contracts are we developers are writing, right? And this language is very, very new, right? That's why there is so many scams, and that's why there is need of auditing, because there is so many involved in these projects. But you can see like unaudited projects also got hacked, and audited projects also get hacked, right? So auditing is not 100%, you can say guarantee to safe or secure your project, right? But it's giving you you can say it's giving you some you can say chances to minimize the risk of hacks or vulnerabilities, right? Okay, so we can see the trends, like every year the blockchain adoption is going on, right? Like all these Web3 cool DApps projects are coming, and every year the scams, the money stolen from these virtual assets, you can see is also going on. Like last year it was around $12 billion, right? Okay, so so if you're writing any smart contracts, right? The smart contracts is not everything. Like you are writing smart contracts for any DApp, any use case. Like one of the use case that we in that last track we were listening, putting the healthcare data on the blockchain, right? So for that putting the data, maybe you are writing the smart contracts. Smart contracts is only one part, but indirectly you are building the web, the front end APIs and everything, right? So you can see the 50% attacks are on the smart contracts, rest are on the other layers. Other layers means front end, your DNS, your backend and cloud and everything, right? So 50% attack vectors on smart contracts, and 50% is a big number, right? But why this 50% is a big number? Because if the attacker is attacking these platforms like DNS and everything, or maybe your front end and cloud and anything, he will not get so much money out of it. But if he's attacking the smart contracts, in your smart contracts the money is involved, your tokens, your NFT, maybe your NFT value is millions of dollars, right? That's why he's attacking the smart contracts more. Okay, so that's a is a smart contract auditing process. So what is a smart contract auditing process, right? So you can say is a testing process that any Web3 security or Web3 cyber security company is following. So in future, I hope you guys are also going to write smart contracts. That's why you are in this conference, right? So that's a usual smart contract auditing process that you should follow while you're writing the smart contracts, or maybe you are working with any third party auditing company, right? The first step is prepare the best, you can say, the unit test cases, best documentation of your smart contracts, right? The documentation is the I think necessity also in Web 2 and Web 3 world, right? So, there should be best documentation, and the unit test cases should be 95% plus, right? So that the auditor can more focus on the security side of the solidity, right? As a developer, it's your duty to write best documentation and best unit cases, right? The first step is to make good documentation. The second is, that's a part of an auditor, right? The auditor, right? So that's the next steps are some static analysis using some tools to figure out some issues, some backdoors, smart contracts, right? So what is a backdoor? Backdoor means like if you're writing any token smart contract. So token smart contract is a basic smart contracts, right? जब blockchain में सबसे पहले आएंगे तो सबसे पहले एक token का smart contracts लिखते हैं. You can say the ERC20 smart contracts, right? So in your ERC token, if there is any backdoor, so what is a backdoor? Backdoor, just assume एक ERC20 token का smart contract बना रहे हैं, उसमें a user can send a token from his wallet to another guy, right? So backdoor can be the product owner can send token on the behalf of that user to other users, right? That's the backdoor, right? Because only that user, I'm the owner of that token, I can only send the tokens, right? So that's a backdoor in your smart contract, right? Then functional testing, I think is, you guys are very similar. Functional testing is to make sure your product is working as per the use case, as per the white paper, as per the technical paper, right? Or yeah. The next is manual analysis. Manual analysis is a line by line or code by you can say line by line analysis of your Solidity code or REST code to make sure it's written in the best and secure way, right? And then the some steps are sharing of auditing reports and everything, right? So these are some of the steps that a Web3 cybersecurity company or a smart contract auditor usually follow, right? And that's a very, very important process for you guys if you are moving from Web 2 to Web 3, right? Well, code karna is very easy, but you can say the perfect code that you guys are going to deploy is very much important. Okay, so I think in the last slide we have seen some unaudited project got hacked around like millions of dollars, and some audited projects are also get hacked, right? So these are some of the I think guidelines that we as a company share with blockchain developers, blockchain product owners, and everything, right? The first step is, I think, for if any of you guys are the product owners, everything, hire the best developers, right? I suggest don't hire from freelance any of these freelancer platforms, but you can hire from freelancer platform that if the product that guy is having good profile, not the anonymous profile, right? Just random username, right? Because we have seen in while auditing around 700 plus companies, we have worked with around 700 plus companies in last 3 years, right? So we are working with Gaming Loft, also work with Flipkart, also work with Mobile Premier League, MPL. You guys are fan of cricket, so maybe heard of MPL, right? So because these freelancer guys always try to write a backdoor in smart contracts so that they can control the smart contracts and can stole money out of it, right? So hire the best developers, right? And always go with full platform auditing or security, right? So we, in the last slide I have shared with you guys, 50% attacks are on the smart contracts and rest 50% are on the other layers, like you can say front end and back end, right? Choose the best auditing companies. Like in market there are so many auditing companies, right? And because this Web3 space is very new, or maybe you want to move from Web 2 to Web 3, and Web 3 is same for everyone. It's same for Mark Zuckerberg, is same for a college guys, right? Because we have seen in our journey a college guy from India raising millions of dollars for his project, and he's in first and second year only, right? So it's same for everyone, same for you guys also. So always go with best auditing companies. Don't go with any auditing company because you are new into Web3 and you don't have money. Maybe you're putting some lakhs into that product and you are thinking कि मेरे पास इतना पैसा, I can get the auditing report, I can get the testing in maybe some thousands rupees, right? But होगा क्या? You are putting your life saving into that product, and just assume that product got hacked and there is some scams and everything. Your life saving, the vision of the product is gone, right? So go with the best auditing company, best cybersecurity company, right? And or try to go with 2 auditing companies. That's the best option. Why 2 auditing companies? Because auditing is not giving you 100% guarantee or warranty your project is safe or secure, right? We are just minimizing the risk because this language, this Web3 is very, very new. The next step is go with the bug bounty on some good platforms like Code for Arena and Immunify, and we are having our own bug bounties platforms also, right? And just assume you go on with the bug bounty, you go on with auditing and everything, right? The next step is after deployment. Like after deployment, you should go with any monitoring startup that is monitoring your smart contracts and giving you alerts if there is any wrong transaction is going into smart contracts and everything, right? And yeah. And the one thing I think most of the projects are doing it, they are just forking the project from, just assume they are forking Uniswap or any kind of projects they are forking, right? And they are thinking कि मैंने just fork किया, what's the need of auditing? But just assume, just because of one line of code you have added in your smart contract and that is not audited and not tested, and maybe that because of that one line of code you can get into any scam or vulnerability, right? So if you are forking any projects, if you're building any fork of any blockchain or any existing interesting cool product, so auditing is also required for that. Okay, so these are some of the guidelines that we usually follow or share with the developers, also share with products also, right? Okay, I think if you guys are writing smart contracts, you definitely know about Open Zeppelin, right? So Open Zeppelin is providing good libraries for the developers, blockchain developers. So always use Open Zeppelin libraries to write your smart contracts, right? Because these Open Zeppelin libraries are used by, you can say, millions of projects, and these are already audited by multiple companies, right? Always write unit test cases with 90% code coverage, right? So this is for the blockchain developers guidelines. If you're writing the smart contracts, go with best unit or test coverage, right? And I think we discussed this 4th point, don't rush for code, because in this Web3 space, everyone is trying to become a you can say Web3 entrepreneur, Web3 freelancers, and they are always in rush to code and code live, right? So don't rush for the code. Maybe the project owner or putting his life saving for that product. Okay. So if you guys are to dive into Web3, I will suggest to follow some good security newsletters. Like we are having our own security newsletter. Hashing Bits is a very good weekly newsletter that is subscribed by good venture funds from India and outside also. Blocksec is also good security newsletter, so you guys can follow to stay updated with the current hacking, you can say current hacks security guidelines. Okay. The first thing that we usually suggest, like we work with many projects every month. We work with around 20 to 30 projects we are working with, right? And if we are hiring any developer auditor, the first thing that I will suggest to go to read Ethereum blockchain yellow paper, right? So that if you are a core developer, it will help you in understanding of the, you can say, the deep architecture of the Ethereum, how it is working, right? So always advise to go, always read the Ethereum blockchain yellow paper. That will help you in understanding deep of the Ethereum, or you can say the EVM chains, right? Okay. And if you are writing, if you are just assuming you are a blockchain developer, and if you're writing code for DeFi product, right? Like you're very good in DeFi, So always follow DeFi best practices. If you are an NFT developer, follow the NFT best practices, right? So why I'm talking about these best practices, right? Some of you guys are thinking, if I'm a developer, I can write for the both. You can write for the both, but all the use cases are very, very different. All the attack vectors on DeFi NFT are very, very different, right? There is so many scams are going into NFT and everything. If you are on Twitter, you are getting so many private messages just invest in this NFT. On Discord, there is so many scams are going on, right? So NFT attack vectors, NFT security guidelines are very different, and DeFi are very different. And the Solidity security, you can say guidelines are is a bit different, right? So first is the Solidity best practices, because Solidity you're writing the smart contracts. Then you have to understand the DeFi auditing guidelines. Then you have to understand the NFT guidelines, and then you can understand DAO best practices auditing guidelines, right? Okay, so this is our ecosystem that we're trying to build, and some of the tools are already live, right? So how we are helping the products and into security and auditing. So in Quill audits, what we do the manual smart contract auditing, manual smart contract security, right? And Quill monitor is that we are trying to build is a smart contract monitoring system that we discussed in the last slide. Like if you deployed your smart contract, you should be setting the alerts so that you can get if any wrong transaction is going into your smart contracts, right? So that will help you in online, you can say, transaction monitoring, right? QuillPlay is a tool, a product for developers. If you're new into blockchain, you can go to QuillPlay, write some smart contracts just by inputting some values. You will get the source code and you can deploy in the blockchain, right? And just assume you develop your smart contracts maybe by yourself or using QuillPlay. Quill Relay will help you in getting the first basic smart contract auditing report. That is very much important, right? And the next step is definitely to go with a good smart contract auditing firm like us, or maybe like there are so many good players are also there, right? Okay, so that's more about us. So we are, you can say, the core or you can say whitelisted auditor for Polygon ecosystem. Also we work with some good venture funds. If you guys already know Builders Tribe, Woodstock is a web3 focused investment fund from India. And foundership, I think if you are in Delhi NCR, they are doing every month Web3 focused breakfast on Thursday, right? So you guys can explore foundership and join Web3 focus breakfast, morning breakfast on every Thursday, first Thursday of the week, right? So you guys should explore about foundership, and they are building very good community in every you can say good cities like Delhi, Bangalore, and everything, right? So we okay, so I think I discussed about these Web3 suggest products. So you guys can go to Web3 suggest, right? So here, like most of you guys are new into Web3 or trying to go into Web3 space, so you can go to Web3 suggest, and you can topic wise you can read about Web3, like what are smart contracts, what are the tokens, everything. You can follow some roadmaps. You can get in courses. You will get to know about Web3 focused ad tech companies that are providing good courses, right? So we just added all the data there, right? And if you are joining the events, like you want to join many more events, just go to Web3 events, and here you will go. You will get all the weekly events. All the weekly events. You don't have to go to multiple platforms. Kal ko event ho raha hai, nahi ho raha, right? You will get all the events there. You can join the top communities on Web3, right? India में कौन सी best Web3 communities है, right? OG Club, Foundership. There are so many good groups are there, like Blockchain India, right? So there's so many good communities in India. You will get all the communities there, right? Web3 tools, good tools for Web3 developers and security guys. If you're new into Web3, so you can explore on tools, right? So these are for the learners, right? And these are for the you can say the builders, the product owners, right? So you can explore all the good marketing companies in India, right? Like you will go here, you can see Coin Gabbar also, like he's the one of the sponsor there, right? All good marketing companies are there, all good security companies, Web3 consultants, blockchain development companies. If you want to raise fund from India, so good Web3 focused venture capitals incubators are also there, right? So Web3 suggests we just launched a product for community, so you can explore everything. You can apply for jobs and everything, right? Okay, I think this is a bit old. Okay, so thanks. That's all from my side. You guys can scan it and explore more about our product Quill audits and Web3 suggest, and we can connect on LinkedIn or Twitter. Yeah. Yes, please. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I haven't explored the bridge, the Binance bridge attack yet, right? But the bridge are the very complex things, right? In Web3, thus you can say so many attacks and vulnerabilities are going into the bridge only because they are very complex thing. You are mapping two blockchains, right? एक blockchain से token इधर transfer करते हो, फिर you are having your own servers, then you're burning tokens and everything is going on. So that's a very complex system. There is no currently I say अगर Binance का ब्रिज हैक हो सकता है तो अभी आई से कि अभी कोई नहीं कर सकता उसको, राइट? वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स थिंग्स अभी तक ब्रिज में बहुत हैक्स एंड वल्नरेबिलिटीज चल रही हैं, बट आई हैवंट एक्सप्लोर्ड बाइनेंस अटैक वेक्टर येट, बट मे बी माय टीम एक्सप्लोर्ड इट, बट आई हैवंट एक्सप्लोर्ड इट येट. Okay, thanks from my side, and if any questions let me know. Auditing is required whenever you're going live for the product, right? Just assume अगर आप funding तो seed stage में उठा सकते हो, like idea उठा सकते हो, right? But you're launching the product maybe after 5 to 6 months. So before going live, the auditing is required, right? So you can get to know about more venture funds. So we also invest in products. We invested in Good India Web3 funds. We are launching our Quill audit focused ecosystem funds where we invest in Web3 startups also, right? So in Web3, suggest you guys can explore all good Web3 focused venture funds if you are looking for funding. Okay, yeah.
कोई दिक्कत यहाँ बैठने में? अभी उनको दिख जाते हैं एक बार में. ये माइक रखो, होस्ट आएगी, उसको बोलना जो भी इंसान डाउट पूछ रहा है सेशन के टाइम पर जो भी डाउट पूछता है उसको ये माइक देना, सो डैट उसका क्वेश्चन सारे में सुनाई दे. ठीक है? स्पीकर के पास माइक उसका है, उसको देने की जरूरत नहीं है. वो जो डाउट पूछ रहा है उस तक ये माइक पहुँचाना होस्ट का रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी या तुम्हारा, whoever is अभी समझा देना उसको.
I just used it and will come to do this. Then go to the show time. Given 10 minutes in this, you can see
To Letitia's place. You're not able to find it. What you can do is, wait, I got it. You can probably just transfer Guys, may I have your attention, please. Now, our next session is going to start. First of all, I would like to say thanks to Mr. Preetham Rao for extending such an informative session among all of us. It was a really great session. So now the next speaker that we have today in the house with us is Miss Vanshika Srivastava. She is a technology evangelist and public speaker. Today she'll be telling us more about crypto investors, why they're making millions from NFT and NFT hedge against crypto markets. So can we have a big round of applause for Miss Vanshika Srivastava, please? Hello, good afternoon. Anyone sleepy here? Someone said yes. So we have this thing in Web3, right? When we begin our session, we say GM. Anyone knows what that means? Of course, it's good morning, but why? Any clue? So we believe, the Web3 enthusiasts believe, that we are pretty young in Web3 ecosystem. Like we are building new stuff. You know, you get to hear so many news in Web3 ecosystem. So we have this type of, you can say, you know, a ritual where we say GM. So any event that I do for Web3 or crypto or into developer ecosystem, I say GM. So I want you all to shout GM super loud. More energy. Okay. Maybe slight good morning has finally happened in the afternoon. Cool. So, hi all. I think you all know the title of the talk already. So I'm Vanshika Srivastav. I'm a tech evangelist and I'm a community influencer at Crowdfund Junction. I will give you a slight intro to the organization as well, and with that we'll move on. Right. So what is Crowdfund Junction? It's a crypto community DAO. We are a VC DAO, where we focus on funding the projects and more of in the things of, you know, DAO and influencer driven, and more of NFT venture capitalism also. So Match for NFTs is our another venture that we have, and we are the launch partner for celebrity, influencer, fashion, art, property, etc. You can find more about these on the website itself, right? So How many of you, actually, before I begin, yeah, I would like to know who all are here, like into cryptos, invest in cryptos? Very few. Okay. Developers here? Okay, great. And students? Ooh, students are many. Wow. So why are you getting in Web3? Is it the money or is it the hype or is it the actual knowledge that exists? All of them. Okay. Diplomatic answer. Okay. Cool. So, there has been a lot of these things around. You might have heard that NFTs, cryptos, make millions money. Why is the question? But then again, there's a very important thing to understand, that there's a difference between NFTs and cryptos, not in the terms of how they operate, but also in the terms of their trading, their purpose, their volatility, and their use cases, right? So, NFT is more of like, I know it's a cryptographic token, more of a digital asset. And while your cryptos are more of like a tokens, like in the coin segment, right? And you can really trade them. But NFTs you cannot trade because their value is so much, they're so much unique that if you hold that NFT, you cannot trade it for some another NFT, right? The value of each of these NFTs is very different, which is why it makes them a super, super, a bigger use case. We'll talk about these use cases in the further go. But yeah, so these are the four major points where NFTs and cryptos are really differentiated, even though they are part of Web3 ecosystem. And mostly, I would say use cases, right? We have all heard that cryptos, you can like, there are companies like Bcrytp, there are companies like, Flint Money and all. They have got their own coins, right? Like we have validators, we have executors. So they can stake the coins, they can, earn the benefits in the terms of the coins itself, which belongs to the community or which belongs to the DAO. But cryptos, go into this segment, and NFTs are very, very, individual type of a thing. Like you can have collectibles, you can have collections. Recently Instagram also launched their own digital collectibles option feature, actually. So now I can say that even the Web2 companies are now shifting to Web3, and there is a mass adoption happening. Of course, in India, the regulatory issues, the policies that are being made is in order to control the usage, because anything that you get in terms of, maybe you might be using it for free, or maybe you have that openness in the community, right? So there is also mishappening that's happening, right? So, excuse me. Yeah. So because of all those issues, right, the regulatory, like regulations is also very important. Also, okay, thanks. Cool, right? So this is not working, I guess. Okay. This, sometimes technology make you say, cool, not a problem, right? So the major problem that exists into the security ecosystem is definitely there. So yesterday I was talking to someone about blockchain trilemma, a term that I would like to introduce, where you have decentralization, scalability, and security. So while a lot of products and projects are being made on the the layer 1 and well protocols and all, there are a lot of things that you have to take care of, right? So that's where your cryptographic companies, all these, the blockchains and everything that comes into the picture. But NFTs really enhance the creators. And I am one of the creators, but not into the digital part. My drawing is not that good, I'll be very honest. But you still do not need to be good at drawing in order to have your own NFTs, right? So this is like a major difference, like the fungibility and the non-fungibility of things. You can, of course, trade. You have got one Ethereum, and I have got one Ethereum. We can trade, right? The value is going to be the same, except the fact where you are just trading from a, there are 4 or 5 days changes because it's so volatile. But NFTs, that value is going to be always the same, mostly it's same. And if you're giving that NFT to me, I just cannot give same kind of thing back to you. So yeah, and investors are they're making investment in NFT, and that why is it so? Is because of the increased adoption. So there's something which is called utility value, right? NFTs carry a utility value. I just cannot say just a piece of art where you're just like trading it for like $1 million, right? There must be some kind of ethnicity to that. That is why people are trading it. That is why people are, there are airdrops, right? Like, when you sign up for a program, you're getting an airdrop in your wallets, right? So there must be some kind of a thing. So this kind of a thing, that is utility value, which is why investor, which is even us, we want to invest in NFTs, because we can say to people that, I hold this NFT, I am probably part of, this particular DAO or particular community, and that's why I hold this particular NFT. So their appreciating value is often derived by two things: the creator and the scarcity. Creators are one, of course, who really creates all these, NFTs. If it's a very great creators. I mean, I personally do not, I don't want to take sides, I'm not going to take names, but there are multiple creators, right? You see, you're like, okay, this is my favorite creator, let's say PewDiePie. I'm trying to give this example from the perspective of gaming. So PewDiePie launches its own NFT collection, let's say. The fans will go all gaga about it, right? Like, I want to have that NFT. So that is a creator thing that is being created. And the second thing is the scarcity. So let's say if you have 2 to 3 pieces of those NFTs only, the scarcity is super low, and of course the price is going to be more high. So it's like just a demand supply thing. If the demand is more, your supply is going to be less, right? And vice versa. So if there's a scarcity, of course the demand is going to be more, the price is going to be more. Now, these are like the few, I would say, use cases that I actually found out. Of course, you can have representation of the ownership that you might have when you are part of a DAO. Let's say there's Super Team DAO, there's Super Movement DAO. The tokenomics are still being set, but when you join the community, you can probably hold an NFT. There is companies like Social 3 where they are trying to build on-chain resume type of thing, I think. And they are also, airdropping these NFTs. So they're trying to show ownership, that a person who's part of the community can probably hold that NFT, right? Then also you have decentralized marketplaces. Loyalty point and rewards is a very, very important use case of NFT. I think Starbucks and even Mahindra, they launch their own NFT. So what's going to happen is that you will get a very exclusive features, royalties, and all these points that you can collect and use in terms of how you would like to use the product. So I can also say that the utility value of these NFTs can be now transferred to the real world asset. Like, you can also use it for the purpose of you're going in Starbucks, you're going in Mahindra. We'll also talk about other companies also which have introduced their NFT ecosystem, and they're trying to provide multiple features in that, right? So yeah, of course, digital collectibles is another one. Instagram jumped in it. I think Twitter has also launched this thing. So this is not accessible to me as of now. This is only available in US, where people can have their profile picture as an NFT, which means that they mint that on OpenSea. Does anyone know OpenSea? I think people would know OpenSea, right? Okay. Anyone has minted? Okay, cool. Yeah. So you can verify your own profile picture, and then you will get like on your profile picture, people can actually check out that this is a verified account, like this belongs to you, right? What's happened on Twitter is that it's very easy to steal someone's tweet, make another account, and just call that, this is my second account and something like that. But then how do you verify? So the creator can actually go and tell that, this is my account, this is my profile picture. And we all know that, Twitter is 140 characters platform. Like, you just cannot add more things into it. So how do you verify until you get the blue tick? So that's another, there's a lot of revolution actually happening in Web 2 ecosystem, and, people, including the Web 3, I would say, components. There was a fight that Web 3, Web 5 is also coming, right? Did anyone hear that thing on Twitter? So there was like all this conversation happening. And I believe that, we will never shift to this thing of, going all the way from Web 2 to Web 3. It's always going to be a mix of these two things, because Web 3 is eventually made on top of Web 2 layer itself, right? So we just cannot fight on the fact that, everything is going to become Web 3. Even when we say we have got decentralized applications, the application might be decentralized, the dApps that we call, right? They might be decentralized, but the chains, they're still controlled by one specific authority. So we are yet to reach there. We if someone has that question, I mean, I kind of answered that before, because people do ask that, we call it decentralized, but we are not really, because we have far more to go. There are a lot of security issues that come into the picture. There are a lot of vulnerability. You're putting everything on blockchain and no one controlling it from the perspective of chains is a very, very difficult point of view. Cool. Yeah, these are another utility tokens. Gaming applications, of course. Um, if you have, there are a lot of platforms actually where they're trying to, airdrop and award people NFT. So you can actually change the skin of your person, right? I'm not a gamer, so I just cannot really say, but I've heard a lot of these use cases. So I mean, like whatever guns you might be having or whatever assets that you might hold in the gaming infrastructure, you can of course trade it for all these things and add those NFTs as a point of feature. Right. So yeah, I was talking about companies investing in NFTs, right? There are these top 10s that I really got, and these are very huge, right? There is Adidas, there is eBay, Shopify, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Samsung, Nike, Formula One, Prada, and Ticketmaster. We also got to know that, there are a lot of companies that are launching, like the fashion companies are launching their own metaverse, right? So what you can do is now you get in the metaverse and you can finally see that how that particular dress looks on you. That's a use case. And if you have an NFT, you can probably get a particular discount, or maybe you can be part of the early access program, right? So yeah, I mean, like even these big companies are trying to invest in these technologies, pretty much growing like anything. So does anyone recalls this particular NFT? Anyone has a clue what it is? This? No, this is Beeple. This NFT was sold for, you guys guess, right? 69.3 million. This is a collection of 5,000 digital arts altogether, and this was sold for 69.3 million. We're just talking about millions, but if you really go, like there's a lot money in that NFT. What is this? This is second most famous NFT. CryptoPunk, yeah. And I mean, like, look at the picture, right? It's so, I don't know. I would, if this would probably play in my phone, I wouldn't like, to go and play this game. But I mean, as an NFT or CryptoPunk, I think this was sold for 23 million and this year, February 2022. So again, a huge lot of money, right? And this is a tweet. This is Jack Dorsey's tweet. And this, anyone want to guess? It was also, the tweet was also kind of sold. Any guesses?
Oh, actually, it's written there. 2.9 million.
Right. So, I mean, like tweet selling, I tweet a lot. I mean, if you are in Web3, you have to be on Twitter, right? Otherwise, you're missing out all the fun, all the controversies happening. And until you get there and you tell, no, I like this particular crypto, I am ETH agnostic, right? It doesn't really like feels like you are in the ecosystem. But yeah, I mean, like just see Twitter's also being sold off. You can really see the amount there. So the offer that was made was for that much money. Look at the ETH that was traded, and it was on March 22. Great. So yeah, these are certain use cases in the business ecosystem. I'll not go through deep into this because I feel that the audience is just trying to get the hold of this. So yeah, you can have higher document securities because NFTs being so explicit that you just cannot duplicate it, right? Of course, there are a lot of I would say a lot of things happen around that, like people just copy that entire digital art and make money on top of it. So that's one problem that exists in the ecosystem. But the verification part, except that, right, these are very beneficial for the terms of you want to check out how secure the document is, because you just cannot really copy it, right? Then paperless management, so smart contracts, right? Now we're getting from contracts on paper to going on smart contracts. Of course, these two are very different things, but smart contracts actually allows you to verify a lot of things. If you have deployed a smart contract ever, you can check the status of that on either scan. So again, for the non-fungible token, the verification is super easy, and there are signatures also which are stored in NFTs. So the process completely becomes paperless. And then you have the identity protection. So this was something that I was actually talking about when I said about Twitter, that you using your profile picture, making an NFT out of it, and then people can actually verify, just open the profile picture. So I think you can check out Vito's profile because he has got one. This is a very early access feature that was provided to some people, and him being from from the US side of place, he had that feature. So we had like a huge discussion on top of it. So India is still not, we don't have that feature yet. Cool. So these are the certain reports actually, like combine some certain datas that you can look to. So the overall value of the NFT market is expected to rise by $231 million by 2030. Although people are like saying there's there is bullish market, there's bearish market. A lot of things are happening in the market. People are still very bullish about NFTs itself. And, NFT market can go potentially because they are more fluid, right? And they have the ability to serve the proof of ownership. So one another use case that comes to my mind when I say proof of ownership, and also I would say proof of knowledge, is that some certain Web3 universities, I really can't, I think it's Learn Web3 DAO, right? It's also a resource that someone wants to dive into the Web3 ecosystem, learn few things. It's a very great resource, free resource. So what happens is that every time you complete a set of course, you get an NFT. You can showcase to people that I completed this particular course and here is my NFT, and it's getting dropped to your wallet directly. You link it on the platform itself, right? So that's another use case that now we used to have these things, right? That, oh, I'm a student, I'm going to go study in this college, get my graduation degree and show it to everyone. I don't know if this is going to happen in India, but I really feel that in education stream, this could be a thing where you have your NFTs on chain and people can verify that what education you have done, right? That's a proof of ownership that you hold that particular NFT as your graduation, whatever certificate you call or degree you call, right? And then people can verify. So you don't have to go about, dropping your resumes everywhere, telling that, I'm passed out from this college, that college, because it's verifiable, it's open, and you have an ownership to it. So another development that happened was that in March 2022, Sandbox partnered with the first of the NFT community, World of Women. Why? Because I believe that this particular thing was actually great because, USD 25 million is a huge amount. For women in Web3, we are still growing. Like you just look around, you will see the ratio, right? I'm not going to comment that, we are not, I don't want to make that comment, but what I'm trying to say is that, yes, of course, these ratios that exist, in order to enhance the capacity and capability of women building in Web3, women builders, right? This particular, the funding that really happened was super great for women. And in January 22, Dapper Labs, collaborated with UFC so that whatever instances was happening in UFC history can be really, encouraged well in the community. So now let's come to the second part of our conversation, the hedge, right? So theoretically, it means that it's a type of investment, more of like a security that you can reduce the risk of other price movements that are happening, right? So let's say cryptos are like super volatile, as I mentioned, but NFTs will still take time to change the amount because someone has bid the amount. They won't change it like every damn minute. If you actually go on coin capex and all these multiple platforms where you can actually see the trading that is happening, it's super volatile. Per second it changes, right? And all this seas of the bearish crypto market, still there are NFT collections which did really well. And this was a report by Dapper Labs itself. It's also a platform for all NFT collectibles. So according to them, they mentioned this particular thing. And I believe why is it happening is because, again, the utility value wouldn't change that much, right? You are providing something through NFT, so that wouldn't change, right? So these are the certain top collections. So CryptoPunks, you can see the volume, the trading, and the sales that happened. Board app was another NFT that was very, very famous. I think they also have a club around it. So all the people who holded those NFTs were part of these club. They could actually, do a lot of things together and other things out there. So yeah. Any questions so far before I move ahead? Yes.
Okay, so hi. So my question is very out of this thing, like not related to NFT particularly, but the technology. Okay. So right now we all know NFTs there, right? So we are saying NFT, NFT. Okay, so we know the numbers, right? So what is your point of view about the emotion? Okay, हमारे को पता है कि NFT में number है, हमारे को पता है NFT में number and all है, but people don't know what is an NFT, right? So we are buying NFT, we are saying we have this thing with us, but what if something new comes up? Will we drop NFT? Will we drop NFT if something new comes up?
Okay, so you're asking this from the point of technology,
Like
right?
we NFT is going out everywhere, right?
Yeah.
But what if something better than comes up today? All this development and all things are going on.
Mhm.
Will the NFT be dropped?
I believe no. Why? Because, see, again, it's an opinion thing, right? You are asking me, so I'm going to answer this from my point of view. Why? Because anything that is being adopted at such a mass space, right, and time, I wouldn't feel there would be a drop. Now, we are going in Web3. Do you think that the Web2 technology is actually dropped off? There are still databases, right? People still code on MongoDB. It's nothing like we are changing to IPFS database so that we have to drop MongoDB and all. Not every company is trying to be a Web3, but they're trying to include Web3 element. Because if they don't, then they are going to lose traction. It's also something which you call business strategy. You have to include the newer technologies, because if you would not do that, people will lose interest in it. Today you hold NFTs, you will still hold that NFT, and next 10 years you might have some another thing happening in the world, but that wouldn't be forgotten. I wouldn't say that the value of the same would reduce.
So we are still talking about numbers, right?
Yeah.
कि ये हमारे
Utility
पास-
value.
Yeah, that's it, right?
Utility value and the price is completely different, right? An NFT might be able to give you access to a lot of things in the real world, which is happening through Starbucks, all these companies. I say that, like, let's say, even if they want to bring up new strategy, because they have a lot of marketing involved there, still that entire money that people are putting in buying that NFT and getting that experience out of it would not be taken for granted, because they're a huge company. If they do that, they're going to earn bad word of mouth.
Definitely, we'll have a lot more discussion about this.
Sure,
actually.
definitely. Right. So there was another report that revealed that
we have one more question. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Sorry.
Yeah, basically, I wanted to ask this from quite a time. So when you specified business solutions and you specified kind of like real estate systems, and so I want to understand how would you bring enforceability to a system like that? Like, okay, somebody sold me an NFT for their house. Now, other than a token on a Web3 system that is basically disregarded by the government to be non-existential or improbable, how would that be an enforceable factor in a real world contract? He could basically take whatever finances he requires and at the end point deny the existence of such an NFT. And obviously, waving a digital token in front of a barrister is not going to help me in any case. So, at a future point, it will become necessary for the government to utilize blockchain to enforce such business structures, but that's going to take a long time. So till that point of time, these use cases are practically non-enforceable. While they might be amazing as concepts, but their practical utility is null. So how exactly would the government bring it to enforceability? Because there is no other way those business ventures are going to work. And if they do, then to what extent are we going to lose decentralization? Because at the end of the day, we are looking at a system, something similar to POA or POS. And at some point, they're going to be delegating and administrating the entire system. So wouldn't that kind of kill the entire structure back to centralization?
So you're talking from two perspectives. Number one is the business, right? And second is the government. We cannot comment on government because they, whenever they want, they change the entire notes.
Crypto went
No,
from
no, no,
being
not the
illegal to
crypto. Yeah,
30%
crypto, of course.
taxation.
Yeah, they brought taxation, right? It was super, but I would say the bigger thing that happened in the entire history of India from the perspective of currency was the demonetization. Because like you're nicely having thousand of monies, 500 rupees notes, and then you got to know that there is no value of this. You put the value in that particular, your paper. That paper money became paper money. So now you used to think that, okay, I have 5,000 in my pocket. My aunt gave me as this, money that you give after festival, because it's also festive season going on. So a lot of people will have that thing where people give money, right? And then you get to know that all of this money is useless, right? So that was a bigger thing that happened. So coming on that point, right, the government perspective, of course, Indian government will have their own regulations. You cannot go, as of now, you just cannot go to any of these officials and show that, hey, there's an NFT for this. Because if that is the case, then of course they would also prioritize that and make a policy around that. Okay, if some person holds this NFT, then they can probably show that this house belongs to them. But that's a very, very far use case. I'm not even going there. I'm just talking about the utility value which can exist in brands, because brands have that decision. They do the marketing and they have that independency that I am launching this thing. If you want to take, otherwise don't. Still, there are other percentage of people who would take it, right? So that's one thing. Of course, it's a very far thing. Second thing that I wanted to mention is that the centralization would be there no matter what, right? I would give you a use case that happened in India. This is a very recent news that on Polygon, there's a police station that is trying to record all these, crimes that is happening on chain. That's a news. And that's the first police station. I don't really, I can't recall the name, but I read that news and I was like, wow. People, sorry, someone said something? Yeah, Firozabad. So how can, now what if that someone just goes and say that, oh, you have this thing on blockchain. I will not consider this as a crime. But they have done that.
No, but there's a difference between using the blockchain to just maintain a record and then turning it into a proof of ownership.
This is how you begin, right? There would be ownership of the police station saying that this is our chain. Let's say they hold that criminal, into a ledger. This is our ledger. I have the ownership to that, and this all the crimes that's happening is on chain. We are putting it down so that everyone, there's no paperwork required, right? This is how we begin, because we just cannot jump on the contract part where I say that this is my house and I own it, right?
So currently there's a lot of industries, especially maybe not in India. In India also we have one or two use cases where
Yeah.
people are promising
Yeah.
a real estate NFT based exchange system.
Yeah.
So isn't that very dangerously encroaching onto legality? Because you have a legal system in place which basically defines blockchain or any crypto exchange structures
Yeah.
to be illegal or unrecognized. Because India's legal system allows the government to tax even illegal items. So at that point of time, they don't need to legalize crypto to tax it. So that means that it is still illegal, still unrecognized, still not a proof of ownership, but
Yeah.
there are people who are pitching it
Already.
already.
Pitching is a problem.
Yeah, so that
Right?
is
that is like something that I believe that you probably need to. That's a government and the real estate business getting together, talking about it,
But
and
if it's,
figuring
if
out.
it's a system that is basically running on a blockchain, shouldn't the community be aware and enforce something based on that?
We will get there. This is India, so this is going to take time, right? We did not know that there's a criminal records happening on chain, and then suddenly some random guy reaches there, gets to know this entire thing, and Polygon is like, wow, we never thought we could record crimes on chain. They never thought it. They are the creators, right? So we are the ones who create those problems, and then we try to find use cases, and someone's actually initiate, and then of course now government will also jump into it. They will say that this is not legal, or they might legalize
I
it.
think they're tying up with the company in
Yeah.
Austria, I believe, to come up with their own digital concurrency, and they're gonna compulsorize it to kind of enter into any crypto exchange.
Yes.
That this is gonna be the base token for you to exchange into any other system.
Yeah.
And if they centralize that crypto system, so that basically gives them a crystal clear method of tracking whatever's happening in crypto. You invested this much, this date here.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Thank you so much. Right. So let's say, yeah, we are getting closer to the closing time. So we'll just do this conclusion. So yeah, there's a digital economy being set now around NFTs, cryptos both. NFTs specifically why? Because again, the use cases are becoming huge. Another use case that I want to share. How many of you were in Web3 Conf Goa from here? Anyone? Okay, one hand. Okay, even I was there. Okay, and I I bought like $100 ticket in order to see how the entire ticketing experience is. So ticket is another great use case for NFTs. Entire, like, let's say you are going to watch a Marvel movie. It's a first day first show. You get an NFTs for that, and you can now show it to friends that, hey, I'm very cool because I watched this movie. And what your friends would be like, what if that was like, you saw a pirated copy? People are not ready to believe when it comes to these kind of movies and releases. But now you have the NFT and you can showcase that, actually I have that NFT from PVR cinemas. I believe they're going to do something great. But yeah, it's still in the process. India is going to take its own time. We are still learning about the technology itself, so building on top of it and then legalizing what he mentioned, it's going to take a time, right? So there's an entire digital economy being unlocked right now, even in the bearish market. There is recession happening in US, so a lot of problems for them. But I think India is gonna face like a now new boost of energy and startups actually happening, and digital economy is gonna play a very very major role in that, right? And with that, I will conclude to the session actually, and just want to notify that we at Crowdfund Transition, we are trying to hire people, right? We're looking for project managers, blockchain developers, growth hacker, and more. You can take this picture of the QR code or maybe just scan it on Google Lens, and you'll be directed to the Google form for filling out the details if you're interested. You can read more about us on the website that's mentioned down there. So yes, that's one. Okay. Cool, right? So this is one thing. Second thing that I would like to announce that we are partnering with ETH Vietnam. We are the official partners for ETH Vietnam. We are looking for collaborators, sponsors. So if you are interested, you can check out the website, or you can also connect with me and my team, which is here, about ETH Vietnam. We can give you more information, but for the reference, you can check out the website. So this is going to happen in the month of November itself. So yeah, do check out, right? And with that, I will close the talk. We can take a couple of more questions if anyone has, but if you want, we can connect on Twitter and LinkedIn, right? Any more questions? You can talk from the perspective of Web3 also, if there's one, like if you want to ask. Sorry, come again?
Duplicate NFT.
A method to check. Okay, you mean the duplicacy that happens, right?
I am copying one NFT to another.
Okay.
Is there any method to check which one is the original?
Contract address. The creators, OpenSea, right? You can actually go on their profiles and the contract address is verified if it belongs to them. So if you copy, your contract address is going to be different, and the creator can actually sue you for doing that. It's completely available on OpenSea. So someone actually, what they did is, I had this one picture posted on Twitter, and someone said we can make an NFT out of it. I said go ahead. So this guy created an NFT. It's on his contact address, but it is my picture there, right? So I still hold that value. I mean, like there was no amount to it. Actually, there's no price and nothing. But yeah, I mean, like people create NFTs like a memes also. They are like going to sell this meme for $1,000 million, and you own this, or maybe you sell tweet. So contract address is where you actually can verify the creators that is there on OpenSea and other platforms, marketplaces. They have got their own set of credentials. People know those credentials. If you do that, they can actually have a legal case against you also. So that is completely verifiable on the chain itself. Any more questions? Last one that I'll pick if someone has around Web3, crypto, NFTs. Cool. Okay. No more questions. Okay. Did anyone find it sleepy? No sleepy.
I think it was a great session.
Okay. So thank you so much for listening, and enjoy the afternoon and evening. Thank you so much once again.
एक बार इसे चेक कर लेता हूँ कोई नहीं अपनी
Thank you.
Which is on human care to healthcare. And please welcome Dr. Hardik Sankla for this one.
Hello. So in this session, our new token launch MPAs based in Germany.
I mean, Director, I've been there for 2 years. Stuck my
To the right stakeholders. So, we the bringing health.
So back here. GPs. But
the entirety of the health ecosystem. And but no, that's also came brought to this change.
it allows me, once I get in, having a district and district to the
Stored and generated. And there is lots of leaking of those data as well. But the fact that this that we got right of update and
A very good afternoon to all the ladies and gentlemen. So I think we all are ready now for our next session. So the next session will be taken by Mr. Rohit Khandelwal. He's the co-founder of CoinGubber and Crypto Influencer. So today the session that he'll be taking upon is taxation on digital asset, cryptocurrency and NFTs. Can we give a big round of applause for Rohit Khandelwal, please? Show some more energy, guys. Come on.
हेलो एवरीवन, गुड आफ्टरनून। यार अभी तो लंच कर लिया ना हम सबने, तो अभी नींद आ रही है? नहीं, आप लोगों ने रिस्पॉन्स इस हिसाब से दिया। आई सेड गुड आफ्टरनून। बिफोर वी स्टार्ट, मे आई नो द सेक्टर ऑफ द क्राउड, कौन से मतलब यंग लोग ज्यादा हैं, स्टूडेंट्स ज्यादा हैं? पहले मैं आप लोगों से एक बार पूछ रहे, कॉमर्स स्टूडेंट्स कितने हैं यहाँ पर जो अपनी ग्रेजुएशन या मास्टर्स कॉमर्स में कर रहे हैं? ओके, कॉमर्स वाले यस प्लीज, वन मोर टाइम, सॉरी। ओके, फ्यू बचे हुए लोग साइंस आईटी बैकग्राउंड, ओके। तो इट्स टोटली inverse topic with respect to your subject of interest. And you don't have any interest in tax, but yes, whenever you earn any type of interest, you need to pay the tax, right? So I know बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट नहीं होगा आपका टैक्सेशन एस्पेक्ट में, बट अगर हम क्रिप्टो की बात कर रहे हैं, वर्चुअल डिजिटल असेट्स की बात कर रहे हैं, एनएफटी की बात कर रहे हैं, तो डेफिनेटली हमें इंडिया में रहते हुए इंडियन गवर्नमेंट के टैक्सेशन एस्पेक्ट को समझना होगा। अगेन बिफोर वी स्टार्ट, एक और क्वेश्चन, आप में से कितने लोगों ने क्रिप्टो एसेट में अभी तक कभी इन्वेस्टमेंट किया हुआ है? ओके, ग्रेट, ओके, थैंक यू। अराउंड 30% लोगों ने जो यहाँ बैठे हुए उनमें से उन्होंने क्रिप्टो असेट्स में इन्वेस्टमेंट किया हुआ है। बिफोर वी स्टार्ट माय सेशन, मैं आपको मेरा थोड़ा सा ब्रीफ बता दूं। अपार्ट फ्रॉम coingubber.com के मैं को फाउंडर हूं, और बाय क्वालिफिकेशन आई एम ए चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट एज वेल एज अ कंपनी सेक्रेटरी एज वेल एज अ रजिस्टर्ड वैल्यूअर, एंड एज ऑफ नाउ आई एम पीएचडी स्कॉलर, मींस डॉक्टरेट कर रहा हूं वैल्यूएशन में। सो फाइनेंस एंथुसियास्ट हूं, फाइनेंस के बारे में चीजें पढ़ने का, समझने का, एक्सप्लोर करने का शौक है, और इसी वजह से हमने क्रिप्टो एसेट्स पर रिसर्च करनी स्टार्ट की थी। Whenever we take our name, या जब भी आप हमारे स्टॉल को भी देखेंगे और जैसे ही आप हमारा नाम सुनेंगे, दैट इज कॉइन गब्बर, तो आपके मन में एक डाउट आता है, व्हाट इज दिस, राइट? गब्बर नाम देखकर कॉइन गब्बर के बारे में आप ये सबसे पहले आप ये जानना चाहते हो कि एग्जैक्टली ये है क्या, और अगर कुछ है भी तो व्हाई दिस नेम गब्बर? क्या आपको भी ऐसा कुछ डाउट है? कितने लोगों को ऐसा डाउट है कि ये गब्बर क्या है? अच्छा, कॉइन गब्बर, मैं आपको पहले ब्रीफ कर दूं कॉइन गब्बर क्या है। हम मार्केट इंफॉर्मेशन प्लेस हैं जहां पर हम लोगों को अवेयर करना चाहते हैं, रिसर्च प्रोवाइड करना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि आजकल के यूथ में एक बहुत टेक्निकल टर्म यूज की जा रही है, फोमो। आर यू अवेयर अबाउट इट? फोमो क्या है? ये फोमो, फियर ऑफ मिसिंग आउट, कि यार अगर ना मेरे फ्रेंड ने इन्वेस्टमेंट कर दिया, शिबा इनू खरीदे थे उसने 1 लाख रुपए में और 5 लाख रुपए के हो गए, आई मिस द अपॉर्चुनिटी, व्हाई डोंट आई इन्वेस्ट इन डॉज कॉइन? मैं भी खरीदूंगा, फ्लॉकी इनू आएगा, मैं इन्वेस्टमेंट करूंगा। शिबा का इन्वेस्टमेंट अगर आपके फ्रेंड ने किया है, तो हमारी इच्छा होती है कि मैं भी कुछ ऐसा कॉइन या टोकन खरीदूं जिससे आई कैन मेक माई मनी 2 टाइम 4 टाइम 10 टाइम्स। और हम यही चाहते हैं कि डोंट इन्वेस्ट योर मनी ड्यू टू फोमो। हमारी टैगलाइन है, बिफोर यू स्टार्ट इन्वेस्टिंग, आप सबसे पहले रिसर्च करें, उस टोकन को, उस कॉइन को, उसके फंडामेंटल्स को, उसके प्रोजेक्ट को समझें, उसके बाद किसी फंडामेंटल के बेसिस पर किसी टोकन को सेलेक्ट करें और उसके बाद इन्वेस्ट करें। और दिस इज अवर टेक लाइन, रिसर्च, सेलेक्ट एंड देन इन्वेस्ट। सो पहले मैंने ये ब्रीफ कर दिया कॉइन गब्बर क्या है। अब हम बात करते हैं गब्बर वर्ड क्यों। सब आप यूथ ही, हम बहुत इंटरेक्टिव रखेंगे सेशन को, मुझे पता है लंच के बाद का सेशन है। सबसे पहले मैं कुछ क्वेश्चंस और पूछता हूं आपसे गब्बर नाम को लेकर। डिस्कशन करना है कि गब्बर नाम क्यों, तो कुछ क्वेश्चंस पहले आपसे। एक बात आप ये बताएं, जंगल में सबसे ज्यादा वेट कौन से जानवर का होता है? सब जानते हो किसका? एलिफेंट, हाथी। सबसे लंबा जानवर कौन है? जिराफ। सबसे शातिर है ना? यस, लोमड़ी। बढ़िया, ठीक है। सबसे ज्यादा नोटी, चंचल? मंकी। सबसे ज्यादा ताकतवर हाथी है, सबसे ज्यादा लंबा जिराफ है, फिर चंचल है मंकी, फिर आपने बोला लोमड़ी सबसे ज्यादा शातिर है। जंगल का राजा कौन है? यस, हियर द नेम गब्बर कम्स इनटू द पिक्चर। कोई भी इन्वेस्टर कितना ही बड़ा हो, कितना ही लंबा हो, कितना ही शातिर हो, कितना ही चालाक हो, हम ये कह रहे हैं बिना रिसर्च किए इन्वेस्टमेंट मत करना। और वो इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए आपको इंफॉर्मेशन कौन देगा? इधर का राजा, दैट इज गब्बर। देयर इज द पॉइंट बिहाइंड द वर्ड गब्बर। हम शेर को जंगल का राजा पता है क्यों कहते हैं? क्योंकि शेर एक्चुअली अपने आप को राजा मानता है, उसका विजन बहुत क्लियर है, और हमारा भी विजन बहुत क्लियर है, दैट वी वांट टू inspire the youth, especially to inspire the youth to make the investment in the crypto, but not on the basis of FOMO, but on the basis of detailed research. This is our vision, और इसी विजन को लेकर हम काम कर रहे हैं। बीइंग द फाइनेंस एंथुसियास्ट, हम 8 को फाउंडर्स हैं, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज, कॉस्ट अकाउंटेंट्स, और इसी वजह से फाइनेंस की तरफ हमारा इंक्लिनेशन थोड़ा सा ज्यादा होता है, उस तरफ हमारा झुकाव थोड़ा सा ज्यादा होता है। और इसी वजह से एक और सब्जेक्ट मैटर आपके साथ आज डिस्कस कर रहा हूं, दैट इज टैक्सेशन ऑन क्रिप्टो। क्योंकि जब से बजट में ये प्रोविजन लाया गया, आप सबने सुना होगा कि गवर्नमेंट इंपोज अ हेवी टैक्सेशन ऑन इनकम फ्रॉम क्रिप्टो, तो उसके बाद लगने लगा था, या कई लोगों ने बोला भी था कई लोगों ने कि क्रिप्टो खत्म हो जाएगा इकोसिस्टम पर। ये तो कहीं ना कहीं एक बहुत बड़ी नेगेटिव इंफॉर्मेशन है क्रिप्टो के लिए। और आज की डेट में भी ऑलमोस्ट लोग यही सोचते हैं कि क्रिप्टो की हर तरह की इनकम पर 30% टैक्स है। इट इज नॉट ट्रू। और यही हम आज बेसिक्स वाली बातें करेंगे। मुझे पता है टैक्सेशन के आप एक्सपर्ट नहीं है, तो मैं भी एक्सपर्ट लैंग्वेज में बात नहीं करूंगा, बहुत ही ऑर्डिनरी लैंग्वेज में बात करेंगे, और कुछ और निटिग्रिटीज भी समझेंगे विद रिस्पेक्ट टू टैक्स। तो चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं, शुरू करते हैं। दिल्ली वालों के बीच में आने के पहले मेंटली प्रिपेयर होना पड़ता है, राइट? तो उसी माइंडसेट से हम भी आए हैं। यस, मैं आपको एक और चीज बता दूं, आपको देख मतलब यहाँ मुझे कुछ अलग से सेशन लग नहीं रहा है, क्योंकि मैं कंपनी सेक्रेटरी और चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाता हूँ। सो आई यूज्ड टू टेक 5 to 6 आवर्स क्लास इन अ डे। तो आज मैंने सोचा था कि आज कोई सेशन होगा, बट यहाँ जिस तरह की एज ग्रुप है, अगेन ये मेरे लिए एक रेगुलर क्लास है। तो लेट्स बिगिन, स्टार्ट करते हैं। एक सेक्शन लाया गया इनकम टैक्स एक्ट में। हाँ, आपके जितने भी डाउट्स है ना, विल टेक इट आफ्टर द सेशन, है ना? पहले मतलब मेरा ऐसा फंडा रहता है कि पहले मैं जितना भी घर से याद करके आया हूं पहले मैं बोल दूं, उसके बाद फिर आप पूछना, अदरवाइज मैं भूल जाऊंगा, राइट? तो स्टार्ट करते हैं। सेक्शन 115। अच्छा, आपको ये बातें समझ में आती है? एक्ट है हमारे यहाँ पर, इनकम टैक्स एक्ट, और कोई भी अगर हमें प्रोविजन लाना होगा तो हमें एक नया सेक्शन इंसर्ट करना होगा। जैसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आर्टिकल्स के थ्रू चलता है, वैसे ही कोई भी एक्ट का डिवाइडेशन होता है सेक्शंस में। तो हम एक और सेक्शन को फिर सब सेक्शन में डिवाइड करते हैं। तो सबसे पहले एक सेक्शन लाया गया 115 BBH। उसने क्या कहा? उसने कहा कि अगर आपने वीडीए ट्रांसफर किए, वीडीए इनकम टैक्स एक्ट में क्रिप्टो करेंसी वर्ड यूज नहीं किया, और वैसे भी इकोनॉमिक फ्रंट पे अगर हम बात करें तो कभी भी हम क्रिप्टो को करेंसी नहीं बोलेंगे। मैं ऑलमोस्ट 1.5 साल से, शायद अब तो लाखों लोग हो गए होंगे जिनके साथ मैंने क्रिप्टो डिस्कस कर लिया है ऑन वेरियस प्लेटफॉर्म, चाहे वर्चुअल हो या फिजिकल। मुझसे एक डाउट बहुत पूछा जाता है, व्हाट अबाउट लीगलिटी ऑफ द क्रिप्टो इन इंडिया, और आपका उस पर क्या स्टैंड है? सो लीगलिटी को लेकर भी बहुत डाउट्स आते हैं हमारे मन में। आज की डेट में क्रिप्टो इलीगल नहीं है, दैट इज फाइनल। तो लीगल है या नहीं? आंसर इज वेरी सिंपल, इलीगल नहीं है। तो ये माइंडसेट आप भी क्लियर रखना। एक और बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ एक बात कह रहा हूं, जो हम पिछले 2 सालों से हमारे सभी प्लेटफॉर्म पर कह रहे हैं, सभी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर, कि गवर्नमेंट क्रिप्टो को बैन नहीं करेगी। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। गवर्नमेंट क्रिप्टो को बैन नहीं करेगी। उसका रीजन है, अगर करना होता ना तो करने के लिए लॉ नहीं बनाना होता। बैन करने के लिए, बैन करने के लिए एक ऑर्डर लाना होता है केवल, कि बैन कर दिया। अगर वो कह रहे हैं कि वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर द लॉ, तो एक्चुअली वो लॉ प्रोहिबिट करने का नहीं, रेगुलेट करने का लेकर आएंगे। सो वी आर टेकिंग द टाइम टू रेगुलेट द क्रिप्टो इन इंडियन सिनेरियो। सो क्रिप्टो कभी वैलिड भी हो जाए इंडिया में लॉ के थ्रू भी, तो भी हम उसे करेंसी तो नहीं बोलेंगे। वी विल डील इट लाइक वी डील द स्टॉक्स। हम जिस तरह से शेयर, सिक्योरिटीज, बॉन्ड्स, डिबेंचर को डील करते हैं ना, आज अगर आप कोई सिक्योरिटी खरीद रहे हो, रिलायंस का आपने शेयर खरीदा, वेदर दिस इज अ करेंसी और एन असेट, इज एन असेट। तो क्रिप्टो को भी हम असेट की तरह ही डील करेंगे। और इसी वजह से आपने देखा होगा, मेजर ऑफ द सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफ ऑल द इंटरमीडियरी इन्वॉल्व इन द मार्केट, वो सब क्रिप्टो असेट वर्ड यूज कर रहे हैं, क्रिप्टो करेंसी वर्ड हम यूज नहीं कर रहे। सो वर्ड, यहां क्रिप्टो करेंसी नहीं बोला, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने सेक्शन 115 बीबीएच में कहा वर्चुअल डिजिटल असेट। अब आप कहोगे क्या इसकी कोई डेफिनेशन है? हाँ है। हमारे समझने के लिए इतना ही है कि जितनी भी क्रिप्टो करेंसीज हैं, इंक्लूडिंग एनएफटी, इन सबको इस एक्ट में क्या कहा है? वर्चुअल डिजिटल असेट। नाउ कमिंग टू द पॉइंट, सेक्शन 115 बीबीएच बोल क्या रहा है ना? मैं आपको सेक्शन की लैंग्वेज यहां दिखा रहा हूं, बट स्टिल मैं बात करूंगा बहुत लेमन लैंग्वेज में। उस सेक्शन में कहा गया कि अगर आपको किसी भी फाइनेंशियल ईयर में, डू यू नो अबाउट फाइनेंशियल ईयर, है ना? मैं बार बार इसी चीजें इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि आप नॉन कॉमर्स बैकग्राउंड के लोग ज्यादा हैं। सो फाइनेंशियल ईयर मींस अप्रैल 21 टू मार्च 22, और अभी चल रहा है अप्रैल 22 टू मार्च 23। दिस इज फाइनेंशियल ईयर 22-23, राइट? तो 22-23 फाइनेंशियल ईयर, 22-23 फाइनेंशियल ईयर में अगर आपने किसी भी क्रिप्टो असेट के ट्रांसफर करके क्या कमाया, कुछ पैसा, इनकम अर्न की, तो फ्लैट 30% की रेट से लगेगा टैक्स। बातों को बहुत ढंग से समझना और सुनना, स्पेशली जब आप स्टूडेंट हैं। तो क्रिप्टो असेट रखने पर टैक्स नहीं है। क्रिप्टो असेट की हर किसी इनकम पर 30% टैक्स नहीं है। बात इतनी सी है, आपने ड्यूरिंग द फाइनेंशियल ईयर क्रिप्टो असेट को क्या किया है? ट्रांसफर, और उससे आपने कमाई है कोई इनकम, देन ओनली देयर विल बी अ लेविएशन ऑफ 30% टैक्स ट्रांसफर पर। क्योंकि अभी कुछ लोग, आप सब लोग स्टेकिंग, माइनिंग सब जानते होंगे, है ना? 2-3 दिन से तो और नहीं भी जानते हो, वो सब समझ चुके होंगे अब तो। तो स्टेकिंग की इनकम, माइनिंग की इनकम, क्या सब कुछ पर 30% टैक्स लग रहा है या मिथ है? ये सारी बातें हम अभी डिस्कस करने वाले। सो बेसिकली उन्होंने कहा क्रिप्टो असेट्स, वर्चुअल डिजिटल असेट्स के ट्रांसफर पर 30% टैक्स लगेगा। नाउ क्या दूसरी इनकम भी मैं कमा सकता हूं ड्यूरिंग द फाइनेंशियल ईयर? तो चलिए, आप स्टूडेंट हैं, आप जब जॉब करेंगे तो आपने फॉर एग्जांपल 10 लाख पर एनम की पैकेज पर आपकी जॉब चल रही है, 10 लाख रुपए साल के आप सैलरी से कमा रहे हो, और आपने इथर खरीदकर इथर बेचे और 1 लाख रुपए और कमा लिए। तो द क्वेश्चन राइजेस कि टैक्स कितना और किस पर लगेगा? तो देयर आर एक्चुअली 2 पार्ट्स। 10 लाख रुपए की इनकम जो आपने सैलरी से कमाई, whether it is going to be taxed at the rate of 30%? No. तो क्या होगा? स्लैब होता है हमारे यहाँ। आई होप यू आर अवेयर अबाउट, है ना? ये तो बहुत नॉर्मल चीजें सबको पता होती हैं। तो हमारे यहाँ इंडिविजुअल्स की इनकम पर स्लैब के अकॉर्डिंग टैक्स लगता है, फ्लैट रेट से टैक्स नहीं लगता है। लाइक 2,50,000 तक नील, 2,50,000 to 5 lakh 5%, then 5 lakh and above up to 10 lakh 20%, and above 10 lakh 30%। तो आपको इस स्लैब के अकॉर्डिंग टैक्स लगेगा। वी कॉल इट स्लैब इन टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज। नाउ 10 लाख की इनकम पर तो 5, 10 and 20, 5, 20, 30 से टैक्स लगेगा। एंड व्हाट अबाउट रुपीज 1 लाख विच यू अर्न फ्रॉम ट्रांसफर ऑफ ईथर? फ्लैट 30% टैक्स। इट मींस कुछ लोगों ने ऐसी गलत फहमियां पाल ली कि क्रिप्टो असेट में इन्वेस्ट कर दोगे ना अगर, तो हर किसी इनकम पर 30% टैक्स लगेगा। नहीं, आपकी रेगुलर इनकम पर रेगुलर टैक्स, और क्रिप्टो से जो आप अर्न करोगे that is only going to be taxed at the rate of 30%. So can you please help me to स्टार्ट स्क्रीन। सर स्क्रीन ब्लर हो रही है। थैंक यू। यस इट्स फाइन। आई होप एग्जाम्पल आपको सामने दिख भी रहा है। तो अगर आपने नॉर्मल इनकम कमाई, नॉर्मल रेट से टैक्स दो, और अगर आप वर्चुअल डिजिटल असेट से पैसा कमाओगे 30% टैक्स लगेगा ना। अब बहुत सारे डाउट्स। सबसे पहला डाउट, मैंने इथेरियम को बिटकॉइन में कन्वर्ट कर लिया। मेटामास्क वॉलेट है मेरे पास, मैं वॉलेट्स में रखता हूं मेरी क्रिप्टो असेट, और मैंने किसी दिन अपने बिटकॉइन को इथेरियम में, इथेरियम को बिटकॉइन में कन्वर्ट कर दिया, यूएसडीटी को मैंने बिटकॉइन में कन्वर्ट कर लिया। क्या ये ट्रांसफर माना जाएगा? इज योर स्टैंड? एग्जाम्पल और क्लियर करता हूं। मैंने 1 लाख रुपए के बिटकॉइन खरीदे। आफ्टर 6 मंथ्स मेरे बिटकॉइन 1.5 लाख रुपए के हो गए, पर मैंने बेचे नहीं। मैंने इस बिटकॉइन को यूएसडीटी में कन्वर्ट करवा लिया। वेदर दिस इज पॉसिबल? नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज, क्या 50,000 पर टैक्स लगेगा? तो ऑलमोस्ट आप सब कह रहे हो नहीं लगेगा। अच्छा, कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं लगेगा। एनीबडी इज देयर जो कह रहा है लगना चाहिए? अरे डरो मत यार। अच्छा, आप ऐसा ही मत सोचो मजाक बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि मेजॉरिटी कह रही है कि नहीं लगेगा, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं लगेगा तो कुछ गलत हो जाएगा। चाणक्य को आप जानते होंगे। चाणक्य जी ने एक बार कहा था कि समटाइम द मेजॉरिटी इज ओनली मींस दैट ऑल द फूल्स आर ऑन सेम साइड, राइट? सो अभी मैं फाइनली आंसर दे रहा हूं, टैक्स लगेगा। अनफॉर्चुनेटली टैक्स लगेगा। अब आप कहोगे हाउ इट इज पॉसिबल? आप एक बात समझो, उन्होंने क्या कहा है, क्रिप्टो असेट के, वर्चुअल डिजिटल असेट के ट्रांसफर पर टैक्स है। क्या कन्वर्जन भी ट्रांसफर है? यस, एक्सचेंज इज ट्रांसफर। सर कहां लिखा है? उन्होंने क्लेरिफाई किया कि ट्रांसफर की डेफिनेशन इनकम टैक्स एक्ट सेक्शन 2 सबसेक्शन 47 में जो लिखा हुआ है वो की वही यूज करेंगे जो हम अब तक करते आ रहे हैं। एंड अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट सेक्शन 2 subsection 47, transfer include exchange. So whenever you will exchange your one virtual digital asset into other virtual digital asset, tax लगेगा, they too at the rate of 30%. Make it very clear. Now, मैंने बिटकॉइन खरीदे थे, उसके बाद कुछ एक्सपेंडिचर कर लिए, कुछ खर्चे हो गए, हो सकते हैं मैंने किसी से लोन लेकर पैसा यूज किया था, उस पर इंटरेस्ट लग रहा है। तो एक्चुअल में सरकार को तो दिख रहा है कि 1 लाख के बिटकॉइन 1.5 लाख में बेचे, पर मुझे प्रॉफिट केवल 30-35 हजार का हुआ है, बचा हुआ मेरा एक्सपेंडिचर हो गया, इंटरेस्ट का पैसा मैंने दे दिया। क्या इसकी कोई आपको रिलीफ, रिलैक्सेशन या डिडक्शन मिलेगी? तो बहुत बेदर्दी से सरकार ने कहा नहीं मिलेगी। देखो, आप गवर्नमेंट का इंटेंशन तो इस पिछले 1-2 साल में समझ गए होंगे। एक्चुअली गवर्नमेंट का कोई इंटेंशन मैं आपको बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ अगर बताऊं और बहुत लाइट मोड में अगर बात करूं तो प्यार तो है, इजहार नहीं करना। दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू बैन इट, अदरवाइज आप कर दो ना, आप कर दो ना बैन। आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो। आप तो रात को 8 बजे आके बोल सकते हो ना कल से आपके नोट नहीं चलेंगे। असली करेंसी खत्म कर सकते हो आप, वर्चुअल नहीं खत्म कर सकते। कर सकते हैं, करना नहीं है। इंटेंशन इज वेरी क्लियर। मैं आपको यहां पर किसी स्पीकर के फॉर्म में बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं फाइनेंस एंथुसियास्ट के फॉर्म में बात कर रहा हूं। बीइंग अ प्रोफेशनल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, कंपनी सेक्रेटरी, रजिस्टर्ड वैल्यूअर, हम गवर्नमेंट की बहुत कुछ बातें समझते हैं, जानते हैं। दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू बैन इट। अगर करना होता ना अब तक कर चुके होते। हाँ, ये बैन नहीं, शेडो बैन कर रहे हैं। इस तरह के प्रोविजन ला रहे हैं कि लोग ट्रेडिंग ही ना करें, सो दैट मार्केट थोड़ा सा डाउन जाए, फिर हमारे जिन लोगों को पैसा लगाना है वो एंटर करें, हमारे पास स्कोप अवेलेबल हो। अब कुछ लोग कहते हैं नहीं जी उससे टेरर फंडिंग हो रही है, उससे ड्रग्स के केसेस कितने ज्यादा हो रहे हैं, है ना, उससे बहुत कुछ चीजें हो रही है, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग हो रही है। अगेन हमने कई बार गवर्नमेंट को बोला हुआ है, आप हमारा यूज करो, हमारा साथ लो, आपके ब्यूरोक्रेट से नहीं हो रहा है तो हम करने के लिए रेडी हैं। जस्ट डिवाइस द पॉलिसीज, लॉ बनाओ, रूल बनाओ, ट्रांसपेरेंसी मेंटेन करवाओ, रिपोर्टिंग मेंटेन करवाओ। कैसे हो सकती है टेरर फंडिंग? और अगर आप लॉ नहीं बनाओगे तो अभी वैसे भी हो रही है ना, उसको आपने कौन सा रोक लिया? तो एक्चुअली अभी इंटेंशन तो क्लियर है, बैन नहीं करना, लेकिन इस बात की इच्छा नहीं हो रही ब्यूरोक्रेट्स की, या इस बात का अभी फाइनल मेंशन नहीं है कि हमें लॉ किस एंगल पर बनाना है। तो हम शेडो बैन कर रहे हैं। टीडीएस लगा दिया 1%, आपने सुना होगा, टैक्स लगा दिया 30%, और डेफिनेटली अभी तो एक बड़ा डर है, क्या जीएसटी पे लगा देंगे 28%, जिसके पूरे पूरे चांसेस हैं। टोकन इश्यू करना अपने आप में एक सर्विस है, और जिस भी दिन इनका दिमाग खराब हुआ ना, जो कि ऑलरेडी है इनका क्रिप्टो को लेकर, उस दिन सिंपली बोलेंगे टोकन इशू करना एक सर्विस है, उस पर 28% टैक्स लगाएंगे। तो अगर कोई टोकन इशू करना चाहेगा ना, तो पहले तो 28% जीएसटी, देन 30% टैक्स, इनकम टैक्स आपके हाथ में बचेगा। 30 + 28 58 तो गया उनके पास, आपके पास बचेगा 42%। कुछ भी हो सकता है, मैं दोनों पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू पर बात कर रहा हूं, जीएसटी एज वेल एज इनकम टैक्स। आज की डेट में कोई जीएसटी नहीं है, इसलिए हम केवल इनकम टैक्स की बात कर रहे हैं। सो आपको किसी भी एक्सपेंडिचर की डिडक्शन यहां से नहीं मिलेगी। तो मुझसे कई बार लोग बोलते हैं गवर्नमेंट को कितनी प्रॉब्लम है और ये है, तो जो भी है, कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि इससे क्रिप्टो को बढ़ावा मिलेगा या इससे क्रिप्टो, मैं कह रहा हूं यार एक बात समझो ना, आपको पकड़ पकड़ कर आपसे टैक्स ले रहे हैं या आपकी इनकम पर टैक्स ले रहे हैं? इनकम पर टैक्स ले रहे हैं या जबरन में किसी भी चीज पर टैक्स ले लेंगे क्रिप्टो खरीदने में? इनकम पर ले रहे हैं ना। चलो मैं आपको दुआ देता हूं, भगवान करे आप अगले साल 50 लाख रुपए का इनकम टैक्स पे करना क्रिप्टो की वजह से, आपको दुख होगा। 50 लाख का इनकम टैक्स तब पे करोगे जब आप 1.5 करोड़ रुपए क्रिप्टो से कमा लोगे। तो यार पॉजिटिव सोचो ना, पहले कमा तो लो 100 रुपए, उसमें से 30 ले जाएंगे, ले जाने देना, 70 तो बच रहा है। जबरन की हवाएं हैं। शेयर मार्केट की इनकम पर अभी नहीं लगता क्या टैक्स? तो क्रिप्टो की इनकम पर भी लग जाएगा ना। पर हमने इसको बहुत हवा बना दिया। निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने एक दिन आकर बोला कि भी हमारी आरबीआई, रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया चाहती है कि क्रिप्टो को बैन कर दो, लेकिन हमें उसके लिए ग्लोबल कंसेंसस चाहिए। कुछ कह रहे हैं इससे क्रिप्टो मार्केट में नेगेटिव न्यूज आ गई। इससे पॉजिटिव न्यूज पिछले 2 साल में क्रिप्टो मार्केट के लिए आई नहीं। क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? अरे सोचो ना, हमारे एंगल से सोचो। इसलिए फाइनेंस वाले लोगों की जरूरत पड़ रही है क्रिप्टो मार्केट को। हम काम इसलिए कर रहे हैं, हमें पता है गैप क्या है। अब आप समझो उनके स्टेटमेंट का इंटरप्रिटेशन। क्या कह रही है वो? क्रिप्टो को बैन करने के लिए हमें क्या चाहिए? पूरे वर्ल्ड की कंसेंट। मिलेगी ही नहीं, कभी नहीं मिल सकती। यूएस रेगुलेट करना चाहता है, यूके रेगुलेट करना चाहता है, दुबई और सिंगापुर क्रिप्टो हब बनने की तैयारी में है। आपको ग्लोबल कंसेंसस कभी नहीं मिलेगी। इट मींस इट इज टोटली पॉजिटिव स्टेटमेंट। कभी ग्लोबल कंसेंसस नहीं मिलेगी और आप क्रिप्टो बैन नहीं कर पाओगे। कुछ लोग उस पर आर्ग्यू करते हैं कि चाइना ने कर दिया। चाइना का तो WWW भी खुद का है, हमारा है क्या? चाइना को आप छोड़ दो, वो आइसोलेटेड वर्ल्ड में जी सकता है, हम नहीं जी पाएंगे। हमारी चीजें अलग हैं। सो रेस्ट ऑफ द आर्ग्यूमेंट आर देयर, बट डेफिनेटली इन चीजों के बाद हमें तो लगता है सब कुछ पॉजिटिव। सो बेसिकली हमें बुरा लगता है गवर्नमेंट ने इतना टैक्स लगा दिया, कोई डिडक्शन भी नहीं दे रहे। बहुत क्लियर है, कोई डिडक्शन नहीं मिलेगी। नाउ सबसे बड़ा मैटर, सर उन्होंने कहा है कि एक कॉइन से लॉस हो जाए और दूसरे कॉइन से प्रॉफिट हो जाए। आप बताओगे या मैं बताऊं? सेट ऑफ करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे? क्या कहा उन्होंने? नहीं करेंगे। ऐसा ही कहा है। कहां कहा है? लॉ में लिख दिया। सेक्शन 115 BBH सब सेक्शन 2 बनाकर उन्होंने कुछ ऐसी लाइन लिखी है जो मैं मान रहा हूं कि आपको बहुत ज्यादा समझ नहीं आएंगी। उन्होंने लिखा कि पूरे एक्ट में कुछ भी कहीं भी लिखा हुआ हो, हम आपको एक कॉइन के लॉस को दूसरे कॉइन के प्रॉफिट से शट ऑफ करने को नहीं देंगे। अब मैं आपको आंसर दे रहा हूं। अगर आप इस फाइनेंशियल ईयर में 22-23 में इथेरियम खरीदकर 80,000 का लॉस होता है और बिटकॉइन खरीदकर 1 लाख का प्रॉफिट होता है, तो अभी तक पूरी दुनिया मानकर चल रही है कि 80,000 को भूल जाओ और 1 लाख पर फ्लैट 30% टैक्स देना पड़ेगा। अवर इंटरप्रिटेशन सेज दैट आप 1 लाख में से 80,000 माइनस कर लेना, 20,000 पर ही टैक्स देना। अब मैं यहाँ बहुत ज्यादा वो डिस्कशन करूंगा तो वो लेक्चर इनकम टैक्स का हो जाएगा, बट अवर इंटरप्रिटेशन इज वेरी क्लियर कि आप सेट ऑफ कर लेना। रीजन बहुत सिंपल लैंग्वेज में बताने की कोशिश करता हूं। उन्होंने एक लाइन लिखी है, नॉट विद स्टैंडिंग एनीथिंग कंटेंट इन एनी प्रोविजन ऑफ द एक्ट। इनकम टैक्स एक्ट के किसी भी प्रोविजन में कुछ भी लिखा हो हम सेट ऑफ करने को नहीं देंगे। इट मींस ये प्रोविजन किसको ओवरराइड कर रहा है? पूरे इनकम टैक्स एक्ट को ना, उसकी बाहर की किसी चीज को तो ओवरराइड नहीं कर रहा है ना। अब मैं आपको कह रहा हूं बिटकॉइन का लॉस इथेरियम के प्रॉफिट से सेट ऑफ करना इनकम टैक्स एक्ट में कहीं लिखा हुआ ही नहीं है। क्यों नहीं लिखा हुआ है मैं आपको बताता हूं। एक बहुत बेसिक एग्जांपल समझो आप। इनकम टैक्स में ना सेट ऑफ 3 तरह से होते हैं। अगर आपने सैलरी से इनकम कमाई और हाउस प्रॉपर्टी से लॉस कमाया तो ये आपस में क्या हो जाएंगे? सेट ऑफ। दिस इज कॉल्ड इंटर हेड सेट ऑफ। एक लॉस का, एक हेड का प्रॉफिट दूसरे हेड के लॉस से सेट ऑफ हो जाता है। फिर आता है वहां इंट्रा हेड सेट ऑफ, शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन, लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन, ये आपस में हो जाएंगे सेट ऑफ। और तीसरा बचता है इंट्रा सोर्स सेट ऑफ। एग्जांपल देता हूं, एक पर्सन शेयर मार्केट में रेगुलर ट्रेड करता है, एचडीएफसी बैंक के शेयर से लॉस होता है, रिलायंस के शेयर से प्रॉफिट होता है। आप बताओ सेट ऑफ करेगा या नहीं करेगा? करेगा। ये एक्ट में कहीं लिखा हुआ है क्या? नहीं लिखा हुआ है। फिर कैसे हो रहा है? सुप्रीम कोर्ट का डिसीजन है, इंट्रा सोर्स सेट ऑफ आर नॉट रिक्वायर्ड टू बी मेंशन्ड इन द लॉ, इंट्रा सोर्स सेट ऑफ आर इनहेरेंट इन द लॉ। वो कह रहे हैं लॉ में ऑटोमेटिकली मान लो कि ये प्रोविजन लिखा है, वो देना पड़ेगा आपको। एक बहुत बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग सोचो यार, किराने की दुकान वाला गुड़ बेच के लॉस कमा रहा है, शक्कर बेच के प्रॉफिट कमा रहा है, शाम को जब वो अपना प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस कैलकुलेट करेगा क्या आपस में सेट ऑफ करेगा? हाँ। ये इनकम टैक्स एक्ट है क्या? नहीं, ये इनकम कैलकुलेट करने का तरीका है। दिस इज नॉट इनकम टैक्स एक्ट। और इंट्रा सोर्स सेट ऑफ इज नो वेयर मेंशन्ड इन द एक्ट, इसलिए ये सेक्शन कभी भी उसको ओवरराइड नहीं कर पाएगा। दैट्स द रीजन हम कह रहे हैं कि आप बिटकॉइन के लॉस को इथेरियम के प्रॉफिट से सेट ऑफ कर लेना, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, होना चाहिए वो। तो अब आप बोलोगे फिर ये पागल हैं, उन्होंने एक्ट में लिख दिया कि सेट ऑफ नहीं देंगे। अरे उसका रीजन होगा ना। आपको बिटकॉइन से भी लॉस हुआ, आपको इथेरियम से भी लॉस हुआ, आपकी किस्मत इतनी खराब है आपने जो खरीदा उसमें लॉस हुआ, और आपका फाइनली अमाउंट भी क्या है? लॉस। अब ये किसी से भी सेट ऑफ नहीं हो पाएगा, लेकिन एक कॉइन का प्रॉफिट दूसरे कॉइन के लॉस से सेट ऑफ कर लेना बिंदास। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के एक बहुत रेप्यूटेड एडवोकेट, नाम पब्लिक ने ले नहीं सकते, उनका रिटर्न ओपिनियन हम इस इंटरप्रिटेशन पे ले चुके हैं। कॉइन गब्बर वापस, मैंने जैसे स्टार्टिंग में बोला था, हम अलग हैं, हम चीजों को देखते भी अलग हैं, और इसीलिए हम वापस बोल रहे हैं, हम शेयर क्यों बोल रहे हैं, गब्बर क्यों बोल रहे हैं। हमने इंटरप्रिटेशन निकाला, इंटरप्रिटेशन को हमने हमारी कम्युनिटी के सामने रखा, पहले चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स के सामने, कि लेट देम इंटरप्रेट इट क्रिटिकली, क्रिटिकल एनालिसिस इनसे करवा ले। उसके बाद फिर हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के एक एडवोकेट की रिटर्न में ओपिनियन ली है कि क्या जो हम इंटरप्रेट कर रहे हैं वो सही है। ही सेड यस, इट इज ट्रू, और आप सेट ऑफ कर लेना। So, as of now, the set off is allowed. अब कुछ लोग आर्ग्यू करेंगे, फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी ने पार्लियामेंट में जाके मना कर दिया था कि सेट ऑफ करने को नहीं देंगे, उस पर भी मैं आपको आर्ग्यू कर रहा हूं। ब्यूरोक्रेसी पार्लियामेंट में जाकर कुछ भी बोल दे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में इंटरप्रिटेशन लॉ का होता है, उनके स्टेटमेंट का नहीं होता है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में यह मैटर भी कई बार जा चुके। what you have said in the parliament is totally irrelevant as compared to the interpretation of the law। अगर आपको पार्लियामेंट में कहकर ही लॉ चलाना है तो लॉ लिखते क्यों? इसलिए फाइनली मतलब वो निकाला जाएगा जो लॉ में लिखा हुआ है, ना कि आपने पार्लियामेंट में जाकर क्या बोला है। तो इरेस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द स्टेटमेंट गिवन बाय द फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी इन द पार्लियामेंट, हम सेट ऑफ करेंगे, आप बिल्कुल कर लेना। नाउ एक और पॉइंट पर आता हूं, फिर टीडीएस वाले पॉइंट पर आपको कुछ लाइट्स देकर जाऊंगा। यहां आप इसे समझ लेना, जो अब मैं, आप ये देखो, आप बिटकॉइन पर 30% टैक्स और अजय देवगन पर 28% टैक्स। चलिए अब हम बात करते हैं इसकी। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है। गलत फहमी इस बात की कि क्रिप्टो की हर इनकम पर 30% टैक्स है, और फाइनली आप ये समझकर जाना कि नहीं है। मैंने स्टार्टिंग में फर्स्ट लाइन आपको क्या पढ़ाई थी? कब टैक्स है 30%? जब आपने वर्चुअल डिजिटल असेट को क्या किया? ट्रांसफर, उसकी इनकम पर 30% टैक्स है। इसके अलावा क्रिप्टो में तो बहुत सारी और भी इनकम हो रही है ना। कौन सी और इनकम हो रही है? तो मैंने पहला फिएट टू क्रिप्टो लिखा है। फिएट टू क्रिप्टो, आई होप यू आर अवेयर अबाउट इट। जब आपने रुपी को बिटकॉइन में कन्वर्ट किया, फिर बिटकॉइन, रुपी से बिटकॉइन खरीदे, बिटकॉइन बेचे, वापस रुपीज आ गए, दिस इज फिएट टू क्रिप्टो, टोटली टैक्सेबल क्योंकि ट्रांसफर है। नाउ क्रिप्टो टू क्रिप्टो क्या टैक्सेबल होगा? हाँ होगा, बट आपने अपने वैलेट में ट्रांसफर किए बिटकॉइन, क्या टैक्स लगेगा? एक्सचेंज से वैलेट में ट्रांसफर पर कोई टैक्स लगेगा क्या? सो आंसर इज नो, दिस इज नॉट ट्रांसफर। आई होप आई मेड इट क्लियर, राइट? तो अगर आप कन्वर्ट करोगे बिटकॉइन को इथेरियम में तो टैक्स है, लेकिन बिटकॉइन जो आपके एक्सचेंज पर है उसे आप वैलेट में ले जाओगे तो टैक्स नहीं होगा। यस प्लीज, यस डेफिनेटली। अगर आपने अपने वर्चुअल डिजिटल असेट को दूसरी वर्चुअल डिजिटल असेट में कन्वर्ट किया, दिस इज टर्म्ड एज ट्रांसफर, दिस इज लाइबल फॉर टैक्स। बट इफ यू जस्ट ट्रांसफर योर VDA इनटू वैलेट फ्रॉम द एक्सचेंज, है ना, आपने बाइनेंस से खरीदा और मेटामास्क में ट्रांसफर कर लिए बिटकॉइन, इस पर टैक्स नहीं है। लेकिन बिटकॉइन टू इथर कन्वर्ट किया, दिस इज टैक्सेबल। नाउ लास्ट पॉइंट पर आते हैं, माइनिंग की इनकम पर टैक्स लगेगा क्या? स्टेकिंग की इनकम पर टैक्स लगेगा क्या? एयर ड्रॉप्स की इनकम पर टैक्स लगेगा क्या? यूथ ज्यादा बैठा है, आप तो एयर ड्रॉप ही कर रहे हो अभी, राइट? हमारा भी इंटेंशन ही एयर ड्रॉप है, फ्री में मिल जाए, और होना भी चाहिए डेफिनेटली। तो वन बाय वन में वो क्लियर कर देता हूं। माइनिंग, आई होप सब क्लियर है माइनिंग के बारे में। माइनिंग से अगर आपको इनकम हो जाती है तो क्या 30% टैक्स है? नहीं, ये ट्रांसफर थोड़ी है। अरे आपने क्या पढ़ा था, वो फर्स्ट लाइन क्या लिखी थी? ट्रांसफर पर 30% टैक्स है ना। आपने माइनिंग की, बिटकॉइन आ गए आपके पास, 1 लाख रुपए के बिटकॉइन कमाए आपने इस साल माइनिंग से, क्या ये ट्रांसफर है? क्या ये बिटकॉइन का ट्रांसफर है? नहीं, तो 30% टैक्स नहीं लगेगा। तो कैसे लगेगा? नॉर्मल इनकम की तरह टैक्स लगेगा। और नॉर्मल इनकम की तरह टैक्स क्या होता है? 2.5 लाख तक 0, 2.5 लाख से 5 लाख 5। आई होप एक अच्छी चीज मैंने आपको बता दी, हर किसी इनकम पर 30% टैक्स नहीं है, ट्रांसफर पर है, एंड माइनिंग इज नॉट ट्रांसफर। अब आएगा ट्रांसफर। आपने इस साल 1 लाख रुपए के बिटकॉइन कमाए माइनिंग करके, और अगले साल आपने इन बिटकॉइन को 4 लाख रुपए में बेच दिया, क्या आप टैक्स लगेगा? कितने पर? 3 लाख पर। कितना परसेंट? नाउ यू गॉट द पॉइंट, वेरी गुड, बढ़िया। कौन कहता है यार खाने के बाद नींद आती है? IT प्रोफेशनल टैक्स पढ़ रहे हैं, सोचो आप। यस यस, क्लेप फॉर यू पीपल, यस, आई रियली एडमायर योर पेशेंस, बढ़िया। तो माइनिंग इज नॉट टैक्सेबल इन द एम्बिट ऑफ 30%, नहीं लगेगा भैया। माइनिंग की इनकम नॉर्मल इनकम की तरह टैक्सेबल होगी, लेकिन जब आप माइंड क्रिप्टो को बेचोगे तब वो क्या कहलाएगा? ट्रांसफर, एंड दैट विल अट्रैक्ट 30% टैक्स। नाउ व्हाट अबाउट स्टेकिंग? स्टेकिंग की इनकम नॉर्मल इनकम जैसे टैक्सेबल होगी। स्टेकिंग से जनरली क्या मिलता है? इंटरेस्ट। क्या वो ट्रांसफर है? नहीं है, तो उस पर टैक्स लगेगा क्या? हाँ, 30% से नहीं, किस पर लगेगा? रेगुलर जैसे लगेगा। नाउ द लास्ट पॉइंट इज, एयर ड्रॉप पर टैक्स लगेगा क्या? अगेन द पॉइंट इज सेम। एयर ड्रॉप जब आपने लिया तो क्या ट्रांसफर हो गया? नहीं, तो जब एयर ड्रॉप आप कमाओगे उस साल उस पर टैक्स लगेगा, लेकिन कैसे? नॉर्मल जैसे। और जब इस एयर ड्रॉप वर्चुअल असेट को आप बेच दोगे तब लगेगा गेन पर 30% का टैक्स। इसलिए इस गलत फहमी को हटा दें। फर्स्ट स्लाइड के अलावा आप देखें, सेकंड स्लाइड में एक अमाउंट पर तो टैक्स ही नहीं है, और थर्ड वाले पॉइंट में तो कहीं भी 30% टैक्स नहीं है। इसलिए ये नहीं माने कि हर इनकम पर 30% टैक्स है। लास्ट पॉइंट, इधर यहां इसको हटाता हूं अब, इनकम टैक्स को। एक और बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है टीडीएस को लेकर, कि 1% टीडीएस है। डेफिनेटली है, पर उसमें आपको कुछ नहीं करना। व्हेनेवर यू विल सेल योर क्रिप्टो, वो क्रिप्टो एक्सचेंज कर लेगी वो काम, राइट? सन क्रिप्टो वालों की टेंशन है टीडीएस काटने की, आपकी टेंशन नहीं है, राइट? सो अब हम इस पॉइंट पर आते हैं कि टीडीएस हो गया, टीडीएस हो गया, टीडीएस हो गया, इतने ज्यादा बवाल मच गया टीडीएस के नाम पर। अब मैं आपको फाइनली एक सॉल्यूशन देकर जा रहा हूं। एक बात बताओ यार, आप क्रिप्टो मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट किस बात के लिए करना चाहते हो? सट्टा लगाने के लिए, रेगुलर ट्रेडिंग करना चाहते हो, या गेन कमाना चाहते हो? तो आप मुझे बताओ, गेन करने के लिए रेगुलर ट्रांसफर करना होता है या होल्ड करना होता है? और होल्डिंग पर किसी तरह का टीडीएस नहीं है, तो क्यों रेगुलर ट्रेडिंग कर रहे हो? होल्ड करो, कोई टीडीएस नहीं है। सेल पर टीडीएस लगेगा ना, राइट? सो अगेन आपको मैं 3 एग्जांपल्स बताकर जा रहा हूं जिस पर टीडीएस का प्रोविजन एप्लीकेबल ही नहीं है। पॉइंट नंबर 1, आप जैसे म्यूचुअल फंड में एसआईपी करते हो, क्रिप्टो की एसआईपी चालू करो, स्पेशल स्टूडेंट, 1000 रुपए महीने, 1000 रुपए महीना आप क्रिप्टो में लगाना स्टार्ट करो, क्रिप्टो की एसआईपी करना स्टार्ट करो। लग जाएगा टीडीएस? नहीं लगेगा, सेल पर टीडीएस है, आप क्यों टेंशन ले रहे हो? सेकंड, लेंडिंग प्रोटोकॉल यूज करो। आर यू अवेयर अबाउट लेंडिंग प्रोटोकॉल? आपको पैसा अगर चाहिए भी तो उसको लेंड करके उसको लेंडिंग प्रोटोकॉल पे डाल के उसको लिक्विडेट कर लो, वो ट्रांसफर नहीं कहलाता। लेंडिंग प्रोटोकॉल यूज करो। अब मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है लेंडिंग प्रोटोकॉल समझाने का, बट मैं आपको बता के जा रहा हूं, यूज द लेंडिंग प्रोटोकॉल, देयर इज नो टीडीएस। और लास्ट, एक्चुअल सेल करने पर टीडीएस है। आप फ्यूचर एंड ऑप्शन के थ्रू ट्रेड करो ना, फ्यूचर मार्केट में सेल करो, कोई टीडीएस नहीं है। राइट, गॉट द पॉइंट। तो अगेन लॉ को लॉ जैसे पढ़ा जाता है, बट बीइंग अ इन्वेस्टर ऑफ क्रिप्टो हम लॉ के एक्सपर्ट नहीं है, एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी कम इनटू द पिक्चर कि आपको सब चीजें कनेक्ट करके बताएं। तो फाइनली टीडीएस जैसे प्रोविजन से भी आप बच सकते हो अगर आप मेरी बातें मानो, लेंडिंग प्रोटोकॉल यूज करो, एसआईपी करो क्रिप्टो की, एंड देन फाइनली आप क्रिप्टो को एफ एंड डो में डील करो, तो कोई टीडीएस नहीं होगा। लास्ट, यस, किसी को डाउट था बीच में, कोई पूछ रहा था? यस प्लीज।
Yes, sir. I have a question.
यस सर।
This is
सर,
very
आप मत पूछो
entertaining.
प्लीज।
नहीं नहीं, this is very entertaining. और I agree. Usually खाना खाने के बाद सब लोग सोते हैं, लेकिन आपकी जो वेव लेंथ है वो अप एंड डाउन जाती है, बड़ी अच्छी स्टाइल है. I just want to say thank you. It was very good style. It's amazing.
यस, टीडीएस पूरे एक्चुअल अमाउंट पे अप्लाई होगा। ही आस्किंग द क्वेश्चन कि मैंने 100 रुपए का बिटकॉइन बेचा, 90 में खरीदा था, तो 10 पर टीडीएस लगेगा या 100 पे लगेगा? 100 पे लगेगा, दिस इज फॉर श्योर, पूरे सेलिंग अमाउंट पर। टीडीएस का क्लेम आप नॉर्मली जैसे करते हैं, राइट, आप अपने इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न भरें, वहां टैक्स बताएं, और अगर रिफंड आ रहा है तो रिफंड क्लेम करें। दैट विल बी डन बाय योर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट डेफिनेटली। एक लास्ट डाउट मैं भूल जाऊं उसके पहले आपको बता दूं, कुछ लोगों के बहुत बड़ा डाउट है, क्रिप्टो होल्ड करने पर टैक्स लगेगा क्या? मुझसे ऑलमोस्ट बच्चे छोड़ो, इन्वेस्टर छोड़ो, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट एक ही क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं, क्या क्रिप्टो की होल्डिंग पर कोई टैक्स है? 31 मार्च 2023 को मेरे अकाउंट में 10 करोड़ रुपए के बिटकॉइन पड़े हुए हैं, क्या कोई टैक्स लगेगा? यार, आपने 1 करोड़ का मकान खरीदा था, 10 करोड़ का हो गया, क्या टैक्स देते हो? नहीं, तब देना जब वो बेच दो। That's the point. जिस दिन आप क्रिप्टो बेचोगे ना, उस दिन टैक्स लगेगा। होल्डिंग पर किसी तरह का टैक्स नहीं है, होल्डिंग पर आपको जेल भी नहीं भेज सकते। होल्डिंग की केवल इंफॉर्मेशन आपको अपने इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न में दिखानी, दैट इज ऑन द पार्ट ऑफ डिस्क्लोजर। सो यू वांट टू डिस्क्लोज, यू नीड टू डिस्क्लोज द होल्डिंग ऑफ द क्रिप्टो, यू नीड नॉट टू पे एनी टाइप ऑफ टैक्स ऑन द होल्डिंग ऑफ द क्रिप्टो। ये एक और मिथ है। सो फाइनल, दैट्स ऑल ऑन माय पार्ट। थैंक यू फॉर योर पेशेंस लिसनिंग। यस प्लीज। हाँ, 100%। आप अपना इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न भरें, इधर यू फाइल इट बाय योरसेल्फ और बाय टेकिंग द हेल्प ऑफ एनी टाइप ऑफ टैक्स एडवोकेट्स, आपको भरना पड़ेगा। इवन आपने 80,000 रुपए कमाए बिटकॉइन से, क्रिप्टो असेट से, 24,000 प्लस सरचा प्लस सेस सब आपको देना पड़ेगा। नहीं, कोई कॉम्प्लेक्स नहीं है। हाँ, तो आपका अकाउंट स्टेटमेंट निकालो आपके क्रिप्टो एक्सचेंज से, है ना, और आपको उस पर टैक्स देना पड़ेगा। हाँ, यू नीड नॉट टू वरी अबाउट दैट। दो आप क्वेश्चन पूछो, उसके पहले मैं आपको बता दूं, हमारे पास भी आपके लिए कुछ क्वेश्चंस हैं, राइट? तो नहीं, दिव्या मैडम आपसे कुछ क्वेश्चंस पूछेंगी, और जो भी आंसर सही देगा, तो हमसे बहुत सारे लोग टी शर्ट्स मांग रहे थे, ये गब्बर वाली, तो वो फ्रीबीज, वो गुडीज आपके लिए अवेलेबल है। 5 क्वेश्चन है, बहुत आसान से आप आंसर देना। अगेन हमने सोचा था नींद भगा देंगे 5 क्वेश्चन पूछ के, बट थैंक्स टू यू पीपल, आपकी नींद पहले ही भाग गई थी, है ना, तो वो 5 क्वेश्चन अभी आपसे मैडम पूछेंगे। यस, कोई और भी डाउट था शायद?
Sir, last question.
हाँ.
What is your opinion on peer-to-peer transaction? Is it legal in India or is it taxable?
वापस आंसर वही दूंगा, दिस इज नॉट इलीगल एज ऑफ नाउ, दिस इज नॉट डिक्लेयर्ड इलीगल ट्रांजेक्शन। So means if it is not declared illegal transaction, means there is no question about the legality.
And is it taxable?
100%। अगर आप पीयर टू पीयर ट्रांजेक्शन करके ट्रांसफर है, प्रॉफिट कमा रहे हो, टैक्स लगेगा, वो अलग बात है कि उन्हें पता कैसे चलेगा, बट राइट, अगर हम इवेजन हटा दें, नॉर्मल बात करें, तो टैक्सेबल है।
Sir, how is the
उस पर आपको एक डाउट और होगा, टीडीएस का क्या करोगे, तो वो अभी तक कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं है एक्सचेंजेस। दे आर रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम। अभी आपको बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस और भी होंगे, तो मैं बाहर अवेलेबल हूँ, कॉइन गब्बर के बूथ पर, आप वहीं पर पूछ लेना। और ये अभी हम कैंसिल कर रहे हैं, लास्ट में करते हैं। अरे should we ask the questions?
because that's what people want. That's what this is a community. We agree on that,
Yes.
and this is democracy, right? And in crypto world, if some people want time, we should give them time.
Okay, hi, this is Divya from CoinGabbar. I have very simple 5 questions. मैं जल्दी बोलूंगी वरना मुझे टाइम आउट के लिए बोल दिया जाएगा. तो will there be taxation applicable if ether is transferred from exchange to wallet?
Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
The guy in blue shirt, no. अभी सर ने एक्सप्लेन करा, नींद सबकी उड़ी थी ना. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट प्लीज. Next question. Will there be taxation if ether is swapped to Bitcoin?
Yes, 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 yes.
अच्छा ठीक है, one of you, the one in red shirt, कितना % होगा? 30%. Sure. ठीक है. Next question. अभी recently ETH merge हुआ था, सुना था? Ethereum merge सुना होगा सभी ने? Ethereum was shifted to which of the following consensus mechanism? Proof of work, proof of stake. Sure. The guy in white and black. आप दे रहे? मैं अब notice करूंगी sir. Which of the following brands does not accept Bitcoin? Burger King, Domino's, KFC, Subway. सारे ऑप्शन एक एक बार बोल लो, कोई ना कोई तो सही हो ही जाएगा. मुझे कुछ सुनाई दे रहा है. KFC किसने बोला? KFC किसने बोला? गलत है, सारे नीचे कर दो हाथ. ओके, द आंसर इज, सर आप बता दो आपको. सर प्लीज एक आपका ये थोड़ा The last question. The first Bitcoin service trade-off was conducted for car wash, pizza delivery, buying a... Oh my God! सभी को बूथ पे आना पड़ेगा टी-शर्ट्स के लिए, फ्री टी-शर्ट्स के लिए. Everyone on the booth, please. You can just...
कुछ लोगों को ये रहने दो सेशन में. The T-shirt is after the next session. जो few next sessions are over.
चलिए guys, thank you so much.
After 5 p.m.
मैं हूँ available half an hour. Yes, definitely I'm coming.
I feel like you teach me. No, you're amazing.
People like all three. Actually, we used to spend around 5 to 6 hours among the students. And then teach to CS students. And it's around 1,000 students in a day.
इनका रह गया क्या?
ये नहीं है.
ये आपका ही.
Guys, you know what? We are our hashtag Sharp platform. It's trending on Twitter. Yeah. if you just check your Twitter and go to trends, you'll find Sharp platform trending.
यहाँ की फोटो भी अगर
Yeah, just show your tweets and all at the registration desk and just grab your swags. हाँ कुछ लोग को
दूसरे वाला चल रहा
इससे ज्यादा मजा जावास्क्रिप्ट में
It's coming. मैंने आज लंच खाया, उस पर टैक्स देना होगा कि नहीं? जीएसटी. All right. So it looks like दूसरा वाला था ना? How's everybody doing? Yeah, had lunch? Ready for dinner? And in between? How many of you visited Sharp platform? All right, nice, nice. Did you learn something? Yes? She like, yes, yes, me too, me too. Did you guys, did you get some free tokens already or not yet? Good, that's a correct answer. Nani, this is a session, it's not really panel. नहीं हुआ? हैं? नहीं उसमें नहीं होगा ये. All right, no problem. We can do without this. We don't have to. All right, let's do one more person. We'll do a panel here now. You guys want panel? Yes? Panel, let me see hands. All right, that's better. Sounds good. Awesome. This is good. India's great. We are very adaptable, dynamic. So let's talk about, we'll do some, oh, what's this? Coffee, tea?
This is mine. Don't touch it. Well, I'm just glad that Mahesh
Ravi.
suggested a panel.
Can you ask Lalit to send one more panelist?
Or any one of you. I mean, let's be interactive. So I'm just glad Mahesh suggested a panel because I'm so old. I need a break right now. So I'm going to sit and talk and try to get some energy from you guys and give some back. So, so do we want to talk about Web3 in terms of the Sharp platform? Do we want to do that?
Yeah, so let's start with a little bit about that, and we will do question answers.
Yeah.
And anybody has questions, answers about anything about the conference, Web3, crypto, decentralization, blockchain, we'll just do those questions. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to do a quick overview. How many of you watched the video, did the survey? Can you show of hands just so I can see? Okay, is that half of you or more? Okay, good, good, good. So for the rest of you, I'll give you, 1 or 2 minute intro, and then we can take it from there. So Sharp platform is Shopify for Web3. So brands and communities and the gig economy can easily onboard to Web3. Right now, it is too hard for the average consumer to participate and for communities and businesses to do so. So then what are the components on Web3? I think Mahesh has covered some of that over the last couple of days, but if you were not here, think of the applications like tokens, the metaverse, and NFTs. Just let's try to keep it simple. All right. So that's the applications, if you will. And then you will enter the metaverse to start earning and spending that. Does that make sense? So we are building the infrastructure. And then just like Shopify, if I'm a business or a community, I just go click here. I want my own metaverse. Click here. I want my own wallet. But you have to use our Sharp token. So we charge you a small monthly subscription fee for the infrastructure, and we will handle all of that. But then you have to use our token. If you say, well, I want my own token, I'm Burger King, and I want my token to be called Burger Token. Okay, go ahead and do that. We will have a consulting partner that will help you do all that. Does that make sense? We just want to be the infrastructure provider to easily onboard businesses, communities, and gig workers to the Web3 economy. Make sense? So that's what we are trying to do. And one of the reasons we're here is we want to get feedback from all of you, right? So we've had a survey going for the last 3 days. Like most of you said, you've done it. If you haven't, after this session, go and fill out the survey. But I'm super excited to let you know that we have 507 responses to our survey as of right now. That's amazing. So thank you for those that have filled it out. So then you're like, okay, great. You filled out a survey and what's going to happen? Well, I'm a believer in co-creating products and services. That means...
Shall, let me add more to that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Before we do that. So, all right. Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you post stuff on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all those, TikTok? All of them, everybody, right? Or even reading stuff. How many of you read there? Everybody, right? Everybody reads there. So posting, reading, this is like a, and how many of you really get paid for that? Nobody? What? I get checked from Facebook all the time. So that's exactly one of the problems is that we are creating content almost every day, every minute, every second. You're sleeping, you're creating content, right? You have smartwatches, you have smartphones. You came here from your home, you're creating content. Google already know where this map is taking you, right? You go to doctor gives you medicine, they put in the system, you're creating content. So everything, we're sleeping and watches are tracking our sleep. Oh, you sleep for 5 hours. But this data is being created, this content is being created, it's being sent to somewhere, somebody, some company, right? So that's one of the biggest, I don't even think it's a challenge, that's one of the um, problem in this Web 2.0 is that these companies like Facebook, like big pharmas, big banks, and like Google, Microsoft, all of them, not just one, that's what their business is, right? That's their business is. Whatever data we are creating, they take somehow, some way, analytics or from marketing research firms, they get the data and they then try to target you based on that. Funny thing is, not only forget about searching. Remember when you search something on Google, next an hour later you go to any website, you start seeing ads for same products, right? So what's wrong with this picture? And they keep showing you again and again and again and every day, right? So what happens is our brain, scientists say that, I'm not a scientist, that if you keep seeing same thing again and again and again, you keep hearing same thing again and again and again, your brain start believing that it's a fact. Same thing. Okay, so imagine if you have a disease and you start seeing this new drug which may or may not work on you. Funny story. I went from India to US, and in the US, first time I saw that on TV, they show ads for medicines, the drugs. They'll say, oh, you didn't sleep good last night? You must have blah, blah, blah. Talk to your doctor about this drug. Well, maybe I didn't sleep good because I ate too much naan and dal. So what they keep showing that again and again and every day. So out of sudden, you're like, okay, I'm going to doctor. Like, doctor, I can't sleep. Did you heard about that drug? Guess what? Doctor is getting paid. Like, yes, 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 we have free trial here. Why don't you try this one? So in the US, I'm amazed how many drugs people take. A healthy people, if you are 45 or over, average, they take 6 to 8, 10 pills every day. That's what business is. That's why this big pharma, that's what they make money. So one of the reasons to solve these problems is, imagine when you're creating a content in a new world called Web 3, you first of all, you can allow or you don't have to allow, say, yes, I'm creating this data, I'm participating in this study, companies can use it. But you will also get paid for that, not just reward, you'll get paid for that. So that's exactly what this creators economy is. Whoever is creating the content, they participate, they now can be rewarded. So the future is almost coming where all of you who wants to participate in content creation, they will be getting rewarded for that. And that's what Shell was talking about, is that we are also participating. So there's many companies are creating these tokens that in different industries. So when Shell said, talking about that token sharp platform, our idea is on C# corner platform, anybody who's creating content right now, they are doing for free. We are like LinkedIn. Think of us like a LinkedIn and Medium and LinkedIn Medium combined. So people, anything they're contributing, if you're answering a forum question, if you are posting a video, imagine you start getting paid for that in tokens. And over time, you keep doing that, you're going to start earning that. And token is going to be traded publicly, obviously, so you can either sell or do whatever with it. And we also have idea to bring this to multiple companies, so the same token can be applied to different platforms in different companies. So with that said, now I want to make sure I have a little background on that, Shell. So now you can go ahead, please continue.
Yeah, perfect. I'll try to wrap it up. So was that clear in terms of what we're providing in terms of the infrastructure, right? So then that's fine. Usually companies, they would build something and then say, we built it, We're proud of it because we're developers and we're architects and we know what we're doing. Here, use it. I don't know about you, 8 out of 10, it doesn't work, right? Because you haven't done design thinking. You haven't talked to the users about how it's going to be used. And do you like red color? Do you like blue? Do you like this feature? Do you like that? So co-creating a product is the new buzzword in any industry. And that means that we are talking to you, we're asking you to respond to the survey to say, hey, do you like it? Do you not? So during this past week, we went to a couple of universities and got feedback from them as well. What are you looking for as a student if you were to onboard as a gig worker, right? So with most of you here, we also ask for your feedback. So for us, it's valuable. It helps shape the product. Does that make sense? So in your future, don't build anything that you think you know better than the user, okay? So that's our approach. So we're super happy to be working with the C# Corner community in co-creating NU in terms of creating next generation community economy. Make sense? So I think that's basically it. So what we have is you've seen our booth. If you haven't, it's out there. Come and talk to us. But we put together a 1-minute video to help introduce the concept to you, right? So you can get an idea of what we're thinking. So we'll probably play it here today. If not, we can go to our booth and then I can talk more about it. But to me, the biggest factor is the gamification. And that's frankly one of the features we've gotten most positive feedback on is, okay, just make it a little bit of fun, right? Getting NFTs for certifications and for submitting code, great, that's awesome. But man, make it a little bit of fun. So that's what we're going to try with that. So I'll leave it at that and move on to the next.
Let's do is maybe
Some Q&A.
yeah, maybe we have a new panelist. Oh. Yeah, we have new panelist. Maybe Pritam is going to introduce himself so everybody knows, and then we can open it to Q&A. So we want you guys, any questions you have around anything today at the conference, Web3 or anything, just let's open up for questions.
Okay, yeah, hi everyone. So I am Preetham. I am founder of Quill Audit. So we are a Web3 focused cybersecurity company. Okay, and I think you guys just were at my session. So why we need Web3 security, right? So we are discussing very interesting, cool ideas on metaverse, on NFT, on creator economy, right? So these ideas are very cool, and there is need of these ideas to move from these centralized platforms like Facebook and Google to build some metaverse applications. But the need of Web3 security is very much important. So why it is important and why these Web2 hackers are moving into from Web2 to Web3? Because in Web2, if I'm going to hack any platforms, I can get any data out of it, maybe Amazon data or Flipkart or Zomato data, right? But in Web3, I can hack or I can break any smart contracts and I can get away with millions of dollars, right? That's why these Web3 hackers are breaking the smart contracts. That's why with cool products, with cool ideas, there is need of Web3 security also. Yeah.
Great. You want to? Anybody want to ask questions? Anybody has questions about anything? Yes, there's a question back there. Okay, I will go there. Yeah.
Hello. Hi. One of the fundamentals of all blockchain, I think, from Bitcoin to ETH, we have been talking a lot about the kind of impact that it creates to the environment. I'm talking about the net emission. I want to understand how Sharp works from that perspective, because clearly you guys are early into the game. None of your products have been launched. So I feel that, along with scalability, if we also look at becoming a little more environment friendly, that'll be great. I mean, that's one of the suggestions that I've already put on the form, but I'd love to hear a little more about that from the person.
Question please for SAP blockchain. Yeah, what's the question? For emissions and everything.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
You mean yes, please go ahead.
Yeah? Okay.
Environment. Okay, got it. Yeah. You're talking about the blockchain, some of the blockchains having problem effect on the environment.
That's correct. I'm talking about the net emission.
Yep.
Yep. I want to know what Sharp's take is on that.
Yep.
Are we moving in that direction? Are we not moving? Are
Yes.
we expecting any sort of a bid? What is it like?
Yeah, so again, you know how, I don't know if you were in the tax panel, similar to the tax panel, how there's misconception about the taxing. Same thing is with the emissions in the, it's just there are only 2 or 3 blockchain. They are the one, there are maybe a few more, including Bitcoin. They are proof of work. And if you understand proof of work, that means to earn the reward in the mining, the computer has to run and solve a puzzle. But majority of the blockchains out there, they are proof of stake or similar algorithms. And what does that mean? Is as long as you have balance in the account on your node, you're fine. There's no emission, there's no harm to the planet. You still have to run the computer, but they're very minimal. You can even stake these tokens on a BlackBerry or those, I mean, Raspberry Pi and very small devices. So there's no, definitely there's, it's all also, I don't look at the blockchains like Algorand, Stratus, they're all proof of stake, and there's no harm in that. That answer your question? All right, any more questions? You want to talk, any questions about taxi? Yes.
Hey, Shell, I have a question for you. I want to ask, how do you plan on keeping the currency floating inside the website instead of everyone just redeeming it into the real currency and causing a possible loss?
So within the platform, what's the plan for keep the currency or the token circulating within the platform and partners?
Okay, thank you for the question. So the idea that we have is that it's going to be a marketplace of multiple communities, brands, and gig workers, right? So our first implementation is for C# Corner, a global community of 30 million software developers, right? With 3.5 million that are registered. So that's our first implementation. So you will earn tokens, you will spend tokens. You will earn it if you submit code, and you will spend it if you want to interview with Apple or Google or something along those lines. Then thank you. So then, so these, remembered in the first couple of minutes, I talked about the applications, right? That's what this is. And then over here is, I'm trying to address your question, is this is the marketplace for multiple brands, just like Shopify. C# Corner is our go-to-market partner. And then we have additional brands. As of right now, we are in a very fortunate situation to have close to 100 million users overall with behind the brands that have agreed to use the Sharp platform. Does that make sense? So if you're, yeah, so here it is. So initially, C# Corner is the first go-to-market partner. Then we have multiple segments because we're building infrastructure. So for us, it's not just community, right? It is anyone that wants to tokenize their environment and their user base. So for example, GoPure, which is out here, right? They're providing nutritional products, healthy, good for you. I'm going nuts over GoPure. It's amazing. So that's one e-commerce provider that will offer the token. So if you earn them on C# Corner, you could spend it on GoPure nuts. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Next question. Yes, right here. Sorry.
So, what are the major disadvantages of Web3 according to you?
Disadvantage of
Web3.
the user experience. I mean, I don't know about you, it sucks. Whoops. Yeah, yes, it does. I mean, honestly, I think we have some work to do. And personally, I'm from a user experience background. And not that it matters, but I won awards from Apple, Wall Street Journal, myself and my team, and we are laser focused on user experience. Are we going to solve it next month? No. Are we going to solve it next year? I hope we can start addressing it, right? So what does that mean for me? For me, the test is, can I ask my uncle or mom, hey mom, can you take a look? And she's going to, I don't know, what the heck is this? Well, if I have to instruct someone to do it, then it's too complicated, in my opinion. And then the challenge is also the regulatory environment. In India, you guys were here for the previous session. Same in US, it's like, what's going to happen to it? So that's kind of like the bigger picture, but user experience for me is not fixed. So I think we have some work to do between 2.0 and 3.0. I call it 2.5. Let's get to 2.5 first. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So as we know that the current revenue model of major companies is basically ad revenue that they get from our data only, right? So we are saying in Web 3.0 that won't happen. Our data would be ours and it would be in our control. So how are companies gonna be earning money then?
Well, let me give you an example, if that's okay, from the
Yeah.
healthcare industry.
Yeah.
Right? So today, I think Mahesh touched on it. I'm a white, old male. Okay? Let's say I have a heart problem. I'm taking medicine, and a pharmaceutical company, let's say Johnson and Johnson. Does that work? Is that a good name?
Yeah.
Johnson and Johnson, they know everything about me because they sell me that medicine. So they know my name, they know everything about me. And they abuse that data.
Yeah.
They will say, oh, we know Shell is taking that medicine. Maybe we should charge him 2 times as much in insurance premium. Maybe he should pay more when he goes to the doctor because they know I need help. So that's what's happening today. Completely abuse. That's why their profits are in the billions. So when you say, how are they going to make money? I'm sorry, they're already making more than an economical profit, just like oil companies and some energy companies in general. So tomorrow, oh yeah. Okay, thank you. Is it my size? So tomorrow, right? Let's say that Johnson & Johnson is looking to do a clinical trial for people like me with my heart condition. Let's say I can decide, do I really want to participate in that trial or not? And I may say, you know what? I'll give you my name and the name of my medicine. And they may say, okay, we'll help you with your health care and we help you give you good care for the trial. But if I say, you know what, I'll give you everything about me, and Johnson & Johnson may say, that's amazing, we're going to give you all the care you want, we're going to send a nurse to your house, and we're going to do everything. So that's how you can leverage your information. Does that help?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Oops, sorry. Am I supposed to do it now? All right. No, that's all right. Here, it's pretty easy. All right, question. Yes.
I just want to ask the basic difference between metaverse and Web3. And according to you, what is the future of metaverse in Sharp platform?
Okay. The difference. Yeah.
Oh, great question. Deserves a t-shirt.
Thank you so much.
Metaverse is a component of Web3. So if you remember the applications of Web3, tokens, NFTs, right? Metaverse to me is where you will enter the Web3 economy and maybe spend and earn most of your tokens, like a game, right? Play to earn, right? So learn and earn. To me, it's not quite there yet, right? I'm a member of the Sandbox. I bought land a year and a half ago. To me, it's a game plus. It's not really metaverse. The experience that I have within Oculus Quest, to me, that's kind of like the metaverse, except I can only do it at home in my bedroom because I don't want to leave. I need this much space to use it. So I'm super excited to see what Apple comes up with because they're focused on augmented reality. And then in terms of how would it apply to C# Corner, I think if I'm a developer, say in Brazil, for me to go to this conference, that's going to be a long trip. Okay, but can we invite 50 million users to C# Corner Conference 2023 live and in the metaverse? Maybe, right? So I think that's the short version of how we might.
Yeah, and good. That's and a couple of other things. For example, like trainings, right? So we are already going to launch these virtual trainings, where rather than you doing a Zoom meeting and all, you can be in rooms, different kind of rooms. What if you like to learn programming on a beach? Then you pick your settings and you are on a beach learning. What if you want to go in your village and with your family photos there, you can hang out and just watch there. You can do that. So we are going to build these custom assets, personalization based on your settings. So then you can enjoy this virtual environments. It's too early to tell exactly how it's going to work, but these are some of things in our roadmap. For Preetham.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Please continue, Preetham. You have.
How will you implement cybersecurity in metaverse?
Again, great question.
Okay. So it's not about cybersecurity in metaverse. Indirectly, cybersecurity is you are making sure you can say in metaverse you're building smart contracts, you're building APIs, you're maybe building some virtual assets and everything, right? So maybe you are like using the NFTs, right? So these products or these tools should be secure. Like there should be no bugs in that, right? So we are making sure these NFT smart contracts, the DeFi smart contracts, or if user identity smart contracts or DAO products, the smart contracts are written in a way there is no bugs, there is no backdoors involved in it.
And there must be some authorization in that case. So,
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's take last question because we were running behind the time. Let's take one more question. Then there's a tea break quick before our next panel will start.
A very good afternoon, sir. First, yeah. So my question is, sir, what are the important traits of a metaverse?
Important
Traits.
Traits, properties, attributes,
Okay.
characteristics.
Okay. So as we discussed, metaverse is a part of a Web3, right? So in Web3 ecosystem, we are having NFTs, the virtual reality headsets, and everything, right? So for according to me, what should be the best trait of a metaverse? It should not be more like a Web2, more not should be more centralized, right? If I am playing any game in metaverse or if I'm using any game, it should be more Web3 focused. Like if the tokenomics should be in a proper design way. The user should be getting tokens for any playing game or any like just assume I'm building any Instagram or YouTube app on decentralized platform like Web3, right? So I should be getting the tokenomics should be in a very efficient way. That is a very interesting use case of tokenomics. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Can I add a little bit to it? So think digital collectibles. What is that? To me, that's everything that you can digitize, whether it's a song. You can create an NFT out of a song, right? When Snoop Dogg launched his latest album, in the first week using regular distribution, meaning radio, TV, right, to play his song, he earned $7 million. In the sandbox, in 4 hours, he collected $28 million of people that were there visiting, buying, renting his songs. That's pretty amazing. So think collectibles, songs, images, I don't know, maybe a picture of this session right here. Okay, who knows? I may want to buy it and keep it in my virtual closet where I have. So Nike has actually implemented a great way of keeping all your digital collectibles, your shoe collection, fashion, etc. So
Yeah, and I think Nike on that, Nike also sold real shoes with the collectibles, right? That makes sense. To me, that makes sense, not the dogs and monkeys and cats. So with that said, guys, thank you, our panelists. Thanks to me also, and thanks to you. Enjoy the conference.
Years ago, a seed was planted, and
Yeah, a few more minutes.
Hello, guys. You know, it was supposed to be a 10-minute tea break. Okay, so I'm Dr. Sabine Kapasi, and I would really like to invite on the stage the next panel for discussion, which is essentially one of the ones that you really don't want to miss. It's so we have some really illustrious people from the world of finance and investments here who are going to tell you a little bit about investments in the industry that is blockchain and all the different applications of blockchain and crypto. And we are also going to discuss different stakeholders in the financial space who have been active in a big way in the growth of this industry. So, on that note, I'd like to announce. So, on that note, I would like to announce Ms. Amita on the stage, Anilji, as well as Mr. Kavindra Kalyan. So, for the fear of doing gross injustice to their profiles, I'll pass on the mic to them to give a brief introduction about their extensive work in the field. Just one second.
Hi everyone. How's everyone doing? Great. I'm Amita Singh and I have been an investor in the space of Web2 and Web3. It's been a decade now. And I also work extensively with Israel Tech and Europe Tech companies. I've been a pre-series A and early stage and pre-seed investor. And as part of emerging technologies, of course, recently with Web3, it's been 2 years that I've been a part of as investments in Web3. And in the past 3 months, I've made more than 15 investments in this space. So yeah, this is what I can say. And I work extensively with the government as well, both state, center, and also with foreign funding agencies, including World Bank, ADB, European banks. And now we are also supporting the government with the policy around blockchain, that how we can actually use blockchain technology and infrastructure across all their verticals, including environment and forest, textile, handicrafts, different verticals, health, education, and all of them. So it's basically the convergence of Web 2 and Web 3. It's also convergence of private players, and also the governments, how government can play important role. In terms of regulations, we are also supporting government in terms of how regulations is going to help in Web3, basically in terms of adoption and scalability. So this is a brief introduction of what I can mention.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Anil Gupta. Uh, we run a very, I'm not an investor, right? So that's the first thing. The second disclaimer is that I am little novice in this Web3 space. What I definitely know for sure is that how things work, how businesses work. So I spent a lot of time, like in my early careers, with a government bank, which is known as NABARD. Uh, Basically, as part of that, we were making investment in real infrastructure, not non-fungible tokens. And then I started dabbling with the technology, spent about 5-6 years in Infosys, wherein we developed few platforms. Again, it's a slightly different, it's a Web 2.0 version. It was a centralized platform. We deployed that in India, US, and Australian market. And in last 6-7 years, actually, we are running a consulting organization, and I'm more like a consultant. I understand the macroeconomy and the interplay that we have with the technology and rest of the stuff. So probably I'll bring in that while we discuss and while we deliberate on this panel. Yeah, thanks for inviting me here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kavinder Talian, and I'm the CEO of Atal Incubation Center in Niti Aayog. I'll just give you a brief intro. I graduated from IIT Kharagpur in computer science and did my MBA from UK. I was an engagement manager in McKinsey and Company in London office. Then I came back to India. I started off with my first startup in food tech space in 2015 against Zomato and Swiggy. So there was some market sentiments down there. Foodpanda was sold. So we had to sell this company off to a New York-based company. Then I forwarded into medtech space. We founded this factory in Udyog Vihar, Gurgaon, and we did well. Then I moved to voice intelligence basically, and we developed this AI-based voice encryption system and enterprise system basically for various industries. The name was CIA, Conversation into Action. So we have worked with several government projects, and after this I moved to Niti Aayog, and I take care of this entire ecosystem in AI and computing. So I'm also trying to championize this quantum computing policy for the government of India. So very soon, by 2030 or something, this should be in place. And as you know, we are not going to have this monologue here. So I'm here to interact, to share my thoughts as well as learning from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, all three of you. Clearly, we are not as young as you guys and have seen the world a little more, but a little different. But, both, all of you spoke about institutions and different institutions who have started taking deeper interest in the area of blockchain, crypto, and different applications of these new technologies. So I want to throw this question to both Kavindra as well as Amita. Where do you see the government plays a role in the regulations as well as in the implementation of these technologies?
So, like I said about the government part, where we are interacting with them, most of the state governments, starting with Tamil Nadu recently, wherein they told us that there are more than 13 ministries that they have, right from environment to textile to education, health. Most of these ministries, they wanted to put all these verticals under e-governance. So there's this nodal department called e-governance, and across that there are 13 plus verticals, in which now they are putting them on blockchain as a technology. So it's more about adoption of blockchain as a technology is what most of the state governments are now working upon, in which it's more about provenance setting, tracing and tracking, authenticity of the products, everything that is being produced. So, of course, this is one of the initiatives that state governments are taking now. In terms of central governments and the banking and financial institutions, even the banks, which is led by SBI, but there are 12 plus banks who have already now made a consortium. It's called IBBC, and now they are including, I think, letter of credits as the one of the first initiatives, which they are putting it on blockchain. So there are a lot of activities happening. The only thing is that there are a lot of fragmented activities happening all across, and somebody, maybe as a central government, somebody needs to own it, and there needs to be some kind of accountability towards it, is what needs to happen. And also in terms of regulatory, a lot of conferences like these and mainstream media, because there's a lot of discussion that keeps happening on Twitter, Discord, or Telegram, etc. But mainstream media adoption is something that is also important, imperative, and where we feel that government needs to be invited. METI, Ministry of Electronics and IT, are also organizing some of the conferences where we are participating, but it's just that it needs to take more mainstream role.
Just to add a couple of points to this, I think this is really the government of India through Ministry MIT. They came up this blockchain policy in 2021, and before that, the government was also trying to formulate the entire process and framework. So, just to give you an example, in 2017 there was a meeting in Chandigarh, and Ethereum co-founder was called there. So all these people, the stakeholders, all the IS people. So as you know, these people are from 80s batch, so they kind of operate on the operation model basically. So when he was talking about how Ethereum did work and how this entire ecosystem is going to evolve, so these people, you won't believe, they were not prepared. उन्होंने बोला कि यार ये क्या बोल रहा है बंदा, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा. So it was told like you must have come prepared actually, because you are the government people, and you are going to implement it. You are going to the key decision makers in this space. So you definitely must come prepared. Then there was a meeting in Niti Aayog also, and afterwards in various ministries, so that we can really take this formulate policy across the entire spectrum basically. So way back in 2 months ago itself, in 2020 August, this blockchain forum was launched. You know of it, and transparency, security must be there. The government is really trying to hard so that this entire ecosystem can evolve. Still, as we know that by 2030, this is the entire ecosystem is going to be of value around 350 million USD. But this is still very, very less. There is huge scope. Even the Prime Minister Office, which launched the PM Vani. So PM Vani was launched for the entire digitalization of the villages. But still, there is huge scope to go. And based on that, the Railtel, the founder of Railtel and Joint Secretary, Mr. S.N. Gupta, he championed this, and he came up with this plan that we are going to make this entire grid. And that blockchain would be called in Bharat chain in India very soon. You would know about it. And the government is very, very forthcoming, and we are trying to connect the various stakeholders, the government people, industry, academia, as well as researchers. And the most important stakeholder are, the new startups or the early stage startups, you people, even the students from who are really trying to understand this national, because this is an emerging technology. So this is very important to connect to the dots of the entire stakeholder system and must come forward. So the government is very, very forthcoming. Thank you.
So I'm speaking slightly out of turn. So I just want to add one example here. Amita spoke about some cross-border remittances on which some pilots are going on, and there are some early success. I want to share one example which we have seen and we have done it. In fact, as part of our work, we run a very interesting fintech lab, which is known as Financial Inclusion Lab in India. And in that, there is a startup by the name Chipmunks. What they have done is, I think some of you would know that in India, we have multiple financial systems. One is that we all are familiar with in terms of like banks, Reserve Bank of India, and all those things, they run it. There's another parallel system that is again a regulated system, partly regulated, partly unregulated, which is known as chits, actually, chit funds in India. It's very big. In fact, frankly speaking, our estimates suggest it's something like, say, $20-30 billion is formal. 10x of that is something like which is informal. So what government has done it actually particularly is very important. That government of Telangana, they came on board, they worked with this startup, and they said, okay, we want to take our entire chit, which is basically which is working on the trust, and trust itself was missing, because everything was happening on a physical record, and people, they got, say, there's a process in the sense like I'm running a chit, I get authorization from the government, but instead of running one chit on against that, I can run 10 chits, so people would never ever know. So what these guys, they have done it, they have just converted everything onto a blockchain, so everyone can see, and it's a permission blockchain. And this is working, actually this is working very well in the state of Telangana. Unfortunately, we are not able to take it to the other governments and other state governments, and there are different reasons for it, but this is something which is working in the market.
So, first of all, thank you so much. I think these use cases are very important. How many of you would have ever heard of about a chit fund? Okay. So, not all, but a fairly large number. But the fact that chit funds are finally getting on blockchain is something I think is new for me, and I would believe is new for at least some of you. And such use cases are going to be very important going forward to not only sustain the technology but develop real value additions to the current system. So, coming back to the real purpose of this particular panel, I really want to understand. So, what are the sources of pre-seed funding that are unique to the Web3 system? And I think Amita, it would be good if you can throw some light on that.
So for pre-seed for Web3, so it's primarily it's bootstrapping. It's there are a lot of accelerators and grants wherein pre-seed funding can be available for Web3 startups. So whenever they're in their idea stage, if you're able to counter an angel investor who's without diluting any kind of equity, they are supporting a lot of Web3 startups also with bootstrapping. That's another way of bootstrapping is also Web 2 and Web 3, but with Web 3 primarily it's a lot of grants. For example, UNICEF also has something. Then we have everything which is based on protocols, for example, Ethereum, Avalanche, Celo. We have many of these. R3 Foundation. We have several of these accelerators, foundation grants. Tim Draper, for example. So most of them are really supporting the entire ecosystem, which is pre-seed primarily. So there are many such avenues of funding.
So one question that Anuji I would like to throw to you is that, of course, this is not specific only to a Web3 startup, but how does a startup really prepare for the fundraising process, right?
So actually, maybe like let me take you to the basics of the business. So I always keep comparing actually what's happening between, say, previous era to the current era or the future era. Say you want to call it Web 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, but there are certain things which are actually which are business principle, I would say. If you look at what probably can help us be there, because end of the day we want to run a business, right? For running a business you need to have a scale, you need to have security, which was there actually in Web 2.0 version also, and this is one of the reasons why businesses are highly scalable, people trust them. Third is that in case of our type of discussion that we are doing this Web 3.0, we bring in decentralization also, which is unique actually, which wasn't the case in our generation so far, which is Web 2.0. So it brings me to the three fundamental things. One is that first is that use case. Say whenever you will see any new technology or any solution which is coming out, if it is not working on a use case, it's not trying to solve a problem of the consumer, I think there is a limited uptake of that. So this becomes the first part of it. Second part is all about scale of it. So if you have the use case and if you have the scale, there is a high possibility that you can always find someone who is willing to basically take a punt. Amita is here. I think she has been funding very aggressively in this space. And third is all about the trust. Actually, many of the things that I have seen in my life that uh, they were fantastic. Sometimes they were ahead of their time, and sometimes they were not able to inspire trust. So trust is not one single thing. It's not that you can build trust because you have a fancy technology. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. And the second is that trust cannot come with only certain set of people. So you need to go a little deeper. Probably like one of the data point that I was reading, it says that only 5% of people are still on the blockchain or blockchain associated technology. So it's a fairly low number actually, considering that the potential that blockchain has, or say potential of web 3.0. Maybe this is early days, but this is how things are going to happen. But as we build the use case, as we build the scale, as we build the trust, I think funding will automatically follow.
Thank you so much, Anilji. One question, Kavindra, which would be pertinent for you, coming from the fact that you yourself have been a startup founder and you now moved into the financial space. One thing that I really wanted to know is that what are the real life phases, in, or rather, what are the stages, early stages in the life cycle of a startup? What does a startup generally go through?
See, when I'll start with this point. Here we, in our country, our education system is a bit different basically, because we think linearly. So if we really want to solve some, out of the box problem, so we'll have to go, out of the box way and non-linear thinking basically. So usually there is this tendency in startup founders and in corporates also that uh, money is the first priority basically. So money is a consequence. If you are really trying to solve a problem which is worth solving, so money is a consequence basically. So in that, there is an adage in corporate or startup world that the brilliance of idea is always less than the passion of the founders. So it starts all with the founders basically. If you are thinking something and some idea struck to you, there is a thought. That thought translates into the concept and idea, then prototype, POC, then you launch it. So we all know that the process how it goes on. But the most first and foremost important thing, the founders must be real hustlers basically. Are they really trying to solve this problem? How passionate they are they really committed enough? And if there is a team basically of the founders or co-founders, how aligned they are basically, and how much they share this value and vision for the company basically they are trying to solve. So that's very important. That's the first point. Then from idea stage, seed funding is there. They are going to take this seed funding. Then they graduate from one level to another level basically. So if they start from the seed funding, then there are various government program they can go for. And afterwards, early stage and VCs are there. So, but the traction has to be there at every stage. There are some fundamental which needs to be solved basically by the founder or by the company basically. So these 7 stages are there, and once they are met, then the company is ready. Ultimately, the company or the startup with the founders founded, that should really solve the problem, and it should be in a non-linear way basically. If they are really solving a problem, it's going to take place. So this is how this ecosystem, entirely ecosystem works.
Thank you so much, Kavindra. So I would love to add a couple of things that you guys said, or rather reiterate that one thing I feel, and I sit on a couple of IC boards as well. So when we get startups for funding, one of the problems that we face is that people don't even know the problem that they are solving, or rather, they don't have a fair estimation. So there is this one startup that comes to mind. It's called Healthify Me. A lot of you might be using that as well as a health-based diet app. But what the founders did was very interesting. They went in the field for I think around 100 days, and they basically spent only 10 days for food every day, trying to find healthy food that would cost only 10 rupees, right? And this is interesting because that's true for most of the Indian population. They can't spend more than 10-20 rupees a meal, and that's actually a lot. While we spend around 300 rupees for a Starbucks coffee, that's not true for most of the country. So identifying the problem is very, very important. And when you go deep into it, as Anilji said and Kavindra reiterated, if you go deep into the problem identification, your solutions are going to reflect that. And then, of course, funding will flow. But those two things are going to be very, very important. So, coming from there, I actually wanted to know, Amita, specifically from you, because you have been in this space for, I believe, one of the longest among all of us, that we see a lot of Web3 startups going into multiples of funding rounds, having some of the highest valuations in the market. And, the kind of valuations that they have achieved are astounding to say the least. So, can you tell us examples, first of all, of startups who have been able to do that? But also, can you also make us understand why? Why is Web3 so important and is so beloved by the financial markets right now?
So whatever I'm going to say is all my opinion again, because when it comes to valuations, for example, I am a pre-series and a seed fund, and when we look at investing in these Web3 startups, of course, from day one there are high valuations, and I really don't. We are basically the co-investors or early stage, and there's a huge gap right now which I personally see. I'm saying this is all my opinion. When you look at a founder, when he or she is approaching you, and then they already have been backed by or verbally committed by larger players, and they are coming up to day one, they have like amazing valuations, and which even if you don't agree to, are just coming in as a co-investor, so you do not have much say, and this is coming from my perspective. So of course valuation is one thing which I think even after this market correction, and right now it's more of a building phase what most of the founders are in, and I think that the community has been able to understand that it has to be a very strong strategy, product, market fit, what we are talking about right now. What is it that in terms of defensibility, in terms of ROIs, what is the value proposition? Everything is a combination of what we are seeking right now. But yes, when it comes to valuations, there is a gap. So if you look at Fire, for example, Prateek is a friend. So if you look at Fire, I mean, I feel that that's one of the highest funding that has happened recently at a valuation of recently $1.5 billion.
1.5,
So
yeah.
that is something that I don't understand. But yeah, so
Yeah, that's true. Even Velma had the same thing.
yes.
Her startup, and she was not able to imagine the kind of valuation they did.
Yeah. Another example I'll give you, Sundar Raman. Sundar Raman again is a friend. He's right now CEO of Chennai Super Kings, and he was one of the guys who had conceptualized IPL along with Lalit Modi. And recently, Fancraze got funded. So his seed round was $17.4 billion. I realized we were just talking over a coffee that, we are thinking of doing something in cricket NFTs. And after, I think, 3 months, $17.4 million as seed round. And after 6 months, $100 million at a valuation of $400 or $500 million. So when you talk about valuation, again, I mean, like I said, I think you should ask Kavindra or
I think this is no. See, valuation is a entirely different game. The investor will always try to lower down the valuation, and the founders they will try to up it. So somehow they have to intersect. This happened to us also when I went for fundraising, and the investor was trying down the initial valuation. This is 50 crore rupees. I was saying that this is 70 crore rupees. So somehow in our local parlor we say na teri na mere, let us make it at 60. All right, but there were some method DCF, Chicago score, and multiplier, but fairly we came to this point, the valuation is around 58 CR basically. So this all percolated to the point that the investor as well as the founder, they must come to the same point. All right, this is the vision, and these are the number of quarter horizons we are going to look after, and we are going to see it, and this much value the company is going to generate. So somehow you have to intersect. This happened to day before yesterday also. The one of the startup I've been mentoring. So the investor they infused around 17.5 crore rupees in that. So the valuation was around 150 CR. So somehow you both have, these two stakeholders, they have to intersect. This is very, very important. And you can learn all those methods, how the industry is operating, the multipliers, and the future value the company is going to create in a particular ecosystem. Because now various ecosystems are evolving to certain points. So those values can also be added. So that is an advantage for the founders basically, I would say.
So thank you so much. That's actually reflecting some of my views as well. That, valuation aside, I am Gujarati, like a hardcore Gujarati, and many of you might not know the importance of this, but when you get into the market, you'll understand how important it is to know what a Gujarati is. But the point is that I have seen 2000 crore companies running 100% debt free, having zero debt, 100% family equity ownerships, and they have worked for like 6 generations. So, one thing is always believe in legacy. That would be my 2 cents addition to this. That think about how it works after 10 years, what you're making, what will be the repercussions of it in 5, 7, 10 years. Don't think about an exit right away, because if you are planning an exit as a founder, then how will any investor have any faith in you? So when we are talking about that, we saw the recent 2 years and everything that happened after go into something that we call today as a funding Siberia or a funding ice age, and also into a market correction, as Amita Reddy mentioned. So for that, Anilji, I really would want you to throw some lights as to what do you think, is it really a market correction? Are startups really not getting funded? Where are we in that space? What kind of funding is coming in today compared to what was 2 years ago?
Tough question. Let me add a couple of my stands here. See, we all know it's more like a what market says, it's a funding winter. Funding is drying up. To me, probably that's not the right approach to look at it. I think funding is drying up in case you don't have right business potential, or you don't have the right use case, or you are probably are not trying to solve the problem which really needs a solution. So I think as Kavinder articulated, that it's an intersection between what you want versus what funders are giving. We add another concept while we look at the classic way of funding is what we call it multi-stage parting. And frankly speaking, like when you are in early stage and all these places, like it's very difficult to see that what would be the projections, how do you discount and you arrive at those numbers. And but if you know that this is the total valuation, this is I'm willing to fund, Excel can support so that I have the right DCF on the table. So that is probably that can happen very easily. But what's really happening on the market side, like if you look at it, market liquidity is really tightening up. So if you see that where the capital is moving, so capital always moves to the place where you have the highest returns, risk adjusted returns. So if you see, like there's a lot of, particularly say for example Indian market, capital is moving towards share market, equity, as well as on the debt side. If you look at the overseas market, a lot of money is moving towards the US Treasury because interests are rising, and they see there is a high potential parking of money over there. So what it means is that those who are the largest investors or those who have the pool of money available, they will find that probably they should take a break, or they should reduce their allocation on some risky assets, because startup end of the day are some of the riskiest asset that we see. So I also feel that it's these are all temporary phases, in the sense like things get back to the normal. There have been a talk about recession. The world is going towards recession. The data also says that if not full recession, partially we are heading towards it. Inflation rates are high. So all those things will have impact on the startup cap market also. But still, if there is a value, if there is a use case which is driving that value, and if there is a high level of scalability, people trust, there are funds which are being raised. And as I always say that if you look at the market, typically 10% of them, they get around say 70 to 80% of equity capital that comes to the startup market. So that also proves that there are some which are more valuable than others. Sometimes it may not be true, in the sense like you'll find that over a period of time they are not really not performing. I don't want to name them, but there are many such examples. We have seen even in the stock market what has really happened with the tech based players on the market side. But I think there is always an equilibrium actually over a period of time, where you'll find good, well performing organizations doing good for them, going good for their stakeholders, which is investors and the users. And I think that is how this dice will turn for them.
Thank you so much, Anilji. So, playing on to that, and this is to all three of you, I really wanted to know, especially for the audience today, that who are the major players in the process of fundraising for Web3 presently? And apart from that, I also wanted to nudge you a little bit, if at all, please do name names, because it's the new generation here, and we would love for them to understand and learn from our mistakes. That's for sure.
Yeah, there are, I mean, more than 50 plus VCs right now, if you can look at, right from Pantera to Anderson Horowitz to now Sequoia and Axel, Elevation, all of them are now in this space. So there are, all of these players are really betting big on Web3. With recently, I think $650 million from Elevation, maybe 20% of that capital is now going to Web3. Recently, what I've also learned is that 650 million plus investment is going to be, from all these guys, Sequoia and Axel, Elevation, all of these people. A16Z, of course, is a big player. Then we have Pantera. So all of these players are there in the market right now for Web3.
No, I think Instadap and Polygon, you must have heard. They really caught the eyes of investors as well as the entire stakeholders ecosystem basically. So they are really doing very very well, and from this forum, I guess we can have more number of startups who can really have that kind of value down the line. I wish you all the best.
So, I mean, I also wanted to know, because you guys have worked both in the traditional financial markets as well as in the government funding space. As in, what kind of government funding is actually coming in the Web3 market? Also, how do you access those? Because accessing them is not easy.
All right. So, in this year itself, in January, Prime Minister Modi, he announced the 640 crore rupees fund to Startup India, and the government is going to offer that money to the startup through the incubation centers, basically. So the government is doing very, very well on this front, and the government has also planned that, like Niti Aayog, that innovation mission is there, the government is going to come up state missions also. So the government has advised us, chief minister of several states, that they should come up with state missions so that we can really grow this entire ecosystem. So the first mission would be started in Gujarat, I guess, and then Uttarakhand. So the government is putting all efforts to connect to provide that kind of platform, and I think because the government is trying to bridge these 2 points. So we must the founders, basically the new students who are going to foray into the entrepreneurship, they are going to have all these number of opportunities. If there are some good problems that are to be solved, they must come up, and the government is going to offer that money. I guess there is a 5 crore rupees fund from TDB also, the technology development from DST. So that is just one single chunk. The startups can avail of that fund, and they are focused in 3 areas: health tech and Web3, as well as this waste management. So the startups can avail of that. The government is providing all possible support. That SIDBI fund was there, and initially the corpus was 10,000 CR. Then government increased that value by 3.5 CR, 3,500 CR also. And the government is trying all possible efforts basically. And a couple of weeks ago, there was a meeting in the ministry. The government came up with this plan that Tata was there and Ambani, Adani Group was there, that we must really come up with a particular CSR, and the government mandated that 60% of that fund should be used for health tech as well as waste management for this particular year. I think the government is definitely going to plan that next year they are going to invest this much money into Web3 projects, blockchain, because that's very, very important. So you guys would definitely hear about it March onwards, 2023.
So, okay. So, Amita, one of these days you have to teach me what a DAO is. Sorry, I'm still not sure what it is. But how are DAOs challenging VCs in the race to fund Web3 projects? is something that I think you guys might be interested to know. I just want to know what DAO is.
Yeah, so see, technically, I really do not know much about it, most from the investment perspective, but it's just that, it's not about reliability on VCs only, because with DAOs, now there is a lot of access. Crowdfunding is not a new concept. Crowdfunding is an old concept. Even in Web 2, in any space, we have been doing crowdfunding. But of course, with Web 3, this has become easier. There are a lot of DAOs available wherein, you do not, in terms of reliability on VCs, the valuations, the entire journey, founders are really getting good access to money because of DAOs as platforms. So this is making VCs a little bit irrelevant and getting more funding through DAOs. It's getting easier. So yeah, and there are many such DAOs and platforms which are available right now, which gives you good access and easy access to money.
That's amazing to know. So now you guys have one more option to approach. Um, and this is to each one of you. Can you share a few top concerns that you feel are, concerns or pitfalls that could prevent Web3 from realizing its true potential in the industry? And I'm sure you have, because, all of us have discussed about this. So I would love for you guys. Amita, you can start, please.
So, first thing what we started our discussion with was, valuation. So, when you, again, it's my opinion, we look at, there is a lot of money in the market. When you see even Web3 right now, there are, for example, Alpha Wave, it's $1 billion fund for Web3. And, people are saying that, do they have enough deal flows, for example? So there are both the sides. There is enough money, there are enough deal flows. It's just that there needs to be right match. When you talk about deal flows, what about the pain points that we are solving? What about the total addressable market? What is it about, like I said, the returns? Is there a product fit or at the strategy that we are talking about? So personally, I feel that the gap is about the valuations, because even if it's pre-revenue, both in Web 2 and Web 3, there are huge valuations. Second thing is about accountability of the founders. So is it about, that we feel that, okay, we are pre-series, series A, and then after that we need not, because there are concerns of diluting of your equity. And in Web3 primarily, they feel that through decentralized funding, pre-series A, after that maybe they don't need to go to another VC, and they can raise funds through decentralized platforms without diluting equity. So I feel it's valuation, and second is accountability. Third is that as investors, one needs to spend more time on due diligence, which is both legal, commercial, operational due diligence, all of that. So this is also a major part of identifying right deals for investors. And also in terms of barriers to entry, because there are not many barriers to entry. Even if you start on a single chain, multi-chain, we see that it's all about adaptation, community building. How well are we actually working towards adaptation and adoption, and also community building? So this is the entire end-to-end journey that I think we need to focus upon.
Thank you so much. Anil ji?
So probably I'll take a step back, in the sense I'll just go a little macroeconomic manner, in the sense like what's happening in industry, and what probably can disrupt, or where you will find some challenges. To me, actually, first challenge probably, or say some concern that I see, is coming even from the regulators and the large corporation side. So in fact, many of them, they are trying to enter into this space. So I really don't know whether it will lead to a better decentralization, or it can again lead to a centralized decentralization kind of thing. So this is something that you are seeing, actually we are seeing in the market. Large corporations, they are also coming into this space. Like JP Morgan in metaverse is the great example around that. Second is that, which is associated with the risk, in the sense like many of you would know that in India, central bank recently came out with a concept paper which is known as central bank central bank CBDC, central bank digital currency. So they have come out with a concept paper, and while it talks about all the things, whether it can be token, it can be account based, or anything else, can be permissioned or permissionless, or they want to do it retail or wholesale. All those jargons apart, what also it brings in that which this concept paper doesn't answer is the risk to the financial market. So we need to understand that risk to the financial market. What essentially I mean to say is that CBDC will be issued by an entity which happens to be a trust or Central Bank of India. But you have the financial market which is basically running on the banks. So tomorrow, if there is a high volatility in the market, there is a recession in the market, people would like to, because this CBDC will be packed with your local currency. For example, in US, it is stable coin like $1 to one stable coin. Probably in India, we'll have 1 rupee to one CBDC. Name could be anything. They are giving e-rupee as a name, which is again a little bit of confusion around that. So if there is a run on the bank, people, or even if there is not enough run on the bank, people move money from the banks to the CBDC. What happens to the bank? Because banks are maintaining a fractional reserve system, which allows them to lend actually. If this happens, they will find it very, very difficult to lend, and they will basically run out of money. So they, in that scenario, they have very limited options available to them. So to me, that becomes a very large risk to the market. So in fact, of course, regulators are thinking about it. They will come out with something which contain those risks. That's the second thing. Third is that what we see in the core of the technology is all about the scalability and interoperability. So scale, I spoke about the scale, that I think scale is ultimately, it's very important for any of the enterprise to succeed. You need to have the scale. You should be able to reach out to the right number of people so that you can build your business on that. The second is that I come from, say, traditional industry side, which is all about interoperability. What you are doing versus what I am doing, if they are similar in nature, how do we interoperate? So for example, you have interoperable payment system, you have cross-border remittance system, wherein you have one currency, the other currency, then you pack that currency with them. So this is something, probably, I think there is some work which is going on, which I read a couple of days back, that there's some work which is going on around the interoperability. So this becomes the third very important thing. If Web3 has to become the future, or it has to become the mainstream, it has to address actually these two things. And fourth, I would again say the same thing, trust. I think as early diffusion, theory of diffusion says that it takes time to get from, say, early adopter to the late adopter. I think we are also passing through the same phase. It's going to take some time, and it will develop the trust. But it seems future is bright, because I also read that at least 140 countries, they are talking about CBDC, and most of the regulators, they are seized of this matter. They are working on it in some or other forms. So it means they also see some future, and hopefully we have a better trust, a network which is trustworthy, and which can become the, I would say, foundation stone for Web 3.0's scalability in the market.
I think Anil Saab and Amita, they shared a very pertinent points. And regarding accountability, I would say one more point, that the perception is very, very important. Like this example, the Bank of England, they came up with this policy that they gave this deadline for the all banks in UK, that by 6th of January they must come up with this policy, and they are going to take care of this principle of equivalence. So the government of India also, they thought that, let us see this, let us apply this induction effect, and let us see how other countries are going to follow, what kind of policy and system they are going to follow. Then accordingly we will implement this framework. So this we all of know this LRS rule, that 2.5 lakh dollars. We all know of that. So the government is ready. Actually, the framework is also ready, but the government is really looking forward if other country they come up with this robust policy, and once in those countries that is implemented fully, then the government will also implement here. So the government is, again, I would say that very, very forthcoming, and if the founders, they are really good, the perception management is important there. Like the government, as I said, that if the founders are really doing good, and they are coming up with good solutions, then definitely that can really trigger an effect for the government also. We must really do something. Like someone cite an example. In government system, we have this TOC, theory of constant. Then there was a think tank that was founded by Michael Porter from Harvard Business School, and they came up with this plan that we did this for digital steel, and we can revive this entire ecosystem, government ecosystem in India. They wanted to started off with this UP government, and they thought that they can really implement this blockchain policy and this framework across the entire government departments. But that things need to be moved, and I think the local founder, the local companies would be definitely taken on board, and government would be very happy to help that. So as we see more number of startups in this particular domain, that would be a trigger point for the government also. So definitely down the line, because the think tanks are there, policy would be there, white papers are already in the domain. So gradually this will definitely take place. The government is just sitting on the cusp. As soon as other governments across the planet they implement it, the government would do it very soon.
Thank you so much. So thank you, Neilji, and for your pearls of wisdom.
I just have one thing to add,
Please.
from founders' side, because they, of course, you're coming from the government side. Because for tokens, there's BVI Panama. Then for operational entity, there is another entity. So there's so much of struggle that a founder also faces all the time in terms of regulations not being announced, and in terms of jurisdictions, they have to struggle. That BVI Panama, again, they're going to for anything to do with tokens. Then they think of Caymans, they think of where should we all move down to Dubai, maybe because they are really helping us. So it's just that from founders also there are so many issues right now which we feel that if government really does not step up and catch up right now. I mean, we also have a think tank called Horizon Institute, and we have been meeting the finance ministry. We are really trying to push things, but gradually becomes so difficult. It's just taking its own sweet time, wherein we cannot stop founders from moving the country from our country. So this is something we must push as well.
See, just to add one point to.
Sorry about this to
No, it's
counter
okay,
you.
it's okay. See, we were occupied by external forces, and right now we have this 21st century technology available in India, and the management process is of 20th century, and we are following the 19th century principles. So somehow we have to take them at the same point, at the same pace, because the emerging technology is there, but we are still following the process of couple of centuries, 2 centuries ago. So the government is really trying hard, but I think this is the exuberant energy. They will definitely trigger something, and the government is, as I said, the government is very forthcoming. Let me cite my example. I belong to a village near Meerut. I was educated in Hindi medium, and gradually what we did that we were two guys from the same village, and when we entered IIT, we never knew what the computer was. We used to do this. I think the computer would start this way only. Now this guy, he is the computing head in Intel in US. So somehow with less resources, we came up, we can come out with those kind of solutions. I think this forum would do it definitely. The government would support. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I need to ask this question, and this is really connected to this. So I can, I live in US, and I'm again back I'm from village, and I grew up in Hindi medium. My mom didn't know what to read and write. But anyway, some people get lucky, but what I'm seeing in the US as well, and I have my co-founder here, Shell, with me, we are going through the same situation. We have Sharp platform, millions of users, and now we are funding these Cayman, and then we are going to Panama, and we did a BVI for the company, for the Inc. Then we are doing a Panama. I think we're doing Cayman for the foundation, and we have real business in US. And now we are hiring developers in India. So we are all going through that challenge, and what I'm seeing even in the US is similar to me. There are literally hundreds of co-founders. They are doing all this. So US is losing a lot of business in long run, or whatever the intellectual property and everything else. Same thing in India. But what is that Dubai is doing? Can we learn something from them? What can we do and move quickly? Because looks like everybody's going to Dubai. I talked to her today and yesterday. Everybody I talked to, yeah, we're moving to Dubai. And I think one of the pain points is there is confusion with taxation and all those.
See, we are talking about decentralized world. I mean, you can just operate from anywhere, wherever you are. So the most ease of doing business, and that too with Web3. For them, it's not about the journey. For them, it's not about that today we are making some announcements and tomorrow we need a cabinet of ministers to agree to something. That's those kind of approvals like Vara and others are just happening over emails. So this is the kind of support that all the founders and startup ecosystem and all these people are getting there in UAE. Here, there is more about people are getting scared. Even the founders that you talk to in the Bay, I don't want to name them, but the exchanges and others, they're like, oh my God, we don't even want to go to India. What if ED stops us? So, I'm sorry for being so straightforward. And it's just that, things, it's a bit scary right now in terms of what we're looking at, from regulations point of view from India. If you talk about blockchain as a technology, infrastructure, everything is fine. But when it comes to exchanges, it comes to anything which is talk about, remittances, finances, I think it's still not easy. And we really, really need to work towards it. You differ, Anilji,
No,
but
no, no, no. I don't differ. Actually, what I'm trying to say is that probably let's look at the macroeconomic picture. See, the moment you talk about decentralized thing, the moment you talk about say decentralized thing or Web3, what comes to your mind? Say every Indian, probably Bitcoin comes to the mind, right? So see what has
that
really
needs
happened.
awareness.
So basically, what has mean that anything that you want to do, the moment it touches the monetary system, suddenly there is a high alert. Government goes on the high alert, and the moment government goes on high alert, they will bring in all the regulations or all the things which will make sure that this doesn't happen. So that has been the first reaction actually in many of the
Yeah,
markets.
just
That
to add, we can always have a sandbox model like a MAS has, Monetary Authority of Singapore. So we can always have sandbox model. We can always have some kind of try. For Gift City, for example, we had proposed that, we can have some kind of sandbox mechanism with Gift City, if that can be experimental, but there is no such mechanism as yet, which we can even try to experiment with them.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, see, till few years back, there was no sandbox.
All the founders, I'm talking on your behalf, by the way.
So, so there was, so it's a fact. Actually, in India, we didn't have the sandbox in the regulatory environment, and it came in actually last few years. And now we have sandbox in RBI. We also have sandbox, interoperable sandbox across multiple financial entities that we have in India in Gift City. So things are moving. In fact, this is how I look at it. That probably government made the first, I would say, attempt to first say, okay, we don't understand, hence we don't want it. And because there was a risk, whether to the government or to the policymakers or to the central bank. Slowly they are awakening, and now you are seeing like central bank has come out with the CBDC, which probably was not on the horizon till last budget. So things are changing, and probably it will change, and maybe like it's a process. And
Time every will be in Dubai. Everybody will be
so
in Dubai.
see, I'll tell you. See, India is such a large market. Even if you want to shy away, you want to run away from this market, someday you will come back. I think this is what's going on actually in the market. Just sorry.
No, but I agree that we really do have to just. Yeah, we'll open the floor for questions just 1 second more. But Anilji, I would agree with Amita a little more that we have seen technology drainage from the country now for 40 years, right? We have not been able to bootstrap. We have not been able to basically bolster our processes and make them easier and compatible to the growing industry. And you're right. If Dubai can do it, if Singapore can do it, we can do it too. So why don't we? And I think this is not a question, just a suggestion that we really should start working on it. And now the floor is open for questions. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm very new to the blockchain, but being on the cloud for a long time, so we have so many like adoption frameworks. Like, why should I go for the Web 3.0 And as you guys are also talking about the government, so how a government should also, put some kind of GDPR or the PI information related restrictions, because once we are going for any kind of token exchange or anything, we are also sharing our personal data. So how we are going to make the people aware of, like, whatever you are sharing, it's not going to be hacked by cyber security? How we are going to make people adopt to the technology? How we are going to step ahead with coming to adoption of this web 3.0? So thank you.
No, it's basically, I believe, if I am paraphrasing you correct, we are trying to talk about how to make the need assessment more feasible, how to assess the need for blockchain technology, and how to make sure that regulations as well as people at large know more about it, and what part does government play in all of that, right?
Yeah, and I think we can discuss more on this. This is a longer discussion than just answering here, and there's a lot more technical as well. So let's take some more questions. Mostly around, if we have experts here on fundraising, investments, not too much technical. I wish you joined my panel before this, where you are eating food. Lunch is great, but guess what? Web3 is better. Web3 is amazing, right? Yes.
Yeah. Uh, One thing which is being discussed, CBDC, you brought it up. So CBDC is certainly not the government's move towards blockchain. It is a way of blocking blockchain. Okay. Yes. And this is true.
Blocking the blockchain.
Yes, and this is true globally. In fact, the whole CBDC movement over the last 2 years was in response to the Facebook's Libra scare, right? That's how CBDC really caught the attention of the governments. So let's not miscommunicate the essence of blockchain, which is decentralization. And governments, by nature, are centralized agencies. So the fight is going to be against the government and not with the government. It's a question of how much of regulation we are willing to tolerate.
So you are right, actually. You remember that when I spoke about the risk or the challenges that we see as for industry, Web3 as an industry, the first is that I spoke about regulators and the governments or the large corporations. So they themselves are going to come out with something which will probably centralize decentralization. So maybe this is a step in that direction, but I think it's too early to say. We can always, the way government has been naysayer, I think this community is also becoming little naysayer. Let's see actually what finally comes out, because still nothing is out unless we see some proofs. It's very difficult to comment, but points well taken.
Yeah, and I think my view on that also, just want to add, even though I'm not panelist, I think more like communities, founders, co-founders, investors, government people, more they come together, sit down and discuss these, that's probably how we are going to solve these problems. So if you ask me the reason we're doing this Bcrypt conferences, that is exactly the reason, to find the problems, challenges, and how we can help these youngsters to go and flourish and don't block their visions and dreams.
And I give one example of Chipmunks. Actually, this is there on the blockchain, and this is working with the state regulators. Uh, I didn't want to share actually the entire thing here because there is something murky over there. But this startup is struggling on two reasons. One is that state government is not paying their dues. Second is they are not able to take it to the other states. Though there is working blockchain in the state, despite that, this is what we are seeing.
Six more questions. Two
Right.
more questions. Yes, right here.
So
Mike, can you bring Mike? Oh, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
I want to ask this question. In a country like India, where economy is, that complex, if investors and fundraisers would say that we are going to shift to Dubai, then it would be very difficult, from the government's perspective. There is a guy in a village who is not even having a bank account. So just to say that, the businesses will move to Dubai or Singapore, and if they can do it, India can do it. We need to understand India's economy as well. And it's not very easy that tomorrow the Prime Minister of India will come and say, okay, we are doing this, we are doing that. It has to be a stepwise process, right? Isn't it?
Investors are still not moving to Dubai or wherever. The founders are moving to Dubai. Investors,
No,
as on today, I have invested in some of the funds who have invested across 18 countries. You know, with every co-founder, you can say about out of 15 startups, one founder is at least Indian. So it's just that it's decentralized. It's not about investors need to move out to Dubai. Yes, there is LRS restriction if you do not have exposure to your banking across other countries, but it's just that I can still choose to invest in any founder, whoever is, wherever globally. So that is not a problem. So it's not about investors moving to Dubai. It's about. So I'll give you an example. I think 2017-18, around late. No, yeah. So there were 75 founders who had made a group, and they had gone to the Minister of Finance, and which was primarily towards the space of blockchain and others. It was 19, basically 2019, and it's a pity that most of them, 65 plus of them, are not based in India anymore, and they have shifted offshore. So it's just that we are not talking about that, we are strengthening, we are here to help. We are talking about, setting up some kind of sandbox. We are talking about, let's have more such mainstream conversations. Let's not just say that, okay, this is not something government is not ready. There's no kind of fear factor, basically. So it's just that what Mahesh also just mentioned about is that we need to have more such conversations. We need to really try and understand and evaluate what is in the best interest of economy. What is it that we can't take forever, even as a government. We just need to understand and cope up with this, with the pace of how founders are going. So, and that is going to aid the economy as well. It's not that when founders are leaving the country, you are actually letting go of the economy that could have aided in the Indian building up Indian economy as well. So I think it's more about having two different schools of thought, and we just need to have some kind of convergence in between.
Yeah, and I will add my view on from founders side. Founders are they are running against time, right? What you are building, there's like probably 100 people are building exactly same thing, right? That's what Web3 is, very open. You can go literally look at any project, say, oh, this is a great idea, I can build too. So if they don't move fast, or any startup, they eventually going to die. So if you don't have a choice, or you stay here or die, or survive, go somewhere else. That's what founders problem is. Nobody wants to leave their country, right? Nobody wants to leave their home, if that makes sense.
No, and one more thing I want to add to what you said, just because we have problems which are grassroots, and we have all worked in the grassroots areas, right? So a government is and should do both. Work on the grassroots problems while also solving the newer, more technology advanced problems. That's the role of the government. Right? If we can't do both, then we'll definitely lag on one. And lagging on either of them is going to be a huge downfall. So just because we have those problems doesn't.
Like the panelists, all the panelists said, again, I would reiterate the government is going to provide that kind of platform that this will really induce that kind of ambience. If the founders come up with the solutions and they can show that kind of traction, that definitely we are going to solve these. These are mini challenges, major challenges that may be a different point, but if there is some good traction, then definitely the government is going to provide that. Again, I said that the government is really watching the global other countries, and once this principle of equivalence is established, then the government would definitely help. Like I would give an analogy. When we entered IIT, our professor would used to say that IITs don't make you intelligent; they make you learn how to grab the opportunities. So the same kind of ecosystem the government is trying to build here. Once the founders are here and they come up with viable solutions, so definitely this would be there. You can create that kind of induction effect in the ecosystem, and definitely this is going to take. I'm very very sure of it. And the new fund is also going to come definitely. Once this happened, I mean, way back in 2018, around January, I happened to speak to the deputy governor of RBI. They really wanted to scrap this entire that blockchain thing. कि कैसे करेंगे? Then I happened to speak to Honorable Arvind Pangaria ji. Sir, कैसे करेंगे? I think let us do it. This is really thing. This, the thing of the future. We should do it somehow. We must formulate that kind of a regulation or something. So there was a think tank that was established, and various stakeholders were taken on board. So that ecosystem is that kind of environment is going to be provided by the government, but the founders are there who are the key drivers of the ecosystem. If they come up with that kind of solution and that kind of thing, then definitely the government would provide that, I would say.
I want to make sure respect panel's time. If panel, you still have few minutes, so you good? Let me know. Just let me know when you want to go. But looks like there's interest, and as a community, that's our first and last goal is to make sure communities have, they get what they need. So if any panelists, please let me know if you want to leave early. Yeah, yeah, yes. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, this is Viraj. And I come from a background wherein I entered crypto space in 2018 as a trader, investor, went on to become a content creator. So I've been into this space in in a holistic way wherein I have learned a lot and been on the same curve again. So I have a question to you, ma'am. When I got to know about the background you're coming from, the way you've been investing and everything, so what I have observed here is like every founder just want to raise money, just want to solve XYZ problem, right? So I just want to have an VC's perspective to whatever is happening around here, around the world. When you go on to investing, what is the real need? What is the real kind of product or services you think with the current crypto, metaverse, DeFi, whatever trend is going on, which is essentially going to make a difference, right? You can create a wallet, you can create an infrastructure protocol, L1, L2, you can just keep creating a lot of products, dApps. So what do you think will be a sustainable idea moving forward? Like when you talk about, build this, okay, we're going to support you, build this is going to sustain, and which will be in sync with the overall economical conditions globally. Like that's the question.
Yeah, it's a heavy question. But see, for me as an individual, I primarily have been investing more in the founders than the space or any kind of herd mentality that, okay, everybody is going towards DeFi, let's go and invest in DeFi. Or if everybody's talking about metaverse and NFTs, let's do that. So that's not how I have been personally operating. So primarily, I think my interest is more towards blockchain infrastructure technology as the layer, basically. And now I'm co-founding another fund, which is primarily into metaverse. So anything to do with NFT and metaverse is what we are co-founding. So yeah. So no such specific, till date. It's primarily behind the founders what investments have been made.
So we'll take maybe one more question. Yes. There's a question back there. Okay, go
Can
ahead.
I go? Yeah.
We'll
Hi.
take two more questions.
Okay.
Or I will take more questions.
So I wanted to ask that Web3 is currently a new domain. All these NFTs and if we talk about NFTs, it's just as far as I can say, it is a fashion trend and not a practical application. So what do you look like in a startup that eyes Web3 to put money into, and what are the key points that you look forward to when you're investing in a Web3 startup? Because I don't see a breakthrough technology or something great that can capture the market as of now.
To you. Okay, I can take it up from my perspective. Yeah, so it's primarily about, everybody will talk about the team, they'll talk about sustainable business model, they'll talk about what are the pain points that you're solving. So it's actually a combination of all of these. Also the defensibility, the timing that you are in. So it's a combination of all primarily. You're not happy with the answer. There's no clear-cut answer to
Businesses are complex. In fact, there is no clear answer. This it's not like white or black. It's somewhere in between.
Hello. As a student, I would like to ask, how do we ensure that if we have an idea, what R&D we need to do on that to materialize into a startup? So that was my question. And also, what are the factors that you as an investor consider when investing in a startup?
Amita, would you like to go first? See, as I said that, it's all about the hustling of the founders. If, as I mentioned earlier, that brilliance of idea is always less than passion of the founders. Are you really passionate enough? Are you ready to hustle? And are you really, that should be in your DNA. It's totally. And if you have that kind of mindset and that kind of eye all around you, wherever you are working, day or night, so if the idea is good, obviously the idea may be mediocre, but if the founder are really good and that is really going to solve some challenges, which is prevalent in the society or industry or wherever it is, if the idea is good and that can really will be built in the venture and it is scalable. If it is scalable, so definitely this is going to be taken forward. And there are various, uh, government agencies. This entire ecosystem is there. The incubation centers are there. Early stage founders are there. Definitely, once you are happen to connect to the right kind of people, uh, you will definitely receive help. See, there is a saying. Once I happened to speak to LinkedIn founder, opportunities do not float in the sky. They are attached to the people. If you are looking for an opportunity, obviously, invariably, you are looking for a person. So you need to connect to those kind of people. And when you happen to connect, then definitely they should take place. About R&D, if you like Silicon Valley, the government of India has come up with a very, very robust plan. We have come up with science and technology clusters, S&T, because if there is an R&D stuff and some technology there, so it should not stay in our tower. It should be pushed from lab to land. And that there are a number of professors in IIT and Ivy League or other academic institutions. They have done a very, very good research, which can really be transferred into or converted into very good product, which can become a very scalable venture also. But somehow that mindset was not there. So the government came up with this plan that science and technology clusters were founded, and there are 5 S&T clusters in India. The 6 is in the offing, and here in North India, in the name of Drive, this is being run. So PSA, the Principal Scientific Advisor Office, was founded, and they are really, really pushing it. They have come up with a very good fund also. They have connected to several Scandinavian countries. They are ready to invest those kind of R&D projects, which can be really scaled into a viable business and venture basically. So that Silicon Valley model is going to be replicated in India. So these people, they also happen to connect to say various universities also, JNU, IIT Delhi, Asoka University. So more number of universities are also going to be onboarded, and you will definitely get that kind of opportunity if you have that kind of R&D solution or something which can become a viable venture into ecosystem. That should solve some challenges first. All right, the team should be good.
Maybe just remember Steve Jobs' famous words: "Stay hungry, stay foolish." That will take you.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shantanu, and I've been in this space for 7 odd years. All right, and been there, done that, seen there, things done that. But it's more of a comment and one small question to the gentleman who basically spoke about the government here. One is, of course, अगर आप कुछ चीज़ कर रहे हैं, if you're doing something, please do it faster, because the founders need speed. All right, the government doesn't have speed. All right, at least for this matter, for that, okay, they don't have speed. Even in CBDC, they don't have speed. Okay, so my request on your if you can speak on our behalf to speed it up so that we don't have a flight. So we are fighting, but we also see a flight. So fight or flight is happening at the same time, right? One. All right. Second part is when you talk about the multiple things that you say the government is doing. All right. How many current founders are there on any of the panels that the government forms? Any of the panels? I remember, Dr. Subhash Garg, he created a document all right, which simply said that, I will, get people arrested if you hold a token, right? Now, it was written by a bunch of interns, legal interns. Not one person from the industry was consulted. This is my understanding. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But my question is very simple. How many current founders, whether they are here or now they've gone overseas, do you have on any of the panels which is thinking about decentralization or blockchain for that matter?
Thank you, Mr. Sandhanu, for asking this question. Very, very apt question. Uh, like I said that in August 2022, this blockchain forum was launched in Hyderabad, and these all 5 founders and this entire panel, I think they are going to have 14 members in there. And the government, they came up with this plan that we need to onboard these people who are really expert of the subject. So the government will definitely, if not, there are other ministries in which they have onboarded people from the industry as an expert or in the rank of JS, joint secretary or something. So the government in the ambit of rule, they are trying to push it forward. Let me cite you an example. I have several friends from IIT who are in government IS officers. They're really, really passionate. In Ministry of Food Processing, my friend, he's the personal secretary to the minister, honorable minister. So he's very young. Even whatever he says, he works 18 hours a day. You won't believe it. And whatever he says, the minister listens. And the department is going to come up with entire policy based on his feedback. Now, they don't listen to the secretary who are 50 or 60 years old, because these people, to be very, very, I don't want to sound offensive or something, but they are really, really good. But their era was different. This was an operation model. Now this is a new age. So that's why these people, they are coming up with a very new plan, new energy, and the government is going to listen. गवर्नमेंट तो ये भी बोलती है कि आप गलती करो, क्योंकि क्या है ना, वो आरटीआई वाला सिस्टम होता है कि कुछ गलती किए तो पकड़े जाएंगे, तो लेट अस बेटर डोंट डू इट. बट दैट काइंड ऑफ माइंडसेट इज बीइंग डन अवे, एंड धीरे धीरे करके वो जो एम्बिट है, वो रूल और लॉ आरटीआई के अंडर में ना है. धीरे धीरे गवर्नमेंट इज रियली ट्राइंग वेरी हार्ड. वन मोर एग्जांपल आई वुड से, मेरठ का जो डीएम है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मैजिस्ट्रेट ऑफ मेरठ डिस्ट्रिक्ट, ही वाज माय रूममेट एक्चुअली इन आईआईटी खड़गपुर. He has been the aspirational district champion. He was deputy to Honorable Niti Aayog CEO, Swachh Bharat Mission, and he really implemented it. But you won't believe, when his wife was pregnant, and before this he was district magistrate of Shravasti district. In the entire district, there was no single gynecologist available. He had to keep his wife away in Delhi, and you won't believe, he was living in a rented house there. But with those minimum resources, he came up with this plan, and he really championed this entire aspirational district program. Now there are 112 districts, and we are going to cover many more districts. So this kind of energy is there in the ecosystem, and this is going to change. It takes time. Definitely takes time, because that inertia was there. As I mentioned, 3 centuries processes are involved. So, but this will be definitely aligned and will be definitely taken forward. Thank you so much for asking this question.
Just one small addition to what you said. So, in government, things have changed drastically, at least in the last 20 odd years, that we have seen newer, and Web 2 has played a huge part. Now, all IS officers are on social media, and their work is on social media. And I think all of you know them as influencers now. So, the point is that there is a lot more exposure and public accountability of this entire system. So things have moved along in a big way, but there is one thing that I would also agree that there is a problem. That apart from not having a lot of industry stakeholders in the system, there's also sort of still a little bit of a gatekeeperism. So in the sense that there are so many government programs, but honestly, I also don't know about 1/3 of them, and I'm fairly certain not a lot of people do. So if any of you can come up with a solution that can solve that problem, be it METI, be it eGov, any portal, then all of us will help you connect to them, right? Because we also want those solutions to be out there in the public, but it's not always that easy to make that happen.
So, thank you. Just to add one more point, you must have heard about this Moonlighters and Wipro. So that was because of the government portal only. That digitalization the government did. That's why they were caught. So the government is really putting all those efforts, and definitely the government will come up with next plans also, and they will really support all the founders. But this is the energy, because this is the prime of life. We can do more number of things with less efforts. So let us really channelize this energy and make an impact. Complain less.
Together. We'll take one more last question from Shell.
Yes, if you don't mind, because sometimes hearing something from an outsider may be helpful. I don't know, but I'm going to try for a couple of minutes. So, I live in US. I grew up in Europe. I worked on 5 continents. I lived in 17 countries and visited 62. During that process, I've learned that the most important element of any technology or industry or segment is what you are, human capital. If we don't take care of the human capital, then forget about blockchain, Web3, and all of that. And so that is something that's amazing for me, is to come in from the outside and explore and experience the amazing energy. I've been to 2 or 3 university campuses. I'm blown away, honestly. You know, so the government, nothing personal, but you need to take care of that. Not just you, all of us, but that needs to be handled, because if we don't get funded for our startup here soon, our next trip is to Dubai. Don't take this personal, but when you say speed, not you personally, but when a government says speed, they mean rickshaw. When we as founders say speed, we mean Ferrari. So there's a big disconnect, because when you guys talk sandbox, I did my first smart contract 6 years ago in the Singapore sandbox. So when I hear, let's think about a sandbox, honestly, and speed is the most critical part to succeed. But what we are talking about now, if we don't do it tomorrow, if you don't appoint a minister of multiverse, metaverse tomorrow, shame on you, honestly, you know.
Thank
so
you.
Anyway,
Thank you
that's
very
just
much.
a comment from the sideline. Thank you for your time.
Just I want to add a bit of contrarian view here. Reason is, see, we are equating a small business with a large country, so both will have their different speed. And I think this innovation and the policies or the regulation, this has been in debate for decades. So those who believe that innovations can change their lives, they want to do it as fast as possible. But there are always some things which policymakers think of. This is beyond what probably we are entitled to discuss here. So I think we have to take it with a pinch of salt. We agree that there has to be speed, it has to be faster. Probably somewhere we will have to come together, if not in rickshaw, but not in Ferrari. Can we come closer to something like
We'll do a Tata Nano.
of 18th century or sorry, 20th century at least.
No, the fact that all of us are sitting here, and you have people from the government, from BFSI, from the venture network sitting here, and leaders in their own industries sitting here and talking to you about it, is a start. Is a start of this dialogue and opening up this market in a big way. So closing this session, and I know we all are here to still listen more to this pearls of wisdom being given out, but time is of the essence. So thank you so much, all of you, for being here. And we do appreciate a lot of the work that is being done, and we applaud it in a big way. And we are just putting our views out there that there's a lot more to be done, so that that can be started, thought of, and done in a big way. That's it.
Thank you.
So much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. And based on this energy, what I see is, I personally think we're gonna do more of these, because looks like this is in most need. Look, people are awake still. No, they're like, looks like there's a lot more questions. So I'm going to try to, if we can do more of these and invite more people from different, government and private sectors and investments. So everybody, thank you so much for hanging around with us. Appreciate it, panel.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate. Thank you so much.
Can we give a standing ovation to amazing panel here, please? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I'll be there.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hello.
So now we will be having a short discussion panel on Web3. How many of you are interested in it? What about others? They don't want? बोलो यार. तो start करें. पहले we will begin with the small introduction with for all the people sitting around us. We'll begin with Ujjwal.
Yeah.
Please.
Hello. My name is Ujjwal Bajaj, and I'm a blockchain developer, come like a technical team lead in my company. I'm a co-founder of a blockchain development company, USquare. So, like, we are into blockchain development, simply building DeFi applications, smart contracts, marketplaces, and many projects. So along with me, here's my co-founder partner, Umang. Yeah. Yeah. And Navdeep sir as well.
Yes, Navdeep. Hi, hello. My name is Navdeep. I belong to Raven Tech and Services. And last 15 years, we are into the tech space and we are providing support to all the major blockchain companies.
Thank you, Navdeep. Umang. Hi, everyone. My name is Umang Ajmera. I'm a co-founder at a blockchain agency called USquare, and a little bit intro about myself. So I've been into finance space. I've worked at a mutual fund earlier. Then during the COVID session, I landed in Jaipur, which is my home city, and then started exploring blockchain space and get really delved inside it. And together we both founded a company so that we can really leverage this potential of the blockchain technology and can really reshape something which exists as a pain point right now. So we are really looking forward for such kind of pain points and the questions you guys have for the Web3. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Umang. So I think we won't take more time of the audience because we are already running short of time. We will begin with the first question that I received from people. How India will benefit from Web3?
Okay.
Who's going to take up?
So I'm taking that.
Sure, sure.
So India, you see that the whole structure, if we consider our constitution, the legislation of our country already has now Web3 history, like decentralized history, because in our constitution, all the states have equal rights and they have the holdings, equal holdings, where central can't impose. So it was already there. Now that was in the paper format. Now we have to digitize and put it into a decentralized fashion. Why can't things be running on a smart contract? There are few challenges for that, but yeah, things like in energy sector, tourism, and let's talk about like this railways, roadways. So we can implement the competitive bidding. For example, competitive bidding can be done on a smart contract. Why can't it be done? There are challenges, and we are having conferences like this to educate people. The challenge is lack of knowledge, first of all. So this is now evolving. India is actually coming up on the stage for Web3, and definitely this is how we can benefit from Web3. Yeah.
I'm on my thinking right now. India is way behind than other countries.
Other countries.
Right, like Dubai. Dubai is have whole sandbox. If I'm plan to launch anything, you can go for
Absolutely.
Dubai and you can go for Dubai and you can register your company within few days and you can launch your product so much fast manner compared to India. India need policy changes,
Right.
very fast policy changes.
Exactly.
And that will be help to India will be on Web3 space. Right now, if I'm plan to sell any cryptocurrencies, and India will be charging 30% tax compared to
Exactly.
goes to the
Other countries.
other countries. The tax is too low. What do you think about?
Absolutely. So there's a difference which I see here. So when it comes to anything which is speculative in the market, I think India is very resistant for that. So yes, cryptocurrencies, these tokens and everything, they are actually, right now what I see is India, it's a diverse country, right? We have a fiscal deficit here as well. So think about it. The money has to land up somewhere which cannot be locked inside some digital contract. So that it has to go somewhere so that the country can grow and not something digital contract, something like that. So what I feel is the cryptocurrency which is speculative in the market, that thing, yeah, that thing is where the founders and everybody is seeing India is lacking speed. But if you remove the cryptocurrency side, just pick the technology as the blockchain, then India has picked that up. Yeah. There are banks, the government of India is really looking forward for, as you said, the Coven app. So there are private blockchains as well, which can really, arrange an ecosystem where India, as in its execution phase, in its operation phase, can actually benefit from the blockchain as not just a smart contract or a cryptocurrency, but rather an entire ERP system where everything is connected, everything is secure, everything is transparent, despite of being hidden. If it has to become to the public, it can join hands and being shown to the world, to the Indian citizens that yes, it actually happened. So that technology I see has a big boom, yeah, but not the cryptocurrency.
Hey, India need some fast policy making in web space, web 2 and web 3 space, both the space.
Makes sense.
Okay. So, if anyone meanwhile have a question, please let know. We will take up the question immediately because we are like short of time. Also, is that in India, not only in India, but if we say that almost every person is coming up with various protocols on blockchain.
Yeah.
So, what do you think that which is recommended? Of course, I would say that we are not here to give any financial advices to buy, sell, or trade crypto. It's individual's choice, but it's just a discussion on it.
It's a very legit question. So there are so many blockchains coming up. They all promise some exceptionally beautiful and well-written use case, which is solving in the real world, right? And now the question, the dilemma of the end user is which one to trust, which one is the real thing, which blockchain among the all of the blockchains is the next Google, maybe. But we're not looking for something like a central power like Google, but yes, which is the one which can provide a general purpose platform where everything can be there and it's on the blockchain. But what if you change your perspective and you think of something? Why is there a need to pick one or two or three or five blockchains on whom you can build trust? Why can't you just understand the underlying technology where if something is there on the blockchain, that means it is trustless? So rather than looking at one blockchain, which is general purpose, what if we have a collection, a network of so many blockchains out there which are providing specific niche use case, and they all can be interoperable, and the Tendermint is way behind, was way in past than Ethereum. Ethereum was in 2015, but Tendermint came into picture in 2014, and they promised only one thing, where there could be an ecosystem of blockchains which could be interoperable, and everything can move ahead with the collaboration. So yeah, I can say if you want to choose one whom to trust, I'm not sure about that, but why not a network of blockchains can together provide that use case where it's all trusted and yeah, they're all interoperable.
Agree with Umang. Yeah, we are bringing up a world of blockchains. Yeah, so it's an interoperable atmosphere, and blockchains are meant now. The objective is now to communicate with each other, and we should look for the utility as well. And every blockchain is designed to serve a utility. So we need to trust the process, and the transaction itself is trustless. If you want to check, like you can go, it's all there traceable on the explorers. Yeah.
And I think one is my idea is why we are on plan to auto bridging. Right now, everyone talking about interoperability.
Yeah.
Auto bridging is much better of a form to you can communicate to any network rather than you make the interoperability. If you creating auto bridging, then you can do the transaction for any blockchain, right?
Makes sense.
Great. So, if we talk about past 1 year, we have seen a lot of bubbles going around NFTs, metaverse.
Yeah.
But in not in a longer detail, but in a brief, what would you guys suggest to the audience about it? Whether it should be, holded or it's just.
If there's a question that NFT is a bubble, let me tell you, it's not. Is NFT a hype? A hype? No, it's not. I think there is a misinterpretation, miscommunication, and misunderstanding about the term called NFT. There are so many projects just because there was a hype. So if a new vertical comes into the existence in the realm of the humanity, then what happens? There are so many players who can actually join the line and line right behind it and misuse or abuse or exploit or even provide something which is very beautiful. So there are multiple projects out there which may not make sense, but their marketing, their global publicity and everything is so huge that people are questioning, what is this and why is it such a hype? But if we understand NFT as something which is like certificate that you hold, and only you can be the one who can change it if there is a allowance system for that, then it's a beautiful concept for identity management, for something like land properties, for something like music collections. So there are a lot of utilities where NFTs can come into picture. But yeah, whilst we understand what are those use cases where it is really needful and solving something, by that time there will be majority of players who are just coming into the line, making money out of it, bringing more profits on the table. But eventually that's also a good thing. I'm not questioning to those people why you're doing something wrong and cheating and fooling around people and making money from their pockets. No, eventually they're helping out the bigger picture where the understanding, the awareness of the blockchain is there, and people have been through that journey, and now they are ready for the real use cases as well because they have the understanding it there. So I hope it makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I agree, and like it's due to lack of knowledge. People participate in NFT hypes, and like there are some real use cases of NFTs. One of the projects which I have been doing is data as NFT, algorithm as NFT, and this is amazing project by Ocean Protocol. So they are having that data as an algorithm as NFTs and running that algorithm on a particular data set. So and different applications also. Other than that, in metaverse also you can see NFT as a land, and people are actually creating and developing that verse. In that verse, a lot of assets are being sold as NFT. So yeah, and other than that, music albums, a lot of real cases, definitely. So it's just lack of knowledge. People are participating in hypes just to earn money, just to make money, in spite of thinking anything else. So yeah, it's not a bubble.
In the NFT space, people are only thinking images, videos, and all
Yeah.
these things. But in NFT, you can use, like in Sharp token, we are using NFT code as an NFT basically. You can use in Sharp token, basically in Sharp token, you can add the things. You can use code as an NFT, and you can plug and play and earn the things.
Amazing application.
No, great, great. Any questions are there? Okay, so I don't think any question is there, but anything more you all three would like to convey to our audience about this Web3 word, that how, this media interchange, news, publishing, marketing, how it's like, creating another impact on blockchain by coming up?
Okay, I like to answer that. So, like to analyze India, we are among the top, I can say, not in India, in the world, that this Web3 development space right now it's in a very nascent stage. Everyone is actually learning things now, and resources are also limited. I myself being a developer, it was very hard to get to all the stuff. Now there are enough knowledge, and these conferences and these events like these actually developing Web3 space. So we are among those top 2 or top 3% of the world who are actually in the Web3 development. And this space is beautiful. After like 5 years, I can see, according, it's my point of view first of all. So after 5 years, I can see a lot of real world applications building on Web3 development. Metaverse is already coming up, and like more people will be aware, and there'll be, like in India also, will be able to see more adoption for Web3. Yeah.
Definitely, I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's Web3 is another game changer, and everything will be in hands of people in future.
Right.
So, yeah, please.
This question has been repeated quite often, that how safe it is to invest in cryptocurrency. But nowadays we don't ask this question while investing in stock markets, because there are so many well-known fund managers, right? We just hand over our money to them, and then they are experts in the stock market. They take care of it. So, is this something which will become increasingly common in while investing for cryptocurrencies? That these these investments are well managed, and we can view it as a regular investment, just like we buy mutual funds, some of which also diverts to the stock market. So I'd asked this question earlier, so I got a technical answer. I understand the technology behind it, but what my actual intent was to know how common or easy it will be to invest in cryptocurrency, and how will the real world facilitate that?
Now, before my panelists answer, I would again like to convey that we haven't kept this session for any financial advices. So it's purely individual's choice, but definitely like government is getting positive by even by implementing taxes and all. There will be platforms coming up. There will be until unless these banks support, right? It's impossible to say anything about the investment because still there are platforms going on. You could say that even we have exchange Sun Crypto, which have a booth. They say that they accept UPI payments. They are doing it. Even banks are supporting it. Until unless this is whole supported and the new notifications come up, regulations come up, right? It is not that easy.
And also to add to that, yeah.
Sure.
So one is how the implementation of this cryptocurrency as an investment management principle will exist in India. That's going to be in the regulatory sides and the implementation as per the country laws. Now let's talk about internet. I believe internet is something which is very simple to see and very easy to use. So now I'm going to speak how cryptocurrency as an investment can, for the end user, be very simple. It's just a simple website where you go, or just a simple application where you go. Now, if you look at Zerodha, if you look at all these trading terminals, they're really complicated for a simple individual who wants to invest. He doesn't want to know about the technical analysis, all those stuff. And now, if you go to Coinbase, if you go to Binance, all these are similar in pattern. So there is that complexity on the user interface for the user. Oh my God, what are these graphs? What are these candlesticks? How can I invest something? Where to click? What to do? And there are so many prices, so many methods, and so many branches. I don't think this is how cryptocurrency will move ahead. I feel the crypto investors, the crypto project owners, all these people are really visionaries. They understand this thing that it can be as simple as how much money you want to do. The rest, everything can be algorithmic. And in that sense, crypto investing can become very simple for the end user. But now let's discuss about institutional investing. So as you mentioned, there are fund managers who are managing big funds, and the money of the Indian citizens of the country of India are being held by those people. So they have to follow something like a trust act, like a fund act, and all those regulatory policies. Hypothetically, if India allows cryptocurrency as a legal tender, then these fund managers will be equally equipped with this cryptocurrency technology knowledge as well. So they can introduce, like there is an arbitrage fund in mutual funds, where they actually speculate the market and they adjust the returns of their fund based on arbitrage mechanisms. So if cryptocurrency, hypothetically, after some time down the line, is as a legal tender accepted, then why not arbitrage? Why not use DeFi protocols and arbitrage the decentralized exchanges and the centralized exchanges, come to a price point where you can make profit and you can increase the returns of your portfolio? The Indian citizen is happy, the country is happy, the fund manager is making commission, the fund in itself is very happy because they have higher AUMs now with them. Eventually, I can see a win-win for everybody. And the only thing this can happen is when those people are technically equipped. This is institutional, and the first one was the user perspective.
Right now, a lot of options are available. If you go into the market, people are only thinking some options like Uniswap. If you go for like a balancer and all these things, you can use one time as a mutual fund. You use as a mutual fund. and you can use money for the same time. You can use money for like fund manager. The balancer is using as a fund manager. You can use your money to manage crypto, automatically manage your fund on so beautiful manner. You can use that type of solutions as well. Actually, you need to work on. Actually, this space is new right now, and everyone need to little more study about these things. Then they can go for automate, increase your money. D5 is giving so much good return right now.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree. And with this, I would like to end our session on this Web3. But however, if anyone has questions, I would request them to please meet anyone from Navdeep, Umang, and Ujjwal one-on-one and clear their doubts. Right? Thank you.
Thank
you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
With this, now we have another session from Mr. Advait. I think those who have attended yesterday would love to come and sit back over here to have this beautiful session. Welcome, Advait.
चेक ऑडियो पहले चेक करो प्ले करो और HDMI केबल लगा है फिर उसको फिक्स कर दे हाँ प्ले करो ठीक है डन हाँ हाँ यहाँ से कम करो हाँ ठीक है डन ये माइक पहनना पड़ेगा ये माइक ये चेयर हटाना है चेयर और टेबल अंदर से
Guys, yeah, testing 1 2 3. Get my photos. Use my camera. All good. People in the back can listen my voice. Okay, great. Can I get the clicker? Clicker. I'll do it. Yeah. Okay, good evening, guys. Good evening, New Delhi. Great. Once again, good evening, guys. Awesome. So, well, Today's topic is very close to my heart. Being into the world of technology, I've always been into the spiritual side first. And the spiritual side is taking over on me right now. And that is why I would like to present the topic on metaverse, consciousness, and the mental health. We all have been experiencing the effects of post-pandemic era, is it not so? So who all is experiencing stress? क्या लगता है? Can you guys just raise the hand if you go through stress, overthinking, overwhelmingness? शायद से thoughts manage नहीं होते, right? So today is the topic devoted to that, and I would like to launch India's first sound meditation metaverse as well. Great, thank you so much. So this is going to be a conscious journey divided into 3 segments, exploring the nature of spirituality, how the metaverse and consciousness can coexist, and what's the mental well-being aspect in the metaverse. The use cases through my metaverse can be explored for mental wellness. Now I would like you to ask the question कि आप अभी mindful हो या mindful हो with a double L, right? Can we close the door at the back? The noise is there, right? So now I would like you to close the eyes. Just be here in this present now. And let's do a mindful check. Try to sense your body and relax the body. Try to sense the different sounds you're listening to. Maybe the sound of the noise, the sound of my speaking. Maybe the sensations of your body. The thoughts which are going on. And take 3 deep breaths, shallow deep breaths, right? And while you're breathing out, you can say, now, you can come back to this present now. You can open your eyes. So how was it? A short glimpse. Are you here right now in the room now? Then? Great. Awesome. Now, I would like you to, in this inquiry, that who was experiencing this, right? ये जो sensations है body के, thoughts है, या फिर emotions है. Who is experiencing this? Is it the body? Is it the mind? Or is it something else? Or is it your consciousness or the soul? What is it? Right? So keep, in the entire session, keep on this inquiry within your own self. कि ये सेंस कौन कर रहा है? क्या आपको पता चला कि आप इस 20 साल के हुए, 30 साल के हुए या 40 साल के हुए, आपको पता चला कि कब ये मेरी लाइफ निकल भी गई, right? And this technically happens with all the humans, right? At the deathbed, they understand, oh my God, my life is over. अभी क्या करूं मैं? And they go into an entire vibration of guilt, right? So now, this is the inquiry process that we are going to experience today. So now, I would like you to, educate what are the real world that we are living on to, right? ये Web3 तो है, Metaverse तो है, but हमारा Metaverse कहाँ पे है? हमारे life का Metaverse कहाँ पे है? Right? So 74% Indians are suffering from stress, acute stress, 88% from anxiety, a report from TCOH Delhi. And these are real figures. It is estimated that 1 out of 3 Indians are suffering from depression. Right? This is a WHO number. And 75% of the employees, so you guys are going to be maybe the change makers, company owners, or maybe employees at various organizations. So burnout hai, and there are various senior experts here, professionals, who can definitely say, yes, बहुत burnout होता है. During the stress, बहुत, मतलब COVID के times भी बहुत ज़्यादा था. So now, it also affects your relationships and other areas of life. Is it not so? अगर stress आपके area में है, life में है, maybe in the job or maybe in the relationships, does it impact your other areas of life? Yes or no? Right? Can I hear a loud yes? Yes. Right? So now, but at the same time, where the world is going, experiences of stress, worry, anger are at the all new record. So how do we fix this problem? Right? What are the real case scenarios that we can implement physically as well as digitally, as well as in the metaverse to solve this real case scenario? Right? And at the same time, there is hope. So, सबको मुझे डराना भी नहीं है, right? By saying out these figures, I might have shooted up your cortisol or stress hormone. But people are finding, they are willing to find happiness, well-being, and satisfaction in their life. आप भी आज इधर वही आए हो ना? Maybe the satisfaction in your knowledge to gain some wisdom from the experts, right? So let us experience some calmness, right? अभी जो stress आपको दिया है, so just by listening these sounds, we go into a deep state of relaxation. And these are all digital sounds, but yet they are giving us a feeling of reassurance, safety, and calmness. Is it not so? तभी birds chirp करते हैं. What does it mean? It's safety, right? And when they are not, again a fear is there. That's the power of sound and music, which I spoke about yesterday. Now, do I have permission to share about my journey in few words? Right? So, well, I call myself as a mindful marketer, a conscious business consultant on a mission to create brands that matter. Right? I always think myself as a strategist first. I've held number of keynotes, delivering company culture sessions, helping their wellness at these brands, and at the same time designing their sound wellness at their companies, at their workplace, and as well as their personal lives. At the same time, on the spiritual front, I am a musician and a DJ turned into a sound alchemist and a spiritual catalyst. I used to be a DJ, guys. Can you believe that? Right? And I still do the DJing aspect, but not in the entertainment field, but into the enlightened field now. Right? Sounds of silence. पहले लोगों को मैं crazy करता था, अभी लोगों को conscious बना रहा हूँ. Right? And this can be you guys also. The next generation, you guys have to pick this up. कि हम consciousness को कैसे spread करें, हम society को एक नए elevation की तरफ कैसे लेके जाए, with the new innovations. Apart from that, the impact has been featured here and there. So this was my brief journey, right? I've done here and there, बहुत सारे जगह पे noise मचाया है, right? With this aspect, and now I'm into the world of technology, metaverse, decentralized products at Wow Labs and Socially. And now today we are going to launch the India's first sound meditation metaverse as well by the end of this session. So now let us begin. Science tells us the nature of the matter, how the matter functions, right? हमारे atomic particle से लेके the biggest particle there is, how does it function? The Newtonian science tells that, but the Einsteinian science talks about the energy and matter. Psychology tells us the function of the mind, how it behaves in the real world, how we respond to situations, right? Stress is very relative. अगर 3-4 years before, अगर मुझे बहुत बड़ा कुछ submission होता था, I used to get very stressful. Why? Because I didn't have clarity of thoughts. I didn't have the management of my own emotions and the physicality. But the spirituality tells us the nature of the spirit itself, the nature of connectedness, the nature of consciousness. And it is as if we are trying to create the consciousness in the technological innovations. जो humans को नहीं करना है, that is what we want to do the AI to do the work for us. Is it not so? Recent Tesla launch, they are trying to what? Mimic how a human being would work. So what are we trying to create? Our replication and reflection of the consciousness. So now what is consciousness? For a brief impact, a consciousness and spirituality is a big topic than the technology itself. So consciousness is about everything that we experience. It is about the self-awareness. Now when I'm speaking, I know that what I'm speaking in the next second. That's the thought I can watch. Can you guys watch your thoughts? नहीं होता है ना ये. So that's the self-awareness. Spirituality is not about religion. It is about creating self-awareness within, about your own body, mind, and the functions associated with it. So consciousness is within each and every one of us. It is in the world and it is in the self as well. It is everything manifested. So now let's decode in our terms. We are all software geeks here, techies and nerds. So there is the universal consciousness, and then there is the software of energy and matter, which is the mind. And then there is the hardware of energy and matter, which is the body, right? So the body, mind, and the consciousness. This is a research where how Advait Vedanta, so it is one of the philosophies we have in our Vedic and Upanishads. So it talks about how this body is correlated with the hardware of energy and matter, and so on and so forth. Who has watched Lucy movie here? Great. So what that movie is trying to explain? By activating the 100% DNA code, by activating the body and the mind, we can reach to that divine consciousness, right? And that was the end scene here. So she could merge with the zeroth field, right? So now that's the correlation between the technology and spirituality and consciousness. Now, how do we correlate this in the metaverse, right? Before that, in a brief line, I would like to ask you this question. Do you want to really escape the matrix, guys, and embrace the consciousness? Do you want to take the red pill or the blue pill? Right? Matrix देखा है क्या? Great. So, क्या लेना है? उस तरीके से पीपीटी जाएगा. Red या blue pill? Red pill is the truth. So, do we want to achieve the truth in life? Okay. Anyways, I had only one function. Red pill जाना था. So, well, what is metaverse? A metaverse is a network of 3D virtual worlds. It is as if आज मैं google.com पे जा रहा हूँ. It's like a 2D interaction. But 10 years now, you guys have listened to all the Web3 experts today, right? So 10 years from now, when the industry matures, it is as if I am in the metaverse of Google, which is a 3D spatial network. And I would have the option to use a VR headset or a AR experience or a XR experience, right? But it would be a 3D experience, a world of 3D visualization. And now I would like you guys to go into this inquiry. What is the world? Because metaverse Web3 is the future of the next evolution, right? जैसे इंडस्ट्री 4.0 का रिवॉल्यूशन आ रहा है, मार्केटिंग 5.0 आ रहा है, so Web3 is the next era. So definitely metaverse is going to be the component, one of the components in that. But now, what is the future that we want to create, right? Do we want to go to the utopia or the dystopia? Because dystopia is very real. आपने अभी facts देखे, right? सारे mental health के, and these were just some of the few facts. Million people commit suicide every year. So what kind of metaverse are we really trying to create here on this earth? Earth का metaverse कहाँ पे है? So I would want you guys to answer, utopia or dystopia? क्या करना है? Right. But for the utopia to happen, this is the dystopia, but for the utopia to happen, there are certain things which a society should do from the individual level to the community level. So वो क्या करना है? How do we do this in the metaverse then? By creating self-awareness in every layer of the metaverse. Self-awareness अभी मैंने जो कहा, it is about bringing consciousness, bringing mindful activities in each and every step. It is as if I've been interacting with so many brand managers and marketing managers over the course of time. So what they consider you or me as just the numbers on the Excel sheet, right? That is the reality. आप मेरे लिए customers हो, right? But now as mindful people, as conscious people, we have to think कि आज मैं यहाँ पे आपके साथ बात कर रहा हूँ, आप मेरे लिए consumer नहीं हो, आप मेरे लिए audience नहीं हो, but आप मेरे लिए एक human being हो. I really have a deep compassion and love for you guys, right? And you can experience that while I am speaking. Is it not so? नहीं हो रहा है तो हम meditation में experience करेंगे. But it is about creating the self-awareness and the values of human being into all the layers of the metaverse, right from the experience layer to the infrastructure layer. And then creating mindful spaces instead of mindless spaces. How beautiful is this? In the earlier times, the brands wanted to be very sensuous or very trendy. But now, in the mindful aspect, it is about creating a kinder environment, an environment which is very socially friendly and approachable. And then, at the same time, by cracking the Maslow's pyramid in every layer of your metaverse or your product, how can you enable greatness in your human being? So आपका जो भी audience है, how can you enable greatness in your audience's eyes? Ultimately वही करना है ना आपको. If today Fair and Lovely is selling you the product, what are they selling on to? The beauty. They are not selling on the features. So how do we do that? So the only way is to evolve our consciousness, and that starts with the inner freedom by removing all the negative vibrations. And that is what I have figured out and kind of translated in the sound meditation metaverse. And well, these dissonances, they cause a lot of imbalance in the mental health, our immunity, our cognition, and well-being. So now, are you ready for the experience of sound bath? Right? Awesome. So let's balance our harmonic bioresonance. Who's ready for it? सब नहीं ready तो हम नहीं जाएंगे. I want everyone to raise the hand. Okay, great. Awesome. So now let's deep dive into the sound meditation. Now you can close your eyes and completely relax and double check your phone if it is in silent mode or not. Vibrate mode पे ना भी ना रखे because it will cause a disturbance. And completely relax. Now you can slowly and gradually take 3 deep breaths. And allow yourself to simply notice what is happening in your environment. What kind of sensations are there in your body? Maybe the sensations of the air, the coldness or the hotness. Maybe the noise, the auditory noise. What kind of thoughts you are going through, right? Just have a mindful check on them and just allow them to pass by without any judgment or filter. Now, just allow these divine sounds to make an impact on you. Slowly and gradually come back to our consciousness. Slowly and gradually you can open the eyes and start experiencing the deep silence, which some of you might know, some of you might wouldn't. But yet, keep on sensing the different vibrations which are happening within. It can be with the body, it can be with the sensations of the mind. But keep on sensing whatever is happening. So, how was the experience, guys? So, who could go into a deep state? Just raise your hands and you can share that in few words, right? How was the experience? Nine. Great. Sensations at the forehead. Okay, great. Right. What else was there? Who could go into a state of no thinking? Who could go into a deep sleep? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Awesome. What else? You were just about to sleep. Okay, awesome. Has that happened so fast? Right? So this is the power of sound and music, and I speak a lot about sound and vibrations. I spoke that yesterday as well. So now these are different ways the vibrational consciousness affects us at the physiological level, at the psychological level, at the cognition and the emotions, and at the human behavioral level as well. Even the sonic branding. If I were to put a Nirma picture here, we would all start singing the ad, right? Washing powder Nirma. Is it not so? Exactly. So now, but today the topic is about metaverse. So these effects of sound and vibrations are seen physically as well as digitally. and with actual brainwave entrainment, the changes in the nervous system, the changes in the hormonal system, and the heartbeat patterns, even the rate in the oxygen level aspect, we can see just before that experience of meditation, we were into anxiety and very conscious what is happening, what is not happening, confused. But now we are calm and relaxed. Right? And these are some of the well scientific evidences here and there, different emotions, how they affect us at the body level. Now, how do we really impact this in the metaverse and the digital immersive worlds, right? Here's the report by McKinsey. इसमें से सबको किसको चाहिए? सब चाहिए ये सब. It's a report by McKinsey, by the way, guys. Better health किसको चाहिए? Better fitness, better nutrition, appearance, sleep, mindfulness. And what about better money? अरे हाथ किसने नहीं रेस किया, guys? Okay, that McKinsey left out. I don't know why, but anyways, now how do we enable greatness again in the community and in the metaverse? By creating mindful metaverses, by creating better vibrations leading to better mindful metaverse leading to better responsible individuals, and these individuals creating responsible communities and then leading to better well-being, right? And now I would like to launch, right, all the camera guys, kahan pe ho? I would like to launch India's first sound meditation metaverse. So where are all the folks, production folks? So I have created a fantastic trailer, and in this resonance living metaverse, there are two scenes. So the main aspect for the phase 1 is for educating the people, educating the audience on how sound healing and the different mindful metaverses can impact us digitally. And then there is the second scene in which you can meditate. How cool is that, right? And there are already several use cases across different communities where you can meditate digitally. So someone can help me with my phone for my photos as well. Thank you so much. So now I am launching the trailer for the first time here. Are you excited? Woo! These are the sounds of universe audio NFTs that the lecture will be going from in the metaverse. This is the space where you can meditate. So it is freely available on a spatial platform, right? You can, I'll share the QR code by the end of the session in 2 minutes. Well, that's about some of the use cases that we can explore in the metaverse for mental wellness, ability to connect with a professional, with a therapist, psychology and behavioral based therapy consultation and gamification inside the metaverse, a conscious community to seek support. आपके डेवलपर्स जर्नी में या फिर आपके एजुकेशन जर्नी में आपको कितना टाइम मतलब फील हुआ है कि मैं अकेला हूं? कितना टाइम हुआ है ऐसा फील होता है? और एल्स इन योर ओन पर्सनल जर्नी ऑफ मेंटल हेल्थ एंड इमोशनल हेल्थ, सी ऑल द गाइज, यहाँ पे हम सब लोग ट्रॉमा से जाते हैं, है कि नहीं? The men as well as the ladies. It is universal. It is not gender specific. I've been through my own journey of struggles. ये मैं आज यहाँ पे स्टेज पे खड़ा हूँ. Why? Because I seek support from my mentors. I went ahead and sought support from my peers. That is why I could stand here, right? So now there are also spiritual case studies, meditation, mindfulness, and yogic activities, spiritual insights and discourses inside the metaverse, and at the same time, faith-based programs. So, well, there are a couple of churches already which are doing their virtual sessions back from 2016, right? But this can happen now. Imagine your grandma who is not able to travel to Kashi. India is a very emotional country, right? We think with the heart. We also feel with the heart, right? And also we act with the heart. How cool is that, guys? Cheers for our India. We are blessed. You know, I'll tell you, there is a specific a verse in a scripture. वो कहता है कि अगर आप इंडिया के कॉन्टिनेंट में, कैन वी हैव अ साइलेंस फॉर 2 minutes गाइस, आई एम रैपिंग दिस अप. तो वहां पे एक स्पेसिफिक स्क्रिप्चर है जो बताता है कि अगर आप इंडियन कॉन्टिनेंट में बॉर्न हुए हो, यू आर रियली ब्लेस्ड. आपके कार्मिक इम्प्रिंट्स बहुत रिफाइंड है. बट नाउ इट इज आवर मिशन. हमारे इस ऑडियंस का मिशन होना चाहिए कि हाउ कैन वी मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन. Because India was the ruling economy, it was the golden age back in 18th to 16th century. It was the knowledge hub, the spiritual hub, the financial hub. So how can we make India great again? यहाँ से हम यूनिकॉर्न बनाते हैं कहाँ पे? बाहर के देशों के लिए, right? How can we bring that back again? That has to be the mission for you all guys. डेवलपर सिर्फ बनना नहीं है आपको, right? Of course, there are many challenges. We might have heard in the recent panel कि time लगता है. Time तो सबके लिए लगता है. But you know, this mission has to be there, and this mission will take you ahead. क्योंकि फिर आप खुद के लिए नहीं सोच रहे हो ना फिर. You are thinking a bigger mission and vision. So that mission and vision will take flight for your career. And then our life's purpose should be कहाँ पे? पैसा चाहिए, happiness चाहिए. But actually हम कहाँ पे जाते हैं? Right. But now you guys should be consciously aware that in my personal life, I have never sought behind the money. It is always my third objective or fourth objective, right? But that has led me to this path. And well, our intention should be for Sat Chit Ananda, which is the truth, consciousness and bliss. So अगर हमें blissful life चाहिए, हमें happiness की तरफ जाना है, हमें truthfulness की तरफ जाना है, right? And that will lead you to true success and abundance. And these are some of the you know, developers है, computer geeks है यहाँ पे. हम exercise नहीं करते, हम बाहर नहीं जाते, हम meditate नहीं करते. So these are some of the 9 things which you can take away from today and implement in your lifestyle, along with the digital metaverse experience as well. So breathing exercises है, yogic exercises है, move your body, connect with the nature, right? Have a brief amount of distraction in your life. Get still, you know, meditate, and so on and so forth, right? And at the same time, ending with this note, you are not alone. Agar you are actually going through a mental issue, emotional issue, right? It's a great stigma in India कि लोग communicate नहीं करते. But you know, seek support from your organizations, from your mentors, from your universities, from your teachers, from your parents also, right? So that's about it. So please take away valuable takeaways from this, you know, insights, and act upon something. And if you loved this session, do connect me with on LinkedIn, give a feedback there. And thank you for the time. You can tag me on social media at @advaitdanke. And this is the metaverse QR code for my Linktree. And the first link will lead you to the mindful metaverse inside Spatial. And I hope you guys enjoyed this session, right? So the goal is to become conscious. The goal is to become more aware. I hope you guys will take away that. Awesome. So if you are all have scanned the QR code, we can then end the keynote. Let's take a selfie. Yeah? आएंगे क्या सब? So 3, 2, 1, smile. Once again, smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. Awesome. Great. Thank you for being such a cheerful audience.
Okay, but I need your last 10 minutes. Do you, like all of you agree that this conference is not possible without support of all amazing speakers? Their time, their research, and their effort to make us learn. Don't you think we should give a round of applause to all of the speakers here? And I know some of you or most of you also aspire to be speaker. Who all are aspire to be speaker here? Raise your hand. Aspire to be speaker here on the stage. Yeah. So for that, please connect with Stephen, who is here. He would help you that what is the process, how you can start, and everything. So it's not that we only provide, of course, these experts are helpful. They get opportunity to speak everywhere, but we provide opportunity to beginners like me also to speak on the stage. It was a joke. Okay. ऑलराइट, एक ही मिनट था, उनसे बात कर लूं कि मैकबुक का विनर कौन है.
All the cameraman, all the guys volunteered. Check. All right, everyone. We're just about to start the closing note, okay? And we are waiting for Mahesh. He'll be joining us in a couple of minutes. Last 3 days, and in fact, last 10 days for our team has been incredible. You know, we have been to 5 different cities, starting from Chennai, then we went to Hyderabad, then we went to Mumbai, then we did an event in Jaipur, and then the entire team came here in Delhi on 13th, and that's how we did the 3 days event. But there are many people apart from our core team members who have helped us to put up this event. And starting with the guys who has helped us to capture all these events, to all the memories that we have had, is give a big round of applause to the cameramans, the AV, right? The guys who are making the videos. I expect everyone. I would request all the cameramans, all the video guys to come up on the stage, and I want you all to take their pictures. Come on, cameramans. Come up on the stage. Come. Come on, guys. Get on the stage. Yeah, get on the stage.
All the faces behind the camera, please come on the stage.
All the AVs, guys, up bhiao. You guys have been helping us, up bhiao.
Just please come on the stage.
That's it? Yeah,
we have many more. Where
ये
are
लोग
they?
इस हॉल से जा रहे हैं, उस हॉल पे जा रहे हैं, जितनी
Please
बार
come on
वो
the
लोग
stage.
पिक्चर क्लिक करने के लिए उतनी बार पिक्चर क्लिक कर रहे हैं, राइट? कभी इधर से उधर, दिन रात ये लोग मेहनत करें, सुबह 6 बजे से रात के 10 बजे तक, राइट? एंड these guys, young guys, most probably शायद कुछ आपके एज ग्रुप के होंगे, है ना?
Just
And they
please
have
come
worked
on the
so
stage.
hard.
Thanks everyone and thanks the entire team, the entire media team. They worked very hard. It's very hard duty to have a better pictures, beautiful looking faces. All the media persons, the AV persons.
And come on, guys.
Please
Now
give
you
a
have
big
to take
round
out
of
your
applause for all
smartphone.
of them. They
You
worked
take
very,
out your
very hard
smartphone
and
let's
they're
click
very
pictures for
thankful.
them. Let's click
Thank you
pictures
so
for them
much.
now.
Thank you so much, everyone. हाँ, सबको एक टी-शर्ट please. Size अगर किसी को
Shell,
problem
very
हो,
Shell, why not you go ahead and give the swags to them?
please appreciate so. मैं तुम्हारे फोटो खींचता हूँ. I know my photos must be clear as yours, but I try to click your pictures. Thank you so much, everyone. Yes, thank you so much. Please, once again, give a big round of applause for all the peoples. Thank you so much.
So, इस 3 दिनों में मैंने इस फोटोग्राफी और वीडियोग्राफी टीम को इतना ट्रबल किया है, and you could also see during my session, but these guys are really heartful guys, right from all the 3 tracks. It was really amazing to connect with the team. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
चला गया मेरा माइक? धक कुछ समझ मान रहा आधा आज 20 Okay. Okay. Okay, guys, I think we'll now start giving away the Speakers Award, the incredible speakers we have created. Yeah, who have actually.
Shell, please come on the stage.
Yep.
Where's the
and,
Magnus? Magnus, Joe, please come on the stage.
Woohoo! Magnus,
Give a big round of applause for our
David.
handsome faces.
Okay, these awards for our speakers who have done an incredible job, right? And we start with. Don't give me the box. Sorry.
Okay, so
Advait,
we
we'll start
request
with
every
Advait.
speakers in the Bcrypt conference, please be available to the stage.
We'll start with Advait.
Okay, so over here. Jyoti, please stop.
Can we have Advait Danke? He's coming in 10 minutes. Okay. So the next award is for Alexander Belov. He's not there. Okay. So the next is for Miss Amrita Singh.
Next.
Okay. The next award is for Ananya Mahopatra. Ananya. Okay. So the next award is for Anish Ramakrishna. Anish Ramakrishna, please.
Yay! Next.
Here's the entrance.
Fellow hustlers. Next.
Our next award is for Mr. Arvind Sood.
Arvind Sood.
Can we have Miss Ananya Mahopatra here?
अभी आगे अलाउ दो अभी तेरा
Okay, can we have Mr. Advait Danke? Come on guys, तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए.
अभी दो दे Who's next?
The next award is for Mr. Arvind Sood. Do we have Mr. Arvind Sood here? Okay, so the next award is for Divyang Desai. The next award is for Dr. Hardik Sankla. Dr. Hardik Sankla. Okay. The next award is for Dr. Sabine Kapasi. Not here. The next award is for Gitika Gehlot. Do we have Gitika Gehlot here? Okay. The next award is for Miss Jagriti Gupta.
Deepika Gehlot here in the room?
Geetika.
No? Okay, let us do one thing. Even if that speaker is not here, they helped us learning something new. Will you give them a round of applause when their name is shouted? Yeah?
The next award is for Miss Jagriti Gupta.
Miss Jagriti Gupta. Miss Jagriti Gupta.
The next award is for George Sebastio.
George Joseph. Mr. George Joseph. Okay, you can collect on his behalf, yeah? See? Okay. Yes, okay, okay. Next.
The next award is for Shell Hashtag.
Oh! Oh! That's one button.
The next award is for Mr. Lalit Bansal.
Oh, Lalit
The next award is for Mr. Mahesh Chand.
Mr. Mahesh Chand!
Come on, guys, show some energy. So the next, okay, so the next award is for Michael Desham.
Michael. Ground applause for Michael.
He's not here. The next award is for Mr. Navdeep Garg.
Mr. Navdeep Garg.
The next award is for Mr. Neeraj Bhargava.
Mr. Neeraj Bhargava in the room. Mr. Neeraj. Okay, give a round of applause for Mr. Neeraj here.
The next award is for Mr. Nijo Johnson.
Mr. Nijo Johnson. He has left. Okay, give a round of applause for him. Let's move on quickly.
The next award is for Mr. Nirmal Gupta.
Mr. Nirmal Gupta.
Hota. Mr.
Sorry,
Nirmal
Mr.
Hota.
Nirmal. Yeah, Nirmal Hota. Give a round of applause for Nirmal, please. No phone on the stage. No phone on the stage. Mr. Nirmal.
Okay, guys. So the next award is for Mr. Pranav Sharma.
Mr. Pranav Sharma.
Do we have Mr. Pranav Sharma here?
Pranav Sharma? No? All right. Don't do that, please. Mr. Pranav Sharma, yeah.
Okay.
Next move
So the
on.
next award is for Mr. Preetam Rao.
Mr. Preetam Rao. Mr. Preetam Rao. You are Mr. Preetam Rao? No. Okay.
I think Preetam is not here. So the next award is for Mr. Rahul Parmar.
Mr. Rahul Parmar. Mr. Rahul. All right, no worry.
The next award is for Mr. Rishant Kumar.
Mr. Nishant Kumar.
Rishant
He's
Kumar.
here. Yeah.
Okay, so the next award is for Mr. Rohit Gupta, the birthday boy. Can we have more claps?
Today.
Guys, he's the birthday boy. Come on.
Today's his birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rohit. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, so the next award is for Mr. Rohit Khandelwal.
Mr. Rohit Khandelwal.
Okay.
All right, give a round of applause for Mr. Rohit.
The next award is for Mr. Satya Karki.
Mr. Satya. No, next.
Okay, the next award is for Ms. Shreya Badonia.
Yeah, Shreya. Give a round of applause for Shreya. Please, can we have a round of applause for Shreya here? Amazing speaker here in the room.
The next award is for Mr. Rohit Khandelwal. We have her team member and on her behalf. The next award is for Mr. Ujjwal Bajaj.
Mr. Ujjwal Bajaj. Mr. Ujjwal Bajaj. Okay, give a round of applause for Mr. Ujjwal Bajaj.
So the next award is for Miss Vanshika Srivastava.
Miss Vansika Srivastava. She was around. Miss Vansika Srivastava. Okay. Next.
Okay. So the next award is for Mr. Varun Sethi.
Mr.
Varun Sethi.
Mr. Barun. Okay.
He left. Okay. The next award is for Mr. Vivek Sharma.
Oh. Okay. Vansika, please come.
The next award is for Miss Vanshika Srivastava.
Miss Vansika Srivastava. Give her an applause for Vansika. Such an amazing speaker. Magnus. Give a round of applause for Vansika, everyone. They are searching your award. Yeah. भैया म्यूजिक अब तो दे दो कहाँ चले गए उठ के Vansika. All? Oh my God, that's all. Now it's time for the big time, yeah? Is any speaker left? Please, 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 don't, please, please. All right, do we have any speaker left? We left out your name and you have done speaking today. Anyone in the room, you did speaking, we left out your name? No, all right? Okay, so first we are going to announce name of, where is MacBook? Where is MacBook? Yeah, but where is MacBook? Your MacBook kahan hai? Okay, we are bringing your MacBook. Manish MacBook. उनके रूम हाँ तो यहाँ नहीं देंगे तो कहाँ देंगे अभी और कुछ देंगे हाँ तो महेश सर से मंगवाओ तो कोशिश बोल दिया कर दिया हो गया all right all right so who is the iPhone winner okay so let us start giving this t-shirt one by one first and then in the last we'll announce so who is the social media winner वो तो कल जीत लिया था ना आज आईफोन अनाउंस किया था कौन है सोशल मीडिया अरे All right, we are bringing your MacBook, and our algorithm is not working to find out who is social media winner. So we'll find it out. We'll courier you that, but we'll get MacBook right now. But we are going to give you one T-shirt each. Please be seated. Can I ask my volunteers? Can I ask my volunteers to just start giving one T-shirt each?
Come on the stage.
Go on. Huh? करो ना जल्दी एक-एक देना स्टार्ट करो
I would request all the volunteers to come up on the stage. All the guys wearing red and yellow t-shirts, and for everyone who has helped us with putting up this conference. All the volunteers, please come up on the stage. And let's give a big round of applause for the demo! What happened?
हाँ ये दिनेश सर मैं सर कहाँ है ये वो किसी सुंदर नाथ की शॉट देगा अरे मैं वेट करने वाला 5 मिनट वेट करना तो बनता है मेरे फोन में नहीं उठा सबसे से उठा ले लूंगा 4 मिनट करूंगा ठीक है नहीं तो क्या कर रहे हो okay can we do one right can we do one thing we have the name excuse me can I have your attention please at volunteers here okay so this MacBook is in a room and somehow we are not finding key of that room but we have
DJ
the
put it
winner
in his
name
trunk.
all right and I know like it's a lot of fun going on and it's kind of little bit not that professional we are like making you wait for a longer time all right that was not our intention I'm very sorry for that it's just we are not finding key so we are going to announce name of the person and whoever is that person please stay with us all right for 5 minutes we are bringing the MacBook Pro MacBook Air and we'll get it all right so we can wait for 2 minutes Manish yeah okay can anyone remember who like your feedback which you gave yes what was your feedback yeah for the SAP platform yeah
I gave the feedback for the avatars so that it was basically like we can scan our real-time pictures so and the avatar also gets the outfit and the hairstyle what we have. And also we can leave voice messages in our voice if we are not online. So through that we can reply to the, connectors.
all right that's good and this girl is amazing girl doing MTech give her an applause to her she's doing her masters all right anyone else what yeah
Even I can remember the avatar, like the modification I suggested. That was, we can basically make avatar and we can swap the powers. Like a dog can have the power of a tiger and a tiger can have the power of the puppy.
For some moment yeah all right good give her on what's your name yes very good yes all right anyone else remember what feedback you gave yeah yes ma'am
Sir, basically, I gave a feedback to how to, revolutionize the platform among common people. So, what I suggested was that in initial stages of the project, we keep uh, all the things in that, on all the features free, so that it becomes a common household name. Like today, we know that for networking, we have LinkedIn. For communication, we have WhatsApp. These are the first name that comes in our mind. So my idea was to make it an household name, like making this concept a household name. So that was my idea.
Okay. Anyone else remember that? Yes, Stephen in the back.
Good evening, sir. So my feedback was about to improve tokenization in the community, like many contributors that contribute. Every time someone reviews a code, course, or project, tokens should be awarded. This will have two benefits. First, this will increase the number of visitors on the platform and the engagement of users with one another. They will be motivated to review courses and suggest changes. The earned token will be redeemed on the platform. Second, the quality of projects and courses on the platform will improve when the innovative minds of many contributors will come together. New ideas will, yeah, only these 2 points.
Yeah. Okay. Great suggestions. Yeah, in the back. Stephen in the back.
Can I go first?
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
So I give the feedback that they can also include other things. Like they said that they'll be awarding the people who are gonna code. So I am really passionate about creator economy, and I wanted them to onboard creators as well. So that's all. And I got to know that you people are gonna do that very soon. So looking forward to that.
Okay. Let us do one. Okay. Yeah. Please.
Yeah, hi. Hi, my name is Deepak. So I give the feedback to build a DAO around it, and so that the community gets engaged, and you should award the governance tokens to the community and content creators for you. Thanks.
Okay. That's a good idea. Okay. Should we do now something fun? Can I start throwing T-shirt? Yeah. But there's a catch in that. Some of you can catch more than one. But it's fun, right? Best to survive. And one promise I make from this stage. Most of you are added me on LinkedIn. If you have not got any goodies in last 3 days, ping me on LinkedIn. I'll make sure that you get something. If you don't get it today, I tell you from this stage. But let's do fun. Let's just start throwing. Yeah.
What don't we, instead of waiting, because it's kind of sad,
No,
we
no.
just give this? It's fun. I'm saying they can get it in 10 minutes because we can use that as a.
Okay. So let's wait for 5 minutes. From the back. The पीछे से आगे नहीं पीछे से yeah oh yeah oh Alex, stop now stop for a while. Okay, stop. Okay, have a seat. अभी रुक जा या you can वो सारे चले गए सारे हो गए ओके इतने जन David want to throw so बस throw yeah David far David far this side oh you have 2 t-shirts man that's not done yeah Okay, यार बचा हुआ है. We don't have any t-shirt left. Where is the Mac? Where is the... Okay, now we are going to announce name.
Everyone, please settle down. Everyone, please settle down.
Have you got t-shirt? Have you got t-shirt? All right. Everyone, please sit it down. Okay. Manish?
Manish.
Manish here.
MacBook.
MacBook, 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 MacBook.
See, finally it is here, okay? All right, so Shell is going to announce the name.
Throw.
लोग यहीं आ भाग के आएंगे.
Yeah. Okay, so again, I told you yesterday in full transparency, for those of you that were here, if you were not here yesterday, the way we selected the winner was based on doing the survey, which was step number 1. Step number 2 was fill in and give us some feedback, and good or bad, either way, but at least give us some feedback. So that was the criteria for being selected. So we randomly picked someone from the last couple of days, but I think this is from today, so it's one of you. So the winner is Anurag Vashni.
Okay, just a minute. What is your email address you provided while feedback? What was your email address you used?
Anurag2020@gmail.com.
Once again, what was your email?
Anurag1947@gmail.com.
Oh!
Say show up token.
Thank you. Okay, so now.
So the first thing he has to do when he boots it up is to do a Zoom session with me. If he doesn't do it, then we'll take it back.
तुम लोग सब
वॉलंटियर को नहीं दिया क्या? किसी को भी नहीं मिली. कहाँ से मिलेगी? नहीं, जो खड़े थे तुरंत दे देना चाहिए था. ऐसे कैमरामैन को दिलवा दिया. तूने दिलवा दिया. यार सुन कौन रहा है? लगी बड़ी सबको मजा आ रहा है. ठीक है, वो भी दे देंगे बाद में. चेक. Where is Mahesh sir? Mahesh sir khan?
All right then, thank you so much everyone.
Media winner Aditi Surya.
Okay. Okay, we have our social media winner name here. Right now we don't have whatever we wanted to give you, but we will make sure you connect with Rohit, and he'll make sure to ship it to you in a day or two. All right. So whoever is the winner, all right. Why don't you announce?
And the winner is.
And the winner is.
Aditi Surya Kamal. Twitter handler is 114 Aditi.
Take his number, okay? And yes, okay.
One more backup.
I'll take a photo. All right, so thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. We'll take a group photo. Yes. टूडामुन तुम बोलो ना कैसे करते हैं? कैसे बोलो ना टूडामुन क्या होता है? Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, whatever. You just leave it.
We stand here, right? And all the folks will stand over there. Okay? And
Go
team
opposite. ऐसे ना, right. No, no.
now. Okay? And all the team members and speakers, get on the speakers and
My phone, keep my phone on. वो भी रख लो दोनों चीजें। एक भाई को लेके चल जाएगा पकड़ लो प्लीज।
everyone comes down and they take picture from ऊपर से.
हाँ ठीक है। तो ऊपर से उसके बाद एक
Come down, we come down. Change it well. Everyone, let's come for group picture.
Guys, group picture.
सब नीचे आओ, नीचे आओ, नीचे आओ. नीचे से लिया जाएगा, नीचे ऊपर से लिया जाएगा. नीचे आओ ना.
I'm getting old. I'm getting old. I'm getting old. My bones are cracking.
May I.
It's a pleasure, sir. सर आप आगे आ जाओ. आप आगे आ जाओ. अरे भास्कर आओ ना. भास्कर आओ प्लीज. रोहित अभी जगह तो दो.
Hi.
Sir, don't break it, sir.
क्या टूडामुन बोलना था?
Yeah.
ये कुछ बोलने वाला.
To the moon, lady.
Folks, on the count of 3, we'll shout to the moon. All right? Okay. 3, 2, 1. To the moon!
All right then, thank you so much.
All the MVPs, speakers, and VIPs, we have dinner at 8:30 p.m. in track 3. MVPs, speakers, and VIPs, we have dinner at 8:30 p.m. in track 3. Ah, don't be that rude.